Hey all, Scott here. I hate rumors. Ever since the dawn of time, they've been used to spoil major reveals. And ever since, they've been primarily used to get the attention of Nintendo fans, such as this one, Nintendo's lineup for 2021. This one's fake. This is an eye exam.
Oh man, the build-up to a system's reveal and release is unlike anything else. Just that feeling of excitement. It's familiar to your old console, but bigger and better and all new. But because of that, rumors start floating around. You start to ask some questions.
Can it tuck me in?
Pretty much with any upcoming video game console, you get fishy statements from the dark alleyways of the internet. Articles reading, yeah sure, it'll make you lunch. Some info may leak out ahead of time and turn out to be true. And then there's this. Rumors and leaks are either what keeps the excitement rolling or what kills it immediately. Every system has them, and I think it's as good a time as any to pick a console and go through the gossip throughout its life. So let's see what system we'll be scouring. Damn it, the Nintendo 3DS, a monumental leap forward for all things called 3DS. It was a Nintendo handheld, of course it did well, but its main gimmick was the glasses-free 3D screen. Now, back when this portable was announced, 3D was the thing, as in everybody went to go see the movie Avatar in 3D and then gave up. I'd consider it to be a fad. I mean, that was one of the biggest movies of all time, so all these companies worked on a bunch of 3D-centric products like 3D TVs and 3D Blu-rays, but you still had to wear icebreakers to enjoy them. 3D glasses were almost always required to enjoy 3D content, which could sometimes ruin the magic. You take those glasses off and the screen's just a blurry mess. It kind of reinforced the idea that the 3D visuals you were experiencing were just mere illusions. So the idea of glasses-free 3D was incredibly intriguing. Not needing glasses made way for experiences to be so much more engaging and immersive, so it's no surprise that once the technology for glasses-free 3D became more easily implementable into consumer products, it was. Yeah, a cell phone with glasses-free 3D, it's like the clock's really there. But Nintendo was one of the first big companies to embrace the tech in their juicy new handheld system, which brings us back to 2009. In 2009, the Nintendo DS was hitting its stride with multiple revisions and an enormous library of titles. However, it was 5-year-old hardware at this point. People were starting to ask when the next generation of Nintendo handhelds was hitting the scene, a Nintendo DS2, if you will. Then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata made a brief statement on the matter to the Japanese publication Asahi Shimbun, revealing, "The Nintendo DS successor will have highly detailed graphics and it will be necessary to have a sensor with the ability to read the movements of people playing."
Just like that, huh?
I mean, on the surface, it doesn't seem like much info. Like, of course, your next handheld is gonna have better graphics, and yeah, it was probably a given it was gonna have motion detection in it, but come on, this is Nintendo. They don't even like revealing if their employees go to the bathroom. Iwata just let out 2 facts about their next handheld, and that there is, in fact, going to be a next handheld. Nintendo then barged in and said, "You don't know that." This interview was later clarified to be a misinterpretation of Nintendo's future plans by a spokesperson for the company. See, that's the Nintendo I know. Claiming what somebody said was false to then later be the liars themselves. Like, of course they're making a successor to the DS, of course it's gonna have better graphics, of course it's gonna have motion sensors in it, why bother hiding it after Iwata said it? Iwata himself made further statements on the interview, asking if better graphics and motion sensing would be enough to sell a DS successor. You can't just have better graphics and more controls, you need something else.
Sex appeal!
Late 2009 to early 2010, speculation started to ramp up for a DS2, with rumors that many were receiving development kits around this time, specifically the Pokemon Company. Couple that with patents Nintendo was filing and we have ourselves articles, and 2 of them. So Nintendo patented rumble technology that would be transmitted to the DS stylus pen, so if you hit an enemy in a touchscreen based game, you'd receive feedback in the stylus. And on top of that, some new cartridges. Now the stylus rumble never came to be, but the new DS cartridges, well, the 3DS did have differently shaped game cards, but barely. They were designed this way to ensure they fit in a Nintendo 3DS, but don't fit in a Nintendo DS. We never got these overly long cartridges like this pan suggests. However, I believe this could be in relation to DS development cartridges, which were longer than retail ones. As 2010 made its way through the door, rumors persisted about the next DS, one guy deciding to snoop around the Game Developers Conference that year to find as much info as he could. His findings? I'll take anything at this point. Basically, he discovered the system was going to be more powerful than the Nintendo DS.
Shut the f up!
Graphical capabilities were comparable to the GameCube, and while the system would have 2 screens again, they would be bigger, have a better resolution, and the gap between them would be shrunken significantly. I mean, a lot of those did happen with the 3DS, but a shrunken gap between the 2 screens, I don't think so. People were asking developers what they wanted out of a new DS, with one saying cellular and GPS. That's the one thing I wanted to worry about playing Pack Picks, a data plan. But I mean, why would Nintendo announce a DS2? It was early 2010, they were just about to release a brand new DS revision, the TSI XL. I don't get you. On March 23rd, 2010, Nintendo officially announced a successor to the Nintendo DS. It wasn't called the Nintendo DS2, it was the Nintendo 3DS.
I made this shirt for nothing?
This was done via press release, thus the system wasn't shown. In fact, the name Nintendo 3DS was considered temporary at the time. The big reveal was that it had a screen capable of displaying 3D imagery without the need for glasses, which was actually teased by Iwata during an interview a few months prior. The question related to his stance on 3D gaming. His response was pretty much, "F the glasses." DS games would be fully compatible with the handheld, and the 3DS was supposed to be formally shown later that year at E3 2010. Of course, with the official announcement out of the way, we got a treasure trove of Photoshop. Anybody with a finger, a mouse, and an open weekend whipped up what they thought the 3DS would be. Notice how I didn't say anybody with a brain. I kid, a lot of the system mock-ups are pretty well done and crazy impressive, especially for 2010, but that doesn't mean they're above getting critiqued.
Hello everybody and welcome to Critique That Leak, the show for people looking for meaning in their life. You just have to look really hard. We here at Critique That Leak take our leak critiquer titles very seriously. It's not every day somebody goes to the effort of opening up Photoshop, so we really have to embrace each and every leak we can. There's times we erase one word from a Zelda logo. During 2017 to 2018, there were some rumors floating around about a Link's Awakening remake heading to the Nintendo 3DS. Now, that ended up being for the Nintendo Switch, and while I do believe that remake probably started life on the 3DS, this isn't it. This guy decided to be clever and lazy. See, the title The Legend of Zelda Awakening follows the format of another Game Boy remake on 3DS, Metroid Samus Returns. I take the original title and shake the words up a bit for the remake. The problem is, Nintendo wouldn't use the original Zelda logo from the 90s with no real alterations for a new release of theirs, even if it is for a remake. However, I will put this leak up on the wall to remind me no matter how lazy I am, I could be lazier.
Nintendo obviously announced the 3DS early to get ahead of leaks. When you buy millions of tiny 3D screens from a company to put into your handheld, that's probably gonna get out there. And Nintendo does like to control their own destiny. They don't like people announcing stuff for them. So they announced their new handheld in their own special way. This, of course, raised many questions. Rumors spread like wildfire. Developers were saying all these things about the system. EA said it was cool. Around this time, somebody asked Nintendo customer support about Golden Sun Dark Dawn for the DS, and they responded with, "We can't say anything, but definitely keep an eye on the 3DS at E3 this year." Did that mean Golden Sun Dark Dawn was coming to the 3DS?
I've seen dead people go farther than that story ever did.
Nintendo's trademarks for the system started to become public. Terms like Nintendo 3DSware, now WiiWare and DSiWare were terms used for downloadable only games on those respective systems. Will the 3DS have similar terminology? Will the 3DS be in widescreen? Will Animal Crossing be a launch title? Will the 3DS be cool? A blogger who supposedly had their hands on a development kit for the system posted this mock-up, which was literally just a DS with a bigger screen.
Checks out.
To be fair, the info shared alongside the mock-up ended up being fairly accurate, although they were unsure if it would have an analog stick. The big rumor going into E3 2010 was the report that Nvidia was supplying Nintendo with the Tegra chip to use in the 3DS. Now, Nvidia and Nintendo are totally swap and spit right now as they supplied the chipset for the Nintendo Switch. But talks started with the 3DS. There were definite discussions to have the company power the handheld, but plans fell through. Rumors of a Nvidia Nintendo system emerged around 2009, but were put to bed in June of 2010. Developers were asked about the system, with many saying, "Oh yeah, this thing is more powerful than a Wii. Hell, we can make stuff on par with Xbox 360 games."
This thing can barely play Luigi's Mansion.
Nintendo's E3 2010 press conference finally brought us our first look at the Nintendo 3DS. It was fundamentally a DS inspired by a layer cake. A widescreen display, circle pad, gyroscope, glasses-free 3D, motion sensor, 3D cameras, glasses-free 3D, Street Pass, glasses-free 3D. Nintendo really fucking hated those glasses. What a press conference. Everybody was jazzed about the 3DS. Attendees were pumped about how the 3D actually worked. And Kid Icarus Uprising being unveiled alongside the system after so many people clamored for the series' return? With Animal Crossing, Mario Kart, Paper Mario, Nintendogs, Ocarina of Time 3D, Professor Layton, Star Fox 64, Steel Diver, fucking Steel Diver! And numerous classic games being demonstrated on it, this was going to be an amazing handheld. The 3DS's design was near final at the show with some slight tweaks. For example, the circle pad was color-coded to the system, and it wasn't actually called the circle pad. Say hello to slide. But of course, with so much excitement came misinformation around this time. Rumors of achievements and voice chat being implemented alongside the ability to copy games to the system's memory spread around. Leaks of a release date in November 2010, or just many days in general. I swear literally there was a rumor of it releasing in every month of 2010. Some Nintendo developers hinted to Wario making an appearance on the 3DS 3DS. I hope they winked after saying that. Nintendo's European website stated Paper Mario for 3DS was releasing on March 25th, 2011. Give or take a year and a half, they weren't that far off. But in actuality, while that was the incorrect date for Paper Mario, that ended up being the exact day the Nintendo 3DS launched in Europe. This era of the 3DS was filled with developer interviews basically saying, man, could you imagine this game on the 3DS? Like Devil's Third. Keep telling yourself that. Nintendo interviews were actually very telling in this age. Hideki Kono pretty much said, yeah, I can see a Luigi's Mansion sequel on 3DS. Less than a year later, how did he get away with that? Miyamoto teased that Super Mario World would make a return on the 3DS. I have no clue what he meant by that. Like the original game? A remake? A return to that world? A 3D version of Mario World? Because some of those sorta happened, but I have no idea what he was talking about based on this interview. The trademarks Nintendo filed came to light, revealing the names Cross-Pass and titles with 3D in them. These definitely became a lot of the built-in software on 3DS, like Street Pass and the AR games. Specs were rumored alongside backlit buttons, no. So this footage of the cancelled game My Garden had this lower quality CGI model of the 3DS, and because of that, the buttons looked illuminated. I find absolutely no reason to backlight 4 small buttons on anything with 3D or S in the title. The latter half of 2010 was filled with a lot of stuff like this. Speculation on this thing we already knew quite a bit about. It was just a matter of waiting for it to actually release at this point. Lots of rumors of the system's release date or release window floated around constantly. However, one of the last news stories of the year was the rumor that the Monster Hunter series was jumping platforms. It was primarily a PlayStation franchise at this point and did tremendously well over there. But with the 3DS looming over, Capcom CEO hinted that with the release of the new system, especially after Monster Hunter Tribe was a Wii exclusive, the series may find a new home. Of course, that happened. Now all we had to do in 2011 was wait for the system to get into somebody's hand. That was quick. So these logos made the rounds in early 2012 and were supposedly a set of Zelda titles, one called the Ice Prophecy and one called the Fire Prophecy. Obviously being a dual release puts these in line with Oracle of Seasons and Ages from the Game Boy Color. I gotta be honest, at first glance, there's not a ton to pick apart with these ones. They're fairly well done. However, somebody who spoke Japanese came forward and stated that the kanji used in the titles were nonsensical. The leaker obviously used Google Translate or something to create the Japanese text. As somebody who doesn't speak Japanese, I gotta say, what a fucking idiot. Somebody swiped a 3DS off the production line and yup, they sure had a camera with them. Now before the system released, Nintendo showcased the prototype of it and I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Pikmin for 3DS was listed by some random retailer, and while Pikmin for 3DS was announced 5.5 years later, I don't think they had that much foresight. The 3DS ended up launching to an overwhelming, this is just okay. The launch item wasn't terrible, I mean there was stuff to play, but come on, you can make the argument Camp Soap is stuff. Calling these games stuff is generous. B-tier titles, nothing amazing, especially from Nintendo themselves. Like, holy shit, Pilot Wings, Nintendogs, and Steel Diver? Did they really expect anybody to unironically go, holy shit, Pilot Wings, Nintendogs, and Steel Diver? But people knew the goods were coming eventually. Ocarina of Time 3D, Star Fox 64 3D, a Mario 3D platformer, Mario Kart, things were looking up. People were excited for the future of the system, and because of that, let's talk one of the biggest rumors in the early days of the 3DS, the Nintendo 3DS Lite. A redesigned and refined version of the handheld in a similar fashion to the Nintendo DS Lite. Basically, people were waiting for the 3DS to get out of those growing pains and have a way better model. Everybody was saying, yeah, that's great, where's your hotter sun? Better battery life, better screens, better 3D effect, better design, a second circle pad, just a few things people were wanting. A new 3DS with a second circle pad was always talked about, and that was primarily because around this time was when Sony announced the successor to the PSP, the Next Generation Portable, NGP, featuring not one, but 2 reasons to not buy a 3DS. People just automatically jumped to the fact that the 3DS needed a second stick just because the NGP had one, and due to all this, Nintendo had to respond to the press about a new 3DS model before the first model even came out. But they may have had to ask that because of the late launch of the system. I mean, what else was the press going to ask Nintendo? Bust-a-Move Universes on the 3DS, how does that make you feel? Games and news were sparse leading up to E3 2011 that summer. I mean, Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games for the 3DS was leaked via a Czech press release. Please say holy shit. Please say holy shit. Most leaks and rumors had to do with retailers accidentally listing games before they were to be officially announced. Rayman Origins and Sonic Generations had the hardest time staying a surprise, kept getting listed multiple times before their announcements, especially Sonic Generations for 3DS. Sega themselves accidentally included it on an earnings report, quickly said, oh god, removed it, announced it like a month later. Now one of the big games we were were looking forward to seeing more on was the 3D Mario game for 3DS announced at the Game Developers Conference of 2011. And right before E3, this screenshot circulated around, and it was just a Photoshop of another game. But hey, at least it was news about the 3DS. E3 2011 happened, and the 3DS definitely had a fair amount of coverage. We got trailers for Super Mario 3D, Mario Kart 3D, Kid Icarus Uprising, and Luigi's Mansion 2 was fully unveiled, but that didn't prepare us for Battlefield 3 on the 3DS being listed by EA Portugal. However, E3 2011 was definitely focused on Nintendo's new home console announcement, the Wii U. It was announced, and that's all I can say about the legacy of this system. During that summer, the 3DS was hurting hard. Sure, Ocarina of Time 3D came out, but it didn't do enough to turn around the slow sales for the system, so Nintendo had to make the difficult decision to cut the price from $250 to $170. To make the price cut sting that much less for those who bought a 3DS near launch, Nintendo announced that 20 NES and Game Boy Advance games would be given to them for free, with some titles being announced right there on the spot and others being announced at a later date. And Nintendo kept accidentally saying Mario 3 was going to be one of them, and it wasn't. But easily, the biggest rumor in the summer of 2011 was that Nintendo had something up their sleeves. They heard people were complaining that the 3DS only had one circle pad, and a rumor popped up that they would be releasing an attachment for the handheld that upped that one to 2. This rumor was accompanied by one that stated Nintendo was going to release a new 3DS model in 2012 that would de-emphasize the 3D alongside a new design and name. Now, there was a new 3DS model in 2012, the Nintendo 3DS XL. It was none of this. I mean, it was a new design, there were different elements to it, but when you get down to it, the 3DS XL was basically just a bigger 3DS, so not a radically new look or anything. This rumor, however, perfectly describes the 3DS model Nintendo released in 2013, the Nintendo 2DS. No 3D screen, completely new design, different name. They got the release year wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is what they were talking about. But back to the second circle pad, more reports popped up pertaining to it, including many claiming it would be revealed in the Japanese magazine Famitsu alongside Monster Hunter Tri-G. A description of the device leaked out, and when the Famitsu article came, what the hell is that? Finally, a soap dish for my 3DS. This thing was a behemoth, but it was a necessary behemoth. This was made specifically to combat criticism of the 3DS compared to the upcoming NGP by Sony, finally renamed to PlayStation Vita, and to also lure in more traditional games, more stuff like Metal Gear and Resident Evil. I believe this thing was made just to shut people up about the 3DS needing a second stick, because when it came out, that's all you can really say about it. It came out, it was barely supported, and nobody bought it. And one sec, I know some people bought it, you don't have to tell me. Scott, I bought the Circle Pad Pro, I go to bed with it every night. A rumor floated around that Xenoblade developer Monolith Soft was working on a 3DS title, and it was a threequel, the third title in a beloved series. This obviously pointed to a third Baten Kaitos game, as that was one of the only Monolith Soft series that could have gotten a third game, but nothing happened. Monolith Soft did develop the Project Cross Zone games for the 3DS, and Xenoblade was brought over to the new 3DS in 2015, but other than that, they didn't do all too much on this system. As fall came around, Super Mario 3DS and Mario Kart 3DS were both given names, and they could have been worse. And when full-blown artwork of Mario 3D Land was revealed, many with keen eyes discovered Tanuki Luigi was in the game! Fans discovered what Nintendo was too scared to reveal. Following the Nintendo 3DS Lite, we have one of the other big rumors that persisted constantly, the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D. After Ocarina of Time 3D, a remake of that game's sequel seemed like a no-brainer. Pretty much every interview with Zelda producer Eiji Aonuma contained a question about a Majora's Mask remake on 3DS. Fan campaigns and consistent teasing occurred for years. Nintendo knew how much people wanted this and would put Easter eggs into games or bring it up during interviews, but it was always eclipsed by the rumor that Sonic Generations 3DS may get delayed to 2012. It didn't, but still. During the Majora's Mask 3D hysteria from 2011 to 2014, various rumors came out about the game's existence, retailer listings, hints from Nintendo. It was a game that just had to come out at some point, and I specifically remember retailer listings would use fan box art sometimes, and I will take this as an opportunity to say this box art was really good, but I like the fan box art that was more in line with Ocarina 3D. I am a big supporter of that. But here we have some fan art that some people took as a real Majora's Mask 3DS XL, purple and all. The perfect color for a Majora's Mask themed system. And what Majora's Mask system did we get? I'm glad I'm colorblind. While talking Majora's Mask, Aonuma confirmed a new Zelda game for 3DS was being worked on, and later on in another interview stated that there were talks about a 3D Link to the Past remake. They would not let up about Link to the Past on 3DS, with talks of a remake and even potentially a sequel. Looking back, it's obvious why they wouldn't shut up about it, because they were making it. Honestly, even when Nintendo's pretty blunt about this kind of stuff, they still surprise me. Nearing the end of 2011, it was reported that the 7th game in a popular JRPG franchise would get an enhanced remake for the 3DS. Now, many assumed assumed it would either be Dragon Quest VII or Final Fantasy VII, and between those two, it turned out to be Dragon Quest, which was announced a year later. And at the start of 2012, we're going in hot with something that hasn't been rumored yet, the Nintendo 3DS Lite. You. Thinner and better battery life than the current model. I always felt that 2012 was a very ho-hum year for the 3DS, and it starting with another rumor about the 3DS Lite solidifies that. Now, one thing that did leak that got people talking was the box art for Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy. In the top left corner, there was a logo for something called Nintendo Network. As more box art started popping up with this logo, many wondered, what is this? I assumed it was new branding for the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. Nintendo would pop this logo in the corners of games that supported internet connectivity, and I wasn't wrong, Nintendo Network was pretty much that. I always liked the logo and name for this. It's a shame it only appeared during this generation. Like I said, 2012 was kind of a whatever year for the 3DS. It was obvious Nintendo was really prepping for the Wii U's launch, so 3DS took a bit of a backseat. Why do I say this? We got press releases like this. Nintendo hired a spokesdog. Soul Calibur 5 was listed for the 3DS, sure. Oh, my favorite one was when EB Games had box art for Donkey Kong 3D up. They then said it was a mistake and promptly destroyed their entire stock of fake box art. I mean, a year after this rumor, Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D was announced, and the art used on this box was from Donkey Kong Country Returns. Probably doesn't mean anything, but they might have been onto something. It was reported that Nintendo was attempting to fund third-party franchise revivals on the 3DS, with one of the series being the infamous Seaman. 3 years later, in 2015, a Seaman 3DS game was confirmed to be in development at some point, but it ended up being cancelled. That is unfortunate, because as Seaman-y as Seaman is, I feel like the 3DS would have been the perfect platform for it. But since that was confirmed to be in development, that means Nintendo was seeking other franchises to be revived on the system, which is pretty interesting. I know they said third party, but the developer of Seaman made Odama on the GameCube, which was published by Nintendo. Why didn't we get Odama 3D? A few months before E3 2012, other 3DS titles were being rumored, such as a companion title to Epic Mickey 2 on the system, this one being 2D entitled Power of Illusion, a follow-up to Castle of Illusion on the Sega Genesis. That was completely true. Nintendo of America went on a rampage registering website domain names, and one happened to slip through. FireEmblemAwakening.com. Fire Emblem on 3DS was just about to release in Japan at this time, but no word of it coming over to North America or Europe just yet. While it wasn't official for a couple more months, this was pretty blatant confirmation. And not only did the domain registrations leak, but some patents came out too. If Nintendo killed a man, it would probably leak through a patent. This one showcases a new circle pad design akin to the style of the GameCube controller stick, and this one focuses on AR technology where, for example, the game tells you, find me something blue, anxiety attack follows, find something blue, bam, you win. Now if this became anything, I'd say it was Chibi Robo Photo Finder. That game asks you to find real life objects to take pictures of to transport into the game, which is kind of the vibe I'm getting from this patent. This one shows off using the stylus to control a game without touching the top screen, so I assume this would have been a way to implement a touchscreen sort of deal to the 3D screen of the 3DS with a vibrating stylus. And no matter how useless and wasteful of money you think this idea is, why don't you try to do what the 3DS is doing? I bet you can't. Castlevania Mirror of Faith for the 3DS was rumored for E3 2012. Almost nailed it. But here we have the big one, the rumor to end all rumors, the Nintendo 3DS XL. Nikkei reported that Nintendo was set to reveal a 3DS with a bigger screen similar to the Nintendo DSi XL at E3 2012. This was accompanied by Wii U pricing info, and Nintendo said these rumors were false.
This is Nintendo 3DS XL.
What the hell happened there? If we actually look at Nintendo's response to these rumors, they said some things are incorrect. Alright, so the 3DS XL isn't something. Now going back to Fire Emblem Awakening's domain registration, you may ask, when did it officially get revealed for the States? Well, Reggie Fils-Aimé got in front of some journalists at E3 2012 and proudly said,
Fire Emblem Awakening's coming to Nintendo 3DS. Damn it.
Apparently he wasn't supposed to say that, but he sure did. Alongside Fire Emblem, another game that was rumored to be localized at some point was Tomodachi Life, known in Japan as Tomodachi Collection. This eventually made it over in 2014, but a localization was consistently talked about beforehand. Back then, rumors of its translation started when many assumed the title over here would be Communicator Gamers Collection. Moving on. Alpha Dream, the developers of the Mario & Luigi series, filed a patent in 2012 showcasing how a character on the bottom screen of the 3DS would be manipulated to then help a character on the top screen progress through a level. This is literally Mario & Luigi Dream Team a year before it was announced. With the 3DS XL's introduction, many retailers started to promote the product, with one getting a little too excited. That's not right. Look, a second circle pad. I'm telling you, people would have killed for a second circle pad. Look at all the 3DS games I could use a second circle pad with. Tetris Access, Tetris Ultimate, I need this.
Could you imagine if you had access to a top secret Nintendo game and all you had on you was a flipbook for a camera and decided to only film the title screen? It's a fucking handheld system. If you can't film it there, pick it up and bring it to the bathroom.
Now, the rest of 2012 was pretty light in terms of rumors and speculation, but when 2013 came along, that's when things started to heat up. The best year in 3DS history. Every single month, there was a new experience from Nintendo themselves. It was bliss. And it all started out with the announcement of a Pokemon Nintendo Direct in January. Now, keep in mind, a Pokemon 3DS title had been long awaited for at this point. They kept making games for the DS when the 3DS was a thing, but before the livestream happened, many saw the keywords 3DS in the description, implying that this wasn't going to be Pokemon 2 for the Nintendo DS, this was going to be a big boy game. Monster Hunter 4 was a 3DS exclusive, but after it got a delay, rumors persisted of it all being so a PlayStation Vita version could release alongside it.
Never.
It's actually surprising to me that Monster Hunter never made it to the Vita, but the website that reported that can always dream. Many 3DS rumors at this point had to do with trademark filings leaking out or retailer listings just having the time of their lives. New Super Luigi for the 3DS?
Why not?
Angry Birds Star Wars?
It sure did.
Lego Friends?
Lego?
Of course, there was the coveted special edition systems that always seemed to be announced via ads or through store inventory systems before Nintendo could even think about making them. Pokemon X and Y systems were reported via Target's inventory, Zelda A Link Between Worlds and Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon bundles were shown off in weekly ads. This Mario and Luigi Dream Team 3DS XL floated around a bit before releasing, and by God, I remember they could not sell this for the life of them. For a special edition system, this sure went on sale a lot. This Luigi 2DS turned out to be a fake made by a fan, would you look at that? I mean, this stuff was the most exciting 3DS speculation at the time. What, Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Winter Games is coming to the 3DS? Oh, never mind, f it, make a Luigi 2DS. Now, a pretty common way for games to get leaked is through the rating system. When a game gets rated, well, be prepared for anarchy. Steel Divers Sub Wars was ousted through these means alongside NES Remix for the Wii U. The sequel to Steel Diver was leaked through the Australian classification website. Now, I don't usually get pissed about things leaking. This was an exception. Something consistently rumored with the 3DS was legacy content from other systems being available on the Nintendo eShop. We got NES, Game Boy Color, and Game Gear at this point, but strangely, Reggie did say years prior that TurboGrafx 16 games would be available. I'm still waiting. And while Game Boy Advance was available to early adopters of the 3DS as a Please God Forgive Us package, they were never available to the general public. That didn't stop speculation. Pretty much everybody predicted GBA games would be available on the 3DS. In fact, a lot of things led many to believe that. Various GBA titles appeared on Nintendo of Europe's website implying they were coming. But there were also SNES titles rumored for the 3DS. On Miiverse, the social media network for 3DS and Wii U, most games had communities you could harass, and one of them was the Virtual Console release for Contra 3 The Alien Wars on Wii U. Accessing this community on the 3DS would show the game running on a 3DS XL. What does that mean? Well, Miiverse communities for Virtual Console games on the Wii U and 3DS always had this template going on in their banner. It was either the 3DS or Wii U displaying a screenshot of the game. So if I had to guess, I'd say this was an automatic template created gone wrong. But everything we've talked about has led to this. See, when Yoshi's New Island was coming out, a certain listing popped up online detailing a special edition Yoshi 3DS XL. This spread like wildfire and showed off an image of the system, and he said it was hideous.
It was also made by a 16-year-old Scott.
Yeah, I got bored one day in July of 2013 and decided to make a mock-up for a special edition 3DS box. The core idea here was to just make a box for the system. I wanted to try and mimic the design of something like the Animal Crossing 3DS box. The 3DS design itself was an afterthought. I effectively gave a 3DS liver spots. And then IGN reported on this thing, and so did a lot of other sites. I felt really proud about that one. The reason my fan art was used was because a Yoshi 3DS was actually coming out, and one of these retailers just decided to Google Yoshi 3DS and uploaded the worst looking one they could find. To commemorate the experience, I recently bought the actual 3DS this listing was for. We're not enough green spots on this one, but it's still okay.
Back in 2017, Nintendo announced a multiplayer Kirby game was in the works for the 3DS, and right before E3, this year's screenshot leaked, and it is one of the better ones I've seen. The overall style of the logo looks really professional and honestly better than some other Kirby games. Now, what are Star Knights? I don't know. It seems like they popped this into a Kirby title generator. It's on a screen! You ever see a game not on a screen? This one must be true. I don't have much to say about this one other than nothing screams a fantasy adventure game more than a big fat G on the shield. Yeah, the vast majority of rumors in the latter half of the 3DS's life really had to do with new system colors and variations. I'd argue that's because while more people had a 3DS than a Wii U, the Wii U and home console rumors in general were always more exciting. That's actually something I noticed with Nintendo in general. They always hold their home console stuff in higher regards. You always see them nostalgically reminiscing about their home consoles. Their handhelds don't get nearly as much love. Case in point, what was the big 3DS talk at the time? Oh, there's a Sea Green 2DS coming? A Smash Bros. 3DS was leaked in flyers. I mean, that was pretty interesting. It was better than the rumor about Codename Steam getting a demo via free trading cards, woo. Right before E3 2015, a trailer for the 3DS version of Hyrule Warriors was accidentally uploaded early to Tecmo Koei's YouTube channel, and during that summer it was uncovered that Mercury Steam, the developers behind Castlevania Mirror of Faith, pitched a Metroid 3DS title to Nintendo. It happened. In March of 2016, a random retailer advertised new budget Nintendo Selects re-releases for Wii, Wii U, and 3DS early. Look at this advertisement. Why did this turn out to be true? I was excited about this though. See, Pikmin 3 was really expensive at the time, so a re-release for 20 bones, please and thank you. With the 20th anniversary of Pokemon on the horizon, many were speculating the release of a new generation for the series, mainly because Nintendo's domain names for Pokemon Sun and Moon were leaked alongside the logos, whoops. Pretty much all the Pokemon titles for the 3DS experienced just a ton of leaks. New Pokemon, new forms, just everything you can think of gets leaked when a new Pokemon's on the way. Sun and Moon were pretty much the big thing for that year, and 2016 was some year, and by some, I mean terrible. Just nothing was happening. Nintendo stated that this was the year they would announce new details on their next home console, the NX, and because of that, man, nothing happened. It was just constantly waiting around for the thing to get announced. But this meant 2016 was the year of speculation. I specifically recall this rumored lineup for Nintendo's year, detailing fun facts about the NX launch, marketing budgets for 2016 alongside the full 3DS lineup of games for the year. So a lot of titles are just code names here, but they state what caliber of games they were. I can make some assumptions as to what these various codenames ended up becoming, but I can't say for sure. The European Nintendo Direct for March 2016 was leaked a day before it aired, and apparently, this is how Nintendo Directs are organized. The two big things outed here were Super Nintendo games for the new Nintendo 3DS and Monster Hunter Generations. Yes, Super Nintendo games on the new Nintendo 3DS. The updated models only, not the original ones accepted. Near the end of 2016, Nintendo finally unveiled the Nintendo NX, officially called the Nintendo Switch. With it being a home console handheld hybrid, many brought into question the 3DS's future. Will Nintendo continue to support the 3DS or immediately move on to the Switch? Turns out, this thing wouldn't die! Reports discuss the 3DS not being thrown to the side with the inception of the Switch. In fact, Nintendo was thinking of a successor to the handheld. Here's the thing. Obviously, a 3DS successor was worked on by Nintendo. If they released 1-2 Switch, they worked on a successor to the 3DS. There's no way they weren't thinking of something internally. Now, the successor definitely ended up being the Nintendo Switch Lite, a handheld-only variant of the Nintendo Switch. But was that what these rumors were referring to? My shoulders are gonna work overtime on this one. Miyamoto then said during an interview that a GPS was considered for the 3DS.
I knew something was missing from Pack Picks!
2017 was an interesting year for the system. As the Nintendo Switch was exploding onto the scene, the 3DS was cruising along with a ton of support. They were primarily smaller projects like remakes, but still, 2017 had some of the most 3DS support in a long while. And one of the projects that made it onto the system was leaked via the eShop. Data for a game called Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga DX, supposedly a remake of the original RPG on the Game Boy Advance, was spotted on Nintendo servers. Later on, an icon and full name were discovered: Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions. I prefer DX. This game was later fully revealed at E3 2017, and speaking of E3, right around this time, the Pokemon Company announced their slate of projects for the year, being Pokken Tournament DX for the Nintendo Switch and Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon for the 3DS. But leading up to this, lots of talk was surrounding a third version of Pokemon Sun and Moon for the Nintendo Switch, being Pokemon Stars. After the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon announcements, the press site for the games listed them as Nintendo Switch titles in addition to 3DS, which ended up being a silly fucking mistake. Before the new 3DS XL was announced for North America, this banner came into GameStop and leaked online. I wonder what it could mean. In April of 2014, Nintendo trademarked the title Codename Steam, Strike Team eliminating the Alien Menace. Nobody knew what it meant, but it wasn't until E3 2014 that Nintendo hosted a dedicated conference to announce Codename Steam for the 3DS, and Fun fact, did you know Codename Steam released?
Later that summer, Mega Man Legacy Collection 2 was announced in 2017. No 3DS version in sight, which considering the first one made it onto the platform, it wasn't completely improbable to expect a 3DS version of 2 running. Digging through the code though, many uncovered the inclusion of references to the 3DS, implying a 3DS version was planned at some point. Then 2018 happened, and Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn was rumored to be a new 3DS exclusive. Take that, Nintendo! Nintendo's site labeled it as only for new Nintendo 3DS, but look at me playing it on a 2DS and feeling miserable. And that's how the 3DS ended things, with a bit of misery. The last few games Nintendo released for the platform bombed, and because of that, a rumor circulated that Nintendo canceled plans for other games to release on the system, like a new Fire Emblem remake. It's unfortunate, but let's be honest. Most have moved on to the Nintendo Switch, and I'd rather see Nintendo's resources for game development go towards a system that more are playing. As cool as some of the later releases in the 3DS's life were, they didn't do as well as they could have if they released on a system that more people were excited about and playing more consistently at the time.
You know what? After going through all that, I think I might have changed my mind on rumors. They can be pretty fun. From this day forward, I will only believe rumors, and if those rumors ever become facts, f**k 'em. Hey all, Scott here. It's truly an awful situation when you re-experience something you initially loved, but upon further inspection, it's just not as good as you remember it being. I'm of course talking about Eczema. Tried it again, wasn't into it. Anyways, I'm gonna replay Mario 3D Land.
3D Mario, a staple of 3D Mario games. The 3D Mario lineage is an important one. Every single game stands on its own as a monumental moment in gaming history, each one bringing with it innovations in design, control, playstyle, and just gaming in general. A new 3D Mario game was, is, and forever will be an event. They don't happen all the time, but when they do, they scared the shit out of me. They don't happen all the time. This isn't normal. Each 3D Mario is unique and special in their own way, and most people take playing through each and every one as a sign of being human. But every family has a daughter you don't dislike.
Super Mario 3D Land for the Nintendo 3DS. Yes, this is one of the best Nintendo 3DS games ever made. It saved the system from performing slightly below expectations. It successfully transitioned 3D Mario into 3D Mario. It uses the Y button. How come people don't talk about it?
Whenever 3D Mario comes up, 3D Land is very rarely thrown into the combo. Was there a statewide ban, or am I just talking to the wrong people?
Because the Sunoco cashier had nothing to say about this.
Well, that Nintendo 3DS was something special, wasn't it? Basically, a DS with a fancy new areola and a 3D screen that doesn't need glasses. Sure, I'll bite. What kind of games are on it? You sure you don't want to talk about the headphone jack? Yeah, the 3DS was struggling throughout its first year on the market with a lack of heavy-hitting titles. We got Ocarina of Time 3D, Star Fox 64 3D, and games like Pilot Wings Resort and Steel Diver, but these were remakes or such minute titles that nobody really had much of a reason to blow 250 bones on 3 terrible cameras. There was pretty much nothing too awful worthwhile to play on the handheld for that first year, but that didn't mean it didn't have promise. We knew about so many big games coming in the future. Buying a 3DS in 2011 was more of an investment, if anything. Kid Icarus, Animal Crossing, Resident Evil, Paper Mario, Mario Kart, Metal Gear, Kingdom Hearts, Smash Brothers. You may have had to play Pokemon Rumble Blast, but considering what was coming, it was worth it. Maybe. Especially since we were getting a brand new 3D Mario game for the portable. Now, this was big news. This was 2011. We were hot off the heels of Super Mario Galaxy 2 releasing in 2010. That was considered a good video game, so when they were making another video game, I think we had every right to believe it would be good. But of course, what made this special was the fact it was a 3D Mario game in your hands. Now, 2D Marios have been a constant on the Nintendo handhelds, but back in November 2010, Shigeru Miyamoto confirmed that they were not only developing a new 2D Mario for the 3DS, but a 3D one as well. To be fair, Super Mario 64 DS holds the record for first portable 3D Mario game, but it was a remake of Super Mario 64, so give it back. Formally revealed on March 2nd, 2011 at the Game Developers Conference, Super Mario for Nintendo 3DS looked exactly how you'd expect it to. I mean, hearing that they're making a new 3D Mario game and seeing these screenshots,
It is one.
it looked like a mixture of the more typical theming of Super Mario 64 with the streamlined yet out there level design of Super Mario Galaxy 2. Well, it looked quality, but where's the tail?
You may notice something that looks like a tail at the bottom on the logo.
Oh, I'm not pissed.
2011 was right when many game developers were starting to actually react to the retro boom. The internet was always going on and on about how the world was better in 1990. Remember how Super Mario Bros. 3 came out? Loads of retro game discussions consisted of how Super Mario Bros. 3 on the NES was the best Mario game of all time, and one of the core reasons often given was the awesome power-ups. And the big one at display here was Raccoon Mario, being able to whack enemies with your tail and glide and fly. Yeah, you were a raccoon, of course you could do that. Obviously, loads of nostalgia and love for Super Super Mario Bros. 3 existed and still exists, so Nintendo decided to capitalize on that by injecting a bit of Mario 3 into Mario 3D. I mean, this was awesome. Just the idea of being able to fly like he could in that old game made this one infinitely more interesting, because as it stood, there wasn't a ton to get excited about outside of it being a new 3D Mario on a handheld. So when E3 2011 came around, Nintendo had a ton of oddly shaped screens at their press conference that they finally decided to put some use to. They had these CGI animations representing the major Nintendo 3DS games they were about to go into detail about, and one of them was for Mario 3DS. Mario comes in, jumps around, and gets a power-up. I never cared for Mario, but I'm liking the new direction. This power-up ended up being the Tanuki suit. Yay! So not necessarily Raccoon Mario from Mario 3, rather Tanuki Mario from Mario 3. It was the exact same power-up, except it was more suit than severed raccoon ears. And you could turn into a statue. So not much is lost here, it's basically the same power-up. We then dive into the first trailer for Super Mario 3D, as it was called at the time, and there he is, Tanuki Mario. He can whip his tail and hover. Where's the flying? So you bring back Tanuki Mario from Mario 3 to end up just leaving out the entire point of Tanuki Mario from Mario 3? Did Nintendo just think we liked this power because it was cute? It's fucking adorable, but that's besides the point. It's really weird they make this whole game's identity surround a classic power-up returning when it can't even do the thing it was famous for doing. Other than the power-up, Mario 3D looked fantastic for a 3DS game. If you held it far away and squinted, it could probably be mistaken for Mario Galaxy. And the gameplay was interesting here. They were bringing in loads of elements from the 2D Mario games and incorporating them in a 3D Mario for the first time ever. Ending the level with a flagpole. When you get hit, you shrink down to small Mario. The way power-ups work, the stage timer. This was a very uniquely ununique Mario. There was stuff to discuss, but this trailer was far from great. I mean, they forgot to hold the run button in most of the footage, so this game looked slow. And pretty much everything here we've seen Mario do before. A few months later, the game's final title was revealed, and I don't know why they couldn't think of this sooner. I think they were panicking on what to call this thing. Super Mario 3D Land could be the title of any 3D Mario game ever released. This game's sequel, Super Mario 3D World, could have been called Super Mario 3D Land, and this one, Super Mario 3D World, and these titles are so close to Super Mario Land and Super Mario World that I constantly hear people mess up these games' titles. Super Mario Land 3D, Super Mario World 3D. Some people have just called this Super Mario Land and Super Mario World, but on top of that, some people have called this Super Mario Land and this Super Mario World. After a few more trailers, some with really odd amounts of pop-in, Super Mario 3D Land released on November 13th, 2011 here in North America to critical acclaim and PETA's fist. PETA is the organization to listen to. They love animals so much they would kill one to prove how serious they are. They saw Nintendo was releasing a new Mario game featuring an animal suit as a power-up and decided to go for the angle of this. They even made an online flash game about it all. Well, now I gotta listen to them. Obviously, this was done as a way to get attention. If you were somebody going online to discuss how absolutely ridiculous it is that PETA thinks Nintendo's promoting animal abuse, congratulations, you did exactly what PETA wanted you to do. And Mario 3 had a frog suit. Did anybody really think Nintendo was pressuring kids to think anything of that? Here's a gun, kill a frog. Super Mario 3D Land was lauded as the killer app the 3DS needed. It actually used the glasses-free 3D effectively, with many saying it completely justified the gimmick, supplanting that it is in fact not just a gimmick and can be used to enhance gameplay. Because of that, and a very necessary price drop earlier in the year, this, alongside the release of Mario Kart 7, kicked the 3DS in gear, and ever since it experienced a pretty sizable amount of success. Sure, it wasn't a runaway hit like the original Nintendo DS or Wii, but it did more than well enough to carry Nintendo throughout that generation. Mario 3D Land helped Nintendo sell a handheld that was truly its only hope during that era. The Wii was dying, the Wii U was about to release, so the Wii U was dying. The Nintendo 3DS was Nintendo's success story at the time, and without Super Mario 3D Land, it might have been a different story. So why does nobody give a shit about this game anymore?
Super Mario 3D Land is the odd one out in the 3D Mario lineage. It's not a bad game, but most of the time people talk about 64, Sunshine, Galaxy 1 and 2, and then immediately jump over to 3D World or sometimes Odyssey. Many feel that with 3D Land's successor, there's not much reason to go back to it, as 3D World is just better in most ways. If you played 3D World, you sort of already kind of played 3D Land. I mean, these are two separate games, though there's very little distinctive about this one other than it being 5 inches.
I picked this one up after netting some Christmas money in late 2011. I played through it and loved every second, and then I played it again and then again, this time 100% completing the game with no deaths. And when I say no deaths, I mean every time I was about to die, I quit out of the game and re-entered until I beat it first try. Look at that, no deaths, I did that. Alright, let's try out Super Mario 3D Land again. Never thought this would be the intro. Super Mario 3D Land starts out simple enough, just a small gameplay demo, but after a while, we enter the screen where we can control Mario and understand what makes the game tick. Now, of course, if you're not seeing this on a 3DS screen itself with the 3D turn on, you're missing out, buddy. See, cranking that 3D slider up, we get a sense of depth. Objects in the foreground are now obviously in the foreground, things in the background, yup, they're definitely back there. This demo screen features an optical illusion, where in 2D mode, you have more questions than answers. In 3D mode, you have more answers than questions. Moving in a specific location shows how the illusion works if you're only playing in 2D, which many of us definitely did. With the 3D effect being really picky, you had to hold it in just the right spot to get the effect to work properly. In a couple 3DS models, excluding the 3D feature entirely, Mario 3D Land still works perfectly fine in 2D, but you'll always have that faint feeling you're missing something. Starting up a new file, Super Mario 3D Land has a tree. And a lot of it. I guess this is giving story context as to why there are now Tanuki leaves all over the place, because that was my biggest concern when this game was announced.
How is that Bowser's doing? It was a rainy night. It's like if I saw a fire. Oh, I know this exact arsonist. I can tell by his signature flames.
But, breaking news, that isn't the only problem on the block. Bowser took Peach.
And leaves.
At least he left a note. That scared Mario so much he went to a world map. I love this little detail of Mario anxiously running in place. It only happens here in the beginning, and that's why I like it. Hopping into World 1-1, I'm shocked. So, it's Mario. 2D Mario to be exact. Imagine a new Super Mario Bros. Game where you can move in a 3D space. 3D Mario games up to this point were pretty different from 2D Marios in terms of the core design. You'd have multiple missions within a single level. Some games were more linear than others with specific ends to the levels, whereas some were more open-ended and about exploration. 3D Land is as linear could be. You have a start to the level, get to the end of the level. There are no branching paths or much to do exploration-wise. It's all about getting over this. That's not a bad thing. In fact, this does wonders for covering up that giant gash between 2D Mario and 3D Mario. These two things were pretty different, but 3D Land is if a 2D Mario was a 3D Mario. Most of the controls are just like they are in the 2D games, but we do have some extra moves from the 3D ones, like the long jump. But overall, 3D Land, in my opinion, has far more in common with 2D Mario than with 3D Mario. Again, not a bad thing, but it just makes it sort of underwhelming. Like, yup, it's 2D Mario in 3D. They did it well, good for them. It's pretty cool considering this is what Super Mario 64 was originally envisioned as. Tons of levels just like the 2D Mario games, a flagpole at the end, but it had to be reworked due to hardware limitations, so we got multiple missions to do in fewer, larger levels. In this way, 3D Land is like the game God never wanted us to see. But this time, we've got stereoscopic 3D without the need for glasses. I should have never gotten prescription lenses. This entire game was designed around the 3D, how the camera angles are fixed, the perspective of it all, the controls, everything was crafted to make it so the game was enhanced by the 3D effect. Now, jumping feels more precise. You know exactly where you're landing with that slider up. It's never 100% necessary, but I do feel playing the game in 2D, I miss my jumps a tad more than in 3D. You can also change whether or not the 3D pops out or sinks in by hitting up or down on the D-pad. Come on, 3D is way more pizzazzy when it's popping out. When it sinks in, I feel like I'm looking at a goldfish. So, well, yes, I agree the 3D does enhance the gameplay. It doesn't enhance it nearly as much as impressions back in 2011 made me believe. The way people were talking about this game sounded like every game from this point forward will have to be in glasses-free 3D. Super Mario 3D Land has started a revolution. Like, no. This is one of the few 3DS games that truly benefits from leaving that slider on. In most games, it's a nice effect, but not much more than that. In 3D Land, it's a nice effect that slightly benefits the player by turning it on, but not much more than that. These 3D illusion rooms appear every now and then, same idea as that demo screen. These are kind of cool. I guess they do the best job of immediately showcasing how 3D is beneficial, but I feel like these were designed in a way where they wanted to push a gimmick by creating a problem that wouldn't be there normally, and that problem is solved by said gimmick. Like, oh, you don't know where these coins are in perspective to you? Crank that 3D slider up, see? Like, no, nobody thought, oh my god, they finally solved the coin problem. The rest of the game, these perspective issues aren't an issue. The 3D is sort of cool here, but it's a total and utter gimmick. It's like in Star Fox Zero, where you use the Wii U gamepad to aim. You have to look between the gamepad and the TV screen, and it's difficult to get used to, but people who did get used to it liked it a lot. They were like, aiming works really well this way. It also worked perfectly in Star Fox 64. They just created a problem with Star Fox Zero to then solve it with their gimmick. And they didn't even solve it. Well, the 3D works pretty well in Mario 3D Land. It's just not that necessary. It does benefit you to leave it on, but I've played most of the game in 2D, no problem. May have missed a few jumps here and there, but I can always shrug it off. But that was the big thing everybody lauded about this game, the implementation of 3D. What else does it have going for it?
existence?
This is one of the most basic Mario experiences you could ask for. At least with the new Super Mario Bros. Games, I mean, a basic Mario experience is what I expect. The title New Super Mario Bros. Basically says that. But this is a 3D Mario game. To be fair, the title of Super Mario 3D Land kinda says basic Mario experience as well. However, when I lay out all the 3D Marios, this one has the least original about it, no doubt. 8 worlds, you go through each level, collect 3 star medals placed in each if you want. You need a certain amount to progress through the game, beat the boss at the end of the world, get a cute cutscene where Mario gets a letter showing the status of Peach, rinse and repeat. The level designs are good, but completely unmemorable. There isn't a single one where I get excited to replay it. Maybe the clock one, but that's it. Pretty much each of these levels has a theme we've seen done to death by Mario before. Oh shit, grass, snow, colors. Now at the very least, each world doesn't have a theme where every level in World 1 is grass themed, every level in World 2 is desert themed. No, the themes are completely random, and I kinda like that. Variety is fun, it keeps things fresh. And again, the levels are well designed, they work great, they look wonderful on the 3DS. The entire game oozes quality. Like, this looks lovely, but it's all stuff we've seen before, and the stages are really short and really easy. There's an infinite one-up trick you can find in the second level. There's nothing wrong with easy games, but Mario 3D Land is so easy that it almost feels mindless. The levels just aren't too interesting from a design perspective. There's not really anywhere I get excited to play it. I'm just like, oh sweet, more shit for my thumb to do. Even the music is mostly just reused or remixed from previous games. The main power-up at play here is just taken from Mario 3, and you can't even fly. Sure, flying in these stages wouldn't work, so why bring back this power-up? Why not create a brand new one? You can't even turn into a statue in its basic form. Now, you can find a variant where you do turn into a statue by performing a ground pound. Thanks. The boomerang flower appears as a new power-up, and it's just a worse version of the fire flower. Thanks. If you die a lot, you get the invincibility leaf. It's the Tanuki suit, but you're invincible. Thanks. And then if you die a lot, you get the P-Wing, where it just completes the level for you. Great feature. There is the propeller box, which isn't technically a power-up, more of a box you can wear. It's pretty much the propeller suit from New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Moving on. I mean, I always just want the Tanuki suit 100%. It's the best power-up in this game. But again, you bring back this power-up to just gut it of what made it great in the first place. At least there are a decent amount of new enemies, like Tail Bowser, that's his name. Many enemies now have Tanuki tails. Again, I think Nintendo got the wrong idea as to what we liked about the Tanuki suit. Well, it looked quality, but where's the tail?
I've matured since.
Nintendo was throwing this tail on so many things in the Mario universe around this time. Like, oh, well, people love the Tanuki suit for the tail. But we do get these guys, this guy, those guys. There's some fun new designs in here. But they also put a tail on a block. That's a new enemy. Look at this list of characters. Pump the brakes! There are these cutouts of enemies that are supposed to trick you. It's an illusion where you can tell what's a real enemy and what's a fake enemy if you have the 3D on. And I never mistook a cutout of an enemy for a real enemy. I don't know who they were fooling here. We have toad houses to visit every now and then where they give us some power-ups. Honestly, what I like about these is the camera angle when entering the house. This feels like a regular 3D Mario game. And this whole thing just feels cool to run around. It reminds me of the camera angles from the original screenshots at GDC. Like, these make the game look way more involved than it turned out to be. The fixed camera angle works really well here, but makes the game feel so sterile. Like, yup. This is all there is to see. There are these mystery rooms you can enter on the world map or in a level itself where you get this tiny challenge you have to complete under a time limit. Fine. Like, most of these challenges are crazy easy, so they're not the most engaging in the world. Boss fights! They brought back Boom Boom from Mario 3 alongside his brand new female counterpart Pom Pom, but they're the only bosses besides Bowser, so you refight these guys a couple times alongside refighting Bowser a couple times. At least the final Bowser fight is pretty neat. It's this giant crumbling landscape, and he throws barrels like Donkey Kong. This is regular Bowser we're talking here, not Tail Bowser. And when those credits finally roll after 3 hours of playing from start to finish, Jesus Christ, this was a short and easy game. It's time to reflect on what I just played. It was okay. But then something magical happens. The game doubles in length. We get 8 special worlds. I think that's just awesome. Many Mario games only give you a couple of these, but Mario 3D Land effectively gives you 2 times the stages. That's so cool. This is where we get the statue leaf. The poison mushroom makes an appearance every now and then. These are remixed stages, levels from the regular 8 worlds, revamped to be a bit harder. Some of them are pretty lazy. They just kind of barf cosmic clones in them where they mimic your every move and touching them hurts you. But hey, you unlock Luigi as a playable character after beating the first special world. He doesn't turn into Tanuki Luigi, he turns into Kitsune Kitsune Luigi, because Luigi can't be a Tanuki. Are you fucking serious? And then beating every stage as Mario and Luigi, collecting every star medal, and getting to the top of every flagpole unlocks one final, brutally difficult, tough as nails level. I beat it in one try. See, Super Mario 3D Land's ideal of brutally difficult is on par with a Sensei.
Oh, that is Super Mario 3D Land, or as many others call it, Mario Land Super 3D. I know I just dogged on this game, but I loved this thing. I replayed it constantly. It was always sort of my safe bet game. If I didn't know what to play, but I knew for a fact I wouldn't be starting Max Payne 3, I would just replay Mario 3D Land again. This is a good game, but critically looking at it right now, it's really basic. I feel like I've become less accepting of the status quo for a Mario game, which this is very much that. It for sure gave a massive push to the 3DS, not only showing how 3D can enhance a game, but also using the gyroscope. Save the 3DS. Mario 3D Land was kind of my junk food game. There wasn't a ton of substance, but it was a great time killer. The stages being so quick and easy made them perfect for a handheld. And while the game itself doesn't have a lot of personality to truly make it stick out compared to the other 3D Marios, what it did well, it did well. So I think that answers the question. Why isn't this talked about as much? There's not much to say about it. It's a new Super Mario Bros. Game in 3D. It honestly makes more sense to talk about 3D Land alongside New Super Mario Bros. Than Super Mario Sunshine. Oh my god, I said something wild, didn't I? I should shield my eyes from such statements. I didn't have sunglasses, so I spray painted my lenses black. Hey y'all, Scott here. I have hobbies. I'm only human. I like talking harshly about Mario Kart 7, being somewhat critical of Mario Kart 7, negatively speaking about Mario Kart 7, hiking, despising Mario Kart 7.
So Mario Kart and the number 7 walk into a bar.
What did you think would happen?
The Mario Kart series was always a massive success, but it wasn't until the DS and Wii incarnations that it truly reached worldwide phenomenon status. It seems like nearly everybody played one or the other or both. With sales numbers like these, you could walk up to anybody on the street and ask, why the fuck was Rob in Mario Kart DS? That's not to downplay the success of previous titles, but these hit the big time, and after the release of Mario Kart Wii, it was inevitable that whatever Mario Kart would follow would also do phenomenally well. This was no longer a series that Nintendo wanted to put out on each of their platforms. This was one they had to. But that's just the thing. We were 6 mainline Mario Karts in, but really, who was counting? This title's making a lot more sense now. What could Nintendo do for the 7th mainline Mario Kart game to not only get people excited, but also sell them on their shiny new handheld, the Nintendo 3DS? Well, Nintendo did the unthinkable. They made a new Mario Kart game. This is Mario Kart 7, a great title, no doubt, but one I have felt so little desire to go back to throughout the years. It's in this weird space where it's functionally sound, it controls well, it's still incredibly enjoyable. But everything it added to the series that were once unique to it either were so whatever, or they actually became mainstay elements from there on out, and because of that, I would consistently ask myself, why would I ever play this game again?
Well, that's a testament to how good this game truly was at the time. It introduced so many new features that became mainstay elements of the series from that point forward. But outside of those few new features, this game just doesn't really have a core identity of its own in terms of how it feels, how it sounds, how it looks. This is a game that, in my opinion, felt like just another Mario Kart more so than any other entry in the series. I'm sorry I had to say that. I really hope any future employer doesn't look that quote up.
I mean, just look at the cover art. It just feels like more of the same from DS and Wii. They just looked at these games, said, alright, this works, third time's the charm. That's sort of indicative of my problem with Mario Kart 7, but we'll get to that when we get to that. First off, we must visit the year 2010. Such a fun year, so much happened. Mario Kart 7 got announced. The Nintendo 3DS was fully unveiled at E3 alongside some early peeks at games in development. Basically just quick glimpses of titles to come. Most didn't have a final name yet, it was mainly stuff like Paper Mario 3DS and Animal Crossing 3DS. But right alongside those titles was Mario Kart 3DS, Mario Kart 7's maiden name. The game was only a few months into development at this point, but a core feature some journalists noted at the event was that the game featured glaring. Remember when I said 7 introduced features that I couldn't imagine the franchise without? Not much else was really there. It was just a smooth Mario Kart demo in glasses-free 3D thanks to the 3DS screen, but other than that, it wasn't much to write home about. In the background, development was going a bit slower than many would have expected. Only a handful of people were actively working on the game, while others who would have if they had time were busy going to town on Nintendogs plus Cats, also also known as priorities. So around December of 2010, Nintendo enlisted the help of Retro Studios to assist in the game. They just finished up Donkey Kong Country Returns, they were obviously the most qualified for Mario Kart, so they had to help out Nintendo with developing a Donkey Kong themed track for the game.
Because God forbid Nintendo does it themselves.
And they were to develop the retro tracks in the game. I feel like they were only picked because of their name. Now, Retro is one of Nintendo's best subsidiaries, responsible for Metroid Prime and the modern Donkey Kong Country titles. I was surprised when it was revealed they helped out with this game because I don't automatically equate the creators of this to this. Hey, it's whatever, I ate it up. E3 2011 came around, and so did a new trailer for Mario Kart 3DS confirming a holiday release and the 3 major gimmicks of the game: gliding, underwater tracks, and kart customization. Kart customization in this trailer boiled down to, you can get big wheels now. Gliding and underwater sections seem to be interesting ways to spice up the track design, and the game itself looked pretty alright. Kind of a mix between Mario Kart DS and Wii in terms of graphical quality. But we still didn't have an official name for it yet. Nintendo kept referring to it as just Mario Kart or Mario Kart 3DS. Oh, just you wait, because a quick 2 months after E3, the final title was revealed, I think. I was expecting it to just be called Mario Kart 3DS or Mario Kart 3D. Keep in mind, Mario Kart names have never been good. Most actually were just named after the system they were on, so it was a bit of a shocker to see them whip out math on us. So if I had to guess why they did this, I'd say it's because calling it Mario Kart 3DS or Mario Kart 3D may have made it seem like a re-release or remake of Mario Kart DS or any other previous Mario Kart, but in 3D this time. It's strange that this was where they drew the line and started numbering the games, but hey, it's hard to get confused by this title. It's just, I worry that some consumers refuse to play this on the basis they never played Mario Kart 2 through 6. There was a temporary logo used for a few months that I kinda like more than the final one. A few more trailers released showcasing new items, courses, and characters until Mario Kart 7 finally released on December 4th, 2011. The Nintendo 3DS had a pretty rough start after it launched earlier that year in March, but thanks to a price cut in Mario Kart 7 and Super Mario 3D Land releasing that holiday, it experienced a little something I like to call success. 3D Land was generally considered the more innovative game, I guess, while Mario Kart was more of a safe bet. You knew exactly what you were getting into with this one. But if it wasn't for these two games, we'd all still be alive. They're video games, not Shelter.
So that's the history of the world from 2010 to 2011, i.e. Mario Kart 7's build up to release. I wasn't super excited for this, I just had feelings of, oh great, I can play Mario Kart on my 3DS when this comes out, and not much more than that. I may have just had fatigue from the series at the time. It just felt like, this is Mario Kart and it will be good. But keep in mind, Mario Kart Wii was only 3 years old and we were not on the best of terms, so I sold it to pay for 7, and here we are with me going back to Mario Kart Wii saying I'm sorry and realizing it was actually pretty good after not playing 7 for over 6 years.
I picked this game up fairly quickly after launch. I played it, I enjoyed it, I have nothing else to say. Well, let's see why I have nothing else to say. This is Mario Kart 7.
Mario Kart 7!
Who would have thought this would be the game's title screen? Moving into single player. This is exactly what I was expecting. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? 7 feels so been there, done that. Like, look at all the new modes. There are none. On top of that, the presentation is just so sterile. It looks fine, but it has none of its own personality. That may sound like an odd argument to make for a Mario Kart game, but looking back at each game in the series, while many are incredibly similar, each one has at least a few things that give them their own unique flair. And first impressions of 7, it doesn't really have that. In fact, the menu music here is nearly identical to Mario Kart Wii's. Moving on to characters, now I've already unlocked all of them here, which means hell yeah, I don't have to waste time unlocking characters in Mario Kart 7. What am I gonna do with all this free time? Not unlock characters in Mario Kart 7. The stuff you had to do to unlock these characters wasn't anything dreadful like it was with Mario Kart Wii, for example. Unlocking all characters in that game is some people's major. Here it's as simple as winning a cup in 150cc. Each one will unlock a specific character, and beating all of them in any difficulty nets you a me. Okay, thank you. That's much easier. But it's a little lame. I kinda want there to be a balance between f this fucking shit, fuck, and this is a little too easy. Like, have me do a bit more than just beat all the cups. Give me a reason to play through the other modes, beat a few time trials, that sort of thing. Well, onto the roster. We have that lovable cast we've all come to know and love over the past 20 odd years. The characters that make Mario Kart, Mario Kart. There's a lot of fucking B's in this one. Alright, we have the mainstays here. Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, Peach, Bowser, Donkey Kong, Toad, Koopa Troopa, Daisy, Wario, Rosalina, the me. It's a very cozy police lineup. But then we have the newcomers. Shy Guy makes his debut as just a straight up playable character. You You could use him when playing multiplayer in Mario Kart DS with friends who didn't own the game, but here, if you paid for Mario Kart 7, you get the right to Shy Guy. Lakitu, the character who is fundamentally the flag girl of Mario Kart, makes his playable debut, which I like. It's cool to see him actually playable after being a staple in the series for so long. Metal Mario, you know, Metal Mario, Metal Mario. It's Mario made of metal, making his debut in Super Mario 64 as a power-up. Here he's portrayed as some sort of robotic version of Mario, which is strange. This may be a reference to Metal Mario in the Smash Bros. Series, where he's an opponent near the end of some single-player modes. Or Mario Golf, I don't fucking know. This is a case of Metal Mario is technically a Mario character and all we have to do is take Mario and make him gray. I'll give them a pass this one time, but they better clean up their act for the next game. I shouldn't have said that. Wiggler! Ever wanted to drive as a caterpillar?
Don't lie.
I'm cool with Wiggler here. This is a dumb addition, I like it. And this one hits home for me. To all the Mario Galaxy fans out there, it finally happened. Giant B. Honey Queen is our final character, and my god, why? Out of all Mario characters who haven't been in Mario Kart, hell, Mario Galaxy characters, why this one? That's like if I had to make a racing game based on my life and for the final playable character, I picked this tree that's 20 feet away from me. I mean, sure, this doesn't offend me. I just have more questions than answers at this point. And that goes for the entire roster as a whole. They did the unthinkable.
Wario unlockable?
Plus, there are a few characters that didn't come back, like Waluigi. Waluigi Pinball from Mario Kart DS returns, but not him. So I remember hearing this thing where the developers said Waluigi wasn't included because he was too creepy. What are you talking about? But now looking into it, apparently it was simply due to time constraints. I mean, I don't need Waluigi, he's not Shelter. But that still doesn't explain the oddball roster we have here. I'll give it some slack. Handheld Mario Karts generally don't have a ginormous list of playable characters, but the playable characters they picked this time around were very questionable. Oh, I have nothing better to do, so might as well hit next. On to the vehicle customization, something I was really interested in. You can change up your kart's body, wheels, and glider, that's it. It's cool we have a lot more options now, but sadly, I don't feel like this is as great as I wanted it to be when it was revealed. Like, yeah, it's kind of fun to mix and match everything up, but overall, when I look back at something like Mario Kart Wii, that was a lot simpler. It was just pick a cart, go. Here, I have to meticulously pick out what kind of wheels I want, when to be honest, it really doesn't matter. The main thing I think most will change up consistently is the kart's body. The wheels and glider, and when you find one you like, you just stick to that forever. Customization here doesn't make me feel more connected to the kart I create. The only time I can truly feel like, oh yeah, I made this monstrosity, is when I put big wheels on it. This is fundamentally the only time I ever feel like I made this. It's weird they didn't bring back the emblem creator from Mario Kart DS. That would have fit perfectly with being able to put together your own vehicle. Customization's a cool idea, and it's fine, it works. I just don't feel an overwhelming sense of freedom or uniqueness with the kart I put together. I end up looking back at the simpler times and realizing this isn't much different or better. Well, let's hop into the first cup. And
It's f***ing Mario Kart again!
this is one of the most Mario Kart feeling Mario Karts I've ever played. There's really no surprises here. It's not like the older ones where you go back to them and go, wow, this controls a lot differently compared to the newer ones. Mario Kart 7 feels exactly how you'd expect it to. It runs great, and in my opinion, it looks sharper than Wii did. Sure, the character models may be kind of blocky, but it's still 4 score and 7 leagues better than DS. Speaking of DS, we have the return of the map on the bottom screen. It really does feel like the best of DS and Wii in terms of looks and features. But with the core racing, 7 introduces gliding and underwater racing, which I think are fine new additions. You don't have to think about them at all. If you drive up to a ramp that you can glide off of, your glider automatically appears, and now you can weasel your way through the air. Underwater isn't all too much different from normal racing, just obviously things are slower and physics are more floaty. However, it's really interesting to me that what used to be considered a no-no throughout the entirety of Mario Kart, that being these giant craters of water, are now considered integral parts of the track. You want to go through these now. Even the returning older tracks that considered water out-of-bounds areas have been updated to make them traversable now. Both of these elements help deliver more uniquely designed tracks and keeps you on your toes to the point where it's sorta hard to imagine Mario Kart without them. But I've been really trying to be more shallow lately, so f these things, I'm only here for the 3D effect. Crank that slider up and experience vision impairment you won't regret. The 3D looks great in this game, giving the courses so much more depth and liveliness. However, it in absolutely no way enhances your gameplay. You don't gain anything for turning the 3D on or off. It's just a good effect that has no bearing on gameplay. But what if you wanted it to? You ever look at all the buttons on the 3DS and wonder, what's this one for? Let's hit up and find out. Oh my god! So this is what a BC's driving. Mario Kart 7 features a first-person view option alongside motion controls. Hit up and you can twist and turn your system to steer.
It's an option.
But see, I've used a steering wheel or two in my day, and this just doesn't cut it. I'm no idiot. This doesn't feel like driving. They've thought of everything. An officially licensed Mario Kart 7 wheel for the original 3DS. Do my eyes deceive me?
I'd be concerned if they did.
It is a shell to pop your 3DS into so you can get more comfortable wheel action. This is obviously trying to cash in on the Wii wheel craze that happened with Mario Kart Wii, except with that game, it felt like a natural steering wheel. Here, it feels like a 3DS. Doesn't do much for me in Mario Kart, works pretty well in Brain Age 2. Item-wise, this game has it all. It has no fake item box. Yeah, the item roster in this one feels a bit more stripped down than usual. No fake item box, none of the new additions to Mario Kart Wii return, but hey, we have 3 new items here, starting off with the Super Leaf. 2011 was a big tail-heavy year. 7 released nearby to Super Mario 3D Land, where that game's primary innovation was pandering. It brought back the Super Leaf from Mario 3, so of course Mario Kart got infected with it. Your cart grows a tail.
Finally.
You have the power up for what feels like 30 seconds and just keep spamming the button to spin it. You can deflect projectiles, hit other racers. In theory, it's a nice power up, but I always feel like I get it at the worst times when it's pretty much completely useless. Yes, I'm all by myself and have nothing to do but go on this straight away. Thank God I have a tail to keep me company. You can use it while gliding to keep yourself in the air for a bit, but even you can come up with positives for Satan. I like the color red, and the tail keeps you in the air longer. Doesn't mean I like either one of these. The Fire Flower. Honestly, it's surprising this hadn't become an item before this. And now, technically, Fireballs were Mario and Luigi's special item in Double Dash, but here, we're a Fire Flower family. You get to spout out as many fireballs as you can over a short period of time. It's a nice alternative to an item like the triple shells. Here you get faster ammo and more of it at that, but they're less predictable as to where they'll go, and they're smaller overall. Not an amazing new item, but a worthwhile addition. And finally, the Lucky 7, and no, it isn't an item you get when you're in 7th place.
Way to rub it in.
This gives you 7 items at your disposal, and you can activate all of them. Just be careful nobody runs into any of them while they're circling around you. See, this is an item that makes you just feel ungodly powerful, but it's difficult to use strategically. I just feel like I have to get rid of all my items immediately, and because of that, I don't ever feel that lucky to get it. I'm just like, alright. The item balancing this time around is alright. It's just kind of boring. It just feels like I get nothing but tails and mushrooms. Nothing like a fun evening in Mario Kart 7 getting tails and mushrooms and like 3 blue shells hit me per race. Oh my god.
Overall, I'd say the items in 7 were pretty underwhelming. However, it turns out that movement I was a part of in 2011 actually accomplished something. I don't even care about the coins, I just had a free year.
No matter how often they leave, they always find a way back. Coins make their triumphant return. Originally in the series, you'd want to collect them on the track to hit top speed. If you got hit, you'd lose some of them, and here, it's the exact same. Go a bit faster by collecting the coins, lose them when you get hit. It's the circle of life, and here, the more coins you collect gets you new cart parts to unlock. I wish they had like a little shop to spend your coins, because as it is here, you get new cart parts when you hit certain milestones, like, oh, you have 2,000 coins, here you go. I just don't feel that engaged with unlocking cart parts. Well, onto the tracks. First up, we have Toad Circuit. It's exactly what you think it is. Daisy Hills, a very pleasant track with windmills and hot air balloons. It has it all. Cheep Cheep Lagoon, mostly taking place underwater. A wonderful course to realize, wow, gliding is way more fun than this. Shy Guy Bazaar, I like this one. The theme is great, and taking place at night makes it stand out quite well. Moving on to the Flower Cup, Woohoo Loop, a track based on Woohoo Island from Wii Sports Resort. Yes, Nintendo's excuse for not making a new character or franchises for years. Their response, what are you talking about? We made a new character, Woohoo Island. It's somewhat odd to have this here, but it makes for a fun track. And it's one of the first times a Mario Kart course doesn't feature laps, rather it's one long track split into 3 sections. Woohoo Island was legitimately fun to explore and resort. Just as a Mario Kart track, I think its personality is undermined by a lot of the more out there courses, though it's still a fun time. Mario Circuit, you can go in the castle. How do they get work done in here with a driveway inside? Music Park is definitely the star of the show here. Driving on musical instruments that play music when you're on them, this giant section where you're gliding and avoiding proof that God doesn't exist 2011. Rock Mountain. This one's cool because it literally feels like an adventure. There's this section where you're gliding down from crazy high up and you have this sense of freedom you don't usually feel in a Mario Kart track. Then climbing up with boulders coming down, it's nothing crazy, but a cool one. Star Cup Piranha Plant Slide. Ever wonder what sewers look like? Well, you're welcome. Wario Shipyard. Weirdly, one of the more forgettable tracks for me, which is odd considering the theme of a sunken pirate ship is amazing, yet I keep forgetting this one was here. Neo Bowser City. It's a rainy city, good for it. Maka Woohoo. Woohoo Island's back, and this one is also 3 sections instead of laps and takes place during a sunset. I don't remember many differences between these two. Finally, the Special Cup. DK Jungle was the track Nintendo just couldn't do themselves. Retro helped out with it as it's based on Donkey Kong Country Returns, and honestly, I'm happy they did. This feels straight out of that game, and it's a blast to traverse. Rosalina's Ice World. It happened, didn't it? It's a nice track, that's what it is, and it's Rosalina's alright. Bowser's Castle. This is a pretty flaccid Bowser's Castle. Nothing memorable really, it's just kind of there. And finally, of course, we have Rainbow Road, split into 3 sections like the Woohoo tracks. This is easily one of the best Rainbow Roads of all time. You explore space as a whole, going on planets, the moon. It's easily the most distinct and one of the best in the entire series. Overall, not a bad track selection. I'd say 7 has some very high highs, but also some very forgettable lows. No bad tracks really, but God, sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat remembering how much I forget Rosalina's Ice World. The retro courses this time around are alright as well. Most are welcome comebacks, and it's cool to see these tracks updated to take advantage of gliding and underwater sections. Well, when there's no more tracks to play, we gotta head over to the other modes. Okay, I guess this one. Battle mode, we have Balloon Battle and Coin Runners. They're just okay. At least this time we can very easily change the settings if we want teams, CPUs, all that. I'm bummed that we can't alter the time limit though. Whether that means removing it entirely or extending it at all, it's always locked at 2 minutes. The battle arenas are alright, 3 new, 3 old. Although the core one I always remember playing on was Honeybee Hive. Literally no other courses existed whenever I played online. It would always pick the B one. This game is so pro B it hurts. Speaking of online, it's here. It works. That's really all there is to it. It's pretty much the same as Mario Kart Wii's online, even having the same globe spinning in the background. You vote for a track, it'll randomly pick one, you play it, moving on. Mario Kart's always been Nintendo's gold standard for online multiplayer. This was like the one game they did online well in, and in Mario Kart 7 it works as well as you'd want it to. The Mario Kart channel from Wii returns here. This time you can just access it all from the menu rather than having to install it on your system, and it's just a way to alter online settings, view stats, race against others' time trials. 7 was actually pretty big for Nintendo in terms of the term "the future is now." They actually had to update the game because some tracks featured unaccounted for exploits that allowed users to finish them in record times. Yes, the only reason they ever updated the game wasn't for adding new courses or modes, it was because some people were having just too much fun with it.
It's a good game. Just like any other Mario Kart, it's fun, and this one is obviously better than many others in the franchise. But I felt this one had less to it. The mission mode from DS didn't return, neither did bikes from Mario Kart Wii. The customization isn't super crazy in depth. You can't even play versus races, where you can select any track to play on with CPUs. Only time trials are in this one. Sure, gliding and underwater racing are great new additions that help the track design be more interesting. The trick system from Wii returns, and thankfully all you have to do this time is hit the same button as your drift to pull them off. This game is a mishmash of good new additions, lame new additions, and baffling exclusions. But in the end, Mario Kart 7 to me just feels like more of the same. So much of its identity to me is basically it feeling like Mario Kart Wii on the go. But hey, don't take my word for it. Dear God, don't. It's probably wrong. So, tell me where it all began.
Alright. So, tell me where it all began.
Alright.
Oh, you're that guy!
The one and only.
I was your therapist!
You're more delusional than I thought.
You were my patient that wouldn't stop talking about virginity!
And not being your patient.
You played that mammal game with the toys?
I would remember if that happened. It's on my bucket list.
The tennis thing with Big Luigi?
If that game doesn't exist, it would be on the news.
And you're about to talk about something else, and that's what I called it!
See, this is where your story falls flat. It's really unlike me to talk about 3 things.
You freaked me out, man. The fact you gave a shit about 3 different games scared me. Who knows what you're capable of giving a shit about?
Let me get this straight. You believe I, who answered a 1 ad in the paper for therapists, used to have you as a therapist, and you went insane after therapy sessions with you about 3 games caused you to question faith.
That's my obituary.
Okay, well, I can't help you until I know what the 3rd game is going to be.
Why?
It sounds like a good thing to add in my book, My Patient's Personal Stories and I.
I don't know. You didn't talk about it. It was a game.
Wait, I remember a game. You were a therapist!
I tried to be a news anchor, but I wasn't cut out. So I became a therapist, yeah.
And I was your patient, and I had to go to you because I played 3 Nintendo games from 2015 that were so bad I had to seek therapy.
Well, what was the 3rd game? What happened when you played the 3rd game?
After I get therapy for playing all 3 of these games, I'm going to suppress everything, forget who I am, and become a therapist. And here we are today.
So it's just a 2D game about a robot!
A bad 2D game about a robot.
Those exist?
Not until 2015 they didn't.
Listen, can you just get over this trauma so I can enjoy my therapy in peace?
No, you need to get over your trauma.
I need therapy, alright? And you're gonna give me advice on how to improve my mental health, and you're gonna like it!
You were a therapist. Don't you give yourself therapy?
My mirror's in the shop!
You don't know what I go through every day. How do you expect me to give you secret therapy when we didn't even finish our original session?
You know, I'll tell you what. If I finish your session, will we do my therapy?
You know there are millions of customer support websites that would love to hear your personal problems.
You need to finish what you started. We need to end this now. I have dinner tonight with my family, and I gotta finish this before then, so I don't show up insane.
Okay, fine. Let's go to where it all began.
Nice place. Is this your couch?
Yeah. Okay, this place, so. You ever take a shit?
Oh yeah, big fan.
Cool, so you know what this place is. This is the bathroom.
Know what's always there?
Well, on the off chance I need to restock, no, but I keep these here as a hobby. I like to curate them. This game blows. This game blows.
Oh.
Game
Oh my
blows.
god, it's worse than I thought.
This game blows. I really should have reconsidered installing that.
You know, I may have left the force a while ago, but when it comes to makeshift therapy offices, I still got it.
I've seen better.
So, tell me where it all went wrong.
Well,
This game is worse than I thought.
Chibi Robo Ziplash is a stupid fucking fuck shit.
You know, that sounds about right, but something just doesn't seem right.
oh, hey, Scott here.
Now this is therapy!
Back in 275 BC, Euclid did us all a solid and discovered the third dimension, and it only took until 2015 for Chibi Robo to piss all over that. Chibi Robo Ziplash. Over the years, I've been harsh to this game, calling it such names as bad. You may say, Scott, it's just an opinion. I'll respond with, I don't know, the fact detector says otherwise. I don't like this game. If it came to my funeral, I'd be pissed I died in the first place. Of course, what makes it so bad?
Say, and
Well, we should go all the way back to the early 2000s. A great time. This didn't exist yet. The developer known as Skip Limited were widely known for being unknown. They've made quite a few titles in their day, but none of them particularly did all too well. Most people have never even heard of any of the games they've worked on, but they still have a devoted fan base. There's truly nothing else like a Skip game. They have such distinct art styles and humor, it's hard not to appreciate their creativity. Games like Gift-Pia on the GameCube, Captain Rainbow on the Wii, only Skip could have made these. And it's a shame barely anybody outside of Japan could experience them as they weren't localized. They created the art style games on WiiWare and DSiWare, the game LOL for the DS, their LinkedIn is doing just fine, don't worry. But the thing they're most well known for, undoubtedly, is Chibi Robo. And people still don't know what this fucking thing is. Here we have a developer who works with Nintendo pretty much exclusively. They've published all of their games except LOL.
take a chance for once.
And most of their biggest games never left Japan, didn't even do well in Japan to begin with, and their mascot franchise, which got 6 releases, still isn't actively known by anybody outside of this room.
Wait, do I know what it is?
Are you lonely?
No.
Then no.
Isn't that weird? A developer that makes this many games with Nintendo, the biggest name in all of words, and if I called the police saying, I was robbed, they took my Nintendo game developed by Skip, they'd go, who? Well, Skip is most known for Chibi Robo. Announced in 2003, it was initially far different from the final product. It was a point-and-click adventure game to be published by Bandai. You had to tell that Chibi Robo where to go and what to do. He was a tiny little robot exploring the home of an inventor, and like all good games with this premise, it was shelved. However, Shigeru Miyamoto of Nintendo got a good look at this game and expressed fondness of the character of Chibi Robo. This is where the company stepped in and decided to publish the game instead of Bandai. Miyamoto joined as a producer and helped shape the game into the final product we have today, which released for the Nintendo GameCube in 2005 for Japan and 2006 for the rest of the world. Chibi Robo, plug-into adventure, transformed from a point-and-click into a flat-out adventure game. You directly control Chibi Robo exploring a family's house instead of an inventor's. The family bought their own Chibi Robo helper robot. That's me! Roaming around a standard house as a normal-sized human? Boo. As a robot the size of a quarter? It's a dream come true! It's really cool to run around a typical family home, but from the perspective of a rat. Just climbing up furniture is like climbing up a mountain in a regular video game. It's a fun concept, and that's not the only thing Chibi Robo had going for it. This game is weird and different, and that's what I like about it. The humor and style is so it. You meet so many crazy characters, and the gameplay mechanics of having to find an outlet to plug in to recharge and trying to make the humans who bought you happy by accomplishing tasks and gaining happy points. This is a solid game that has that Nintendo charm. It sold horribly. I mean, this released pretty late in the GameCube's life. By the time Chibi Robo came out, I don't think many people were interested in taking a risk on a character that's plug-based on a system nobody had. It's a shame because Chibi Robo as a character has a similar level of charm as any of the other cutesy Nintendo mascots. If they just gave him a chance to succeed, he could live on for quite a long time.
Wanna know what happened? Already got tickets to the funeral.
E3 2006, Chibi Robo Bark Patrol was announced for the Nintendo DS. How the hell did that happen? How do you make a GameCube game that does poorly and Nintendo goes, "F it, here's 5 more games"? A sequel this soon and on the DS. It was surprising, but hey, this game was coming out pretty early on in the DS's life. It was on a much more popular system. I think Chibi Robo may have a chance to do well here. Side note, I love how I hold this box. I always hold it like this, but my other hand deserves some spotlight. Welp! Here in North America, Bark Patrol was only available at Walmart. See, that's great. I couldn't think of a better store to sell a Chibi Robo game. There are 2 types of Americans, people who shop at Walmart and Chibi Robo fans. There's not much overlap. This seemed like a last-minute decision Nintendo of America made, as just about a month before the game released, GameStop was still taking pre-orders. I feel they just immediately had a bad feeling about this game and made a deal with Walmart, and they probably jumped at the idea of having the exclusive rights to a Nintendo-published DS game, the hottest console out there, and then they found out it was Chibi Robo.
Great.
I think GameStop would have made more sense. Many believe Walmart was chosen due to Park Patrol's themes of environmental conservation and how the store was aiming to not kill as many dolphins that year. Now, do you really think Nintendo decided to specifically limit this game's release just because Walmart's views somewhat aligned with the slight theme of a Chibi Robo game? No, they didn't believe this game was going to be a success and didn't want a warehouse full of unsold copies. Park Patrol released one day after The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. It got no marketing here. You could only buy it at a store that keeps their games behind a glass door. You'd have to say, "1 Chibi Robo, please," and I don't have it in my heart to say that to an underpaid cashier. This game also didn't do well. It did better in Japan. I mean, I can actually find commercials they released for it there. But here in North America, it's pretty obvious why it didn't sell. It's unfortunate because it's an okay enough game. You're Chibi Robo planting flowers in a park. Bit of a different take from the original, and the DS just isn't as good of a platform for a 3D adventure game like this, but it's still a charming, wacky little game. It still feels like Chibi Robo, though not the same as the original. And Nintendo specifically requested that. They wanted this game to be a new spin on Chibi Robo. They apparently thought the original didn't sell well because right when everybody on the planet was about to buy it, they looked up the genre. That makes no sense. Well, in 2009, the original Chibi Robo had a shot at redemption. Nintendo was re-releasing old GameCube games on the Wii at budget prices with motion controls now, dubbed the New Play Control line. Among games like Pikmin, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, and Mario Power Tennis, the original Chibi Robo was set to release on the Wii. This may be a great chance for the game to find a new audience. It was the only New Play Control game that didn't release outside of Japan. Are you fucking kidding me? There would be no work required to bring this game over. It's just the original GameCube game. The translation work's already been done. You could have released this game on a far more popular platform during the height of its popularity here in North America, but no, the last 2 games didn't do well over here. Well, of course they didn't. You only released one at Walmart and the other one for a failed console, and you marketed neither of them.
Sorry, I've been holding that in for 23 years. Didn't this happen in 2009?
So, what's next for Chibi Robo? How about a true sequel to the original? Bark Patrol was more of a different take on Chibi Robo, while this next game puts Chibi Robo right back in a house helping a family out. Same gameplay, same style. This is Chibi Robo in its purest form. How did they f it up? Well, often called Chibi Robo Clean Sweep by fans, this Nintendo DS game was a full-on continuation of the first game and was really quite good. Both this and the Wii re-release of the original could have brought new life to the series and introduced it to so many more people if they actually marketed and released them outside of Japan. But no. Instead, we had to wait 4 more years for more Chibi Robo action. Imagine the world without Chibi Robo games. In 2013, we got Chibi Robo Photo Finder for the Nintendo 3DS in Japan and 1 year later everywhere else. It was downloadable only and is more of a Park Patrol like Chibi Robo game. By that I mean it was similar to the original style, but with a fair amount of differences. This game focused on taking pictures with the 3DS camera to transport real-world objects into the game's world. I think this was a totally decent little title. It looked quite good for being just a downloadable 3DS game too, though its more realistic looking art style, while obviously done due to the photo-taking mechanic, isn't nearly as charming as the typical Chibi Robo style. Taking photos with the 3DS camera though, I think that's what killed a lot of interest in this game. If it came out in 2011 when the 3DS just launched, Sure, but the novelty of augmented reality type stuff with the 3DS died off considerably by this point. Nobody really wanted to take pictures with their 3DS anymore, so building an entire game around it starring a character nobody knew, what do you mean we're going out of business? I mean, if playing a photo-based adventure game was your New Year's resolution in 2014, f it, the game released early January here in North America. It was perfect for that.
Oh, come on. You need to be more accepting of different resolutions. For example, my New Year's resolution is to drink more.
It's July.
Yeah!
It didn't help that this game was announced in a Nintendo Direct with dozens of other announcements that easily overshadowed it. Like, people had more to say about Dr. Luigi. Well, I'll give Nintendo credit that they truly kept trying with Chibi Robo, far more than other franchises that sold even more. They just kept mishandling this series. It felt like they never wanted to blame themselves for the series' low sales and instead chucked it up to, oh, people just don't get Chibi Robo. What's there to get? He's a tiny robot! I personally believe you can take any character and make him a success with the right type of marketing. Is there any reason why a fat pink circle does well, but a tiny robot doesn't? Nintendo believed that if we don't spend any advertising on Chibi Robo and it still doesn't do well, we probably have to add some gimmick or change the game for the next entry to make it more appealing.
How does a company do so well but goes f***ing asinine when it comes to Chibi Robo? What's so difficult about understanding that, if I don't market a game, or if I release it at the end of a failed console's lifespan, or I only release it at a store that sells f***ing hoses at, or maybe if I take the only 2 games that may have had a chance in North America and only release it in Japan, that it may be my fault the game's not doing well instead of the games themselves!
Moments like this make me really proud I was voted most likely to be therapist in high school.
Nice, I was voted most likely to go to therapy.
I'm not saying Chibi Robo could be the next Air, I don't think it appeals to everybody, but there's no reason why so many other games that are weirder and more complicated sell better. It's not rocket science. Nintendo just doesn't understand why this series fails to do at least a little bit better, not the series itself. But see, that's when we entered 2015, and Nintendo's had enough of the series not doing well. They thought, you know what the problem with Chibi Robo is?
Is lack of empathy?
No.
Overqualification?
Barely.
Tax evasion?
That's me.
Nope, it's the fact Chibi Robo isn't a 2D platformer!
That's my parents' problem with me too.
Chibi Robo Zip game. I've always just had a bit of a problem with this one. Oh, hi Scott, it's your mom. You're adopted.
Well, that's understandable. I appreciate your transparency.
Oh, and Chibi Robo Ziplash exists.
No!
This was announced in a Japan-exclusive Nintendo Direct on May 31st, 2015, starting things off showing what Chibi Robo is all about, exploring 3D environments as a miniature robot. Now here's the game you're actually getting, you dumb bitch. So why did they take Chibi Robo and turn it into a 2D platformer? Well, 2D games are easier to develop, are more accessible, and generally sold much better for Nintendo at the time. After New Super Mario Bros. Success, Nintendo went a bit 2D crazy, and it felt like pretty much all they were making on the Wii U and 3DS at the time were 2D games. Even their 3D games like Super Mario 3D World were very much inspired by 2D games. It was pretty much a 2D Mario game, but with an extra axis. So they probably thought, oh, let's turn Chibi Robo into a 2D platformer so it'll sell better. Here's the thing, the genre wasn't the problem with Chibi Robo. You can't just take this character and put him in a kart racer and expect it to sell well. Consumers won't go up to a game called Chibi Robo's Super Gas and go, oh, finally a genre I care about that Chibi Robo's in, I'm gonna buy this. No, they're still gonna go, what the f is a Chibi Robo? Just putting him in a 2D platform is not gonna do anything except make him blend into the crowd more rather than stick out. Listen, I love 2D platformers, but Nintendo made too many of them on 3DS and Wii U. It just felt somewhat cheap and lazy to do nothing but 2D games instead of making a more in-depth 3D one. And I think that was one of the problems with Nintendo this generation. Like, no wonder people didn't buy the Wii U. 2D games are fun and more people can play them, but they just aren't as exciting to look at like 3D games are. You're not gonna buy an entire console for one. The Wii U had a bunch of great 2D games, but that's kind of all it had for a while. 2D platformers are games you don't want to take a risk on. Many of them, especially Nintendo ones, are more so comfort food for people. So tell me, why would you go wild with a game called Chibi Robo Ziplash if you want a 2D platformer when you could just buy New Super Mario Bros. 2 on the 3DS, or Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, or Kirby Triple Deluxe, or Yoshi's New Island, or Shovel Knight, or Sonic, or later on after Ziplash released, Kirby Planet Robobot, Poochie and Yoshi's Woolly World, Super Mario Maker? Like, sure, making this game a 2D platformer makes it more accessible. Yes! But it set it up to compete against so many of Nintendo's other properties. Like, do you really think Chibi Robo Ziplash stands a chance next to Poochie and Yoshi's Woolly World? Of course not!
So you didn't like that they turned the small robot into Poochie Town?
No, I personally feel there was a lot of potential for Chibi Robo to work fine in 2D.
You're mental.
Let me finish.
No! You're insane! And I don't work with people who have mental problems.
You're a therapist.
It's not that they turned Chibi Robo 2D. I mean, if they did it right, it could be a cute little time. My issue is why they did it, how they did it, and when they did it. They did this because Chibi Robo never sold well, so turn him into a 2D platformer. That makes the whole game feel oddly patronizing. Like, oh, you didn't get this, so here's the most basic by-the-numbers game we could possibly make. If this makes no sense to you, here you go, you dumb bitch. You like it now? The game looked fine initially, but nothing stuck out about it. It was just, oh, here's a 2D game with a whip. Everything's made out of blocks. There's nothing that takes advantage of the fact that Chibi Robo's a small robot. You could have taken him out of the game and made him any character and given them a whip, and it would have been the exact same thing. And they did this when the 3DS was far from lacking in 2D platformers. Like I said, this doesn't make the game more appealing, it just makes it blend in with the crowd. But hey, here's a Chibi Robo amiibo that comes with the game, you should buy it! Oh man, now people who collect amiibo have to buy this. I mean, they just have to. You get the figure and it barely does anything when you scan it into the game, you have to have it. The game was announced for North America one day later on June 1st in a Nintendo Direct Micro, playing around with the small size of Chibi Robo. The game was announced for an October release. They showcased it at E3 later that month, not in their big Nintendo digital event, no, but at things like the Treehouse Live Show. It's really weird to me that they didn't just wait to reveal this game at E3 2015 and instead opted to talk about it in the Direct Micro. I mean, they padded out their digital event with stuff like talking about Yoshi's Woolly World for the 20th time like 4 days before it came out in Europe. Why not show off Ziplash during their big event? If they went to all the trouble of turning Chibi Robo into a 2D platform for the sake of making it more widely recognizable and accessible, why not showcase the game in your big E3 show? Instead, all you do is announce it in a video many people didn't even know existed and proceed to not talk about it for 4 months until it comes out in October. Again, you like to act like you want this franchise to succeed, but you just give up on it immediately after reveal a new game.
So what you're saying is, it's a shitty game.
Chibi Robo Ziplash was released on October 9th, 2015 here in North America, and the developers basically guilted fans into buying it, saying how, oh, this may be our last chance for Chibi Robo. Oh, please, you know what else was potentially the last chance for a franchise? Fire Emblem Awakening. That also released for the 3DS, and it was pretty much the ultimate Fire Emblem at the time. Fans loved it, and it created new fans. Chibi Robo Ziplash is nothing like a Chibi Robo game. It wasn't what fans wanted, but they better buy it if they want more games. What does that tell Nintendo? If I buy this game, that's telling them I want more 2D Chibi Robo. I don't. Or it also says I'll buy anything Nintendo releases. I did. So for $29.99, you could buy this game by itself. For $10 more, you could get the Amiibo bundle. This was originally the only way you could nab the Chibi Robo Amiibo here in the States, though later on, Amazon exclusively sold it separately. I mean, I like this Amiibo quite a bit. The plug is neat. It's too big to fit into an actual outlet. Curses. But this is a nice figure, and I like the box, I guess. The new Chibi Robo logo looks better than the original, in my opinion, though. The name, I found it odd that from October 2015 to October 2016, Nintendo had a tendency to name games that were either polarizing or negatively received with an ash at the end of their subtitles. But at least here, Ziplash is a fun play on words referencing a medical condition. I'd assume if this game got a sequel, it would be called Chibi Robo Melanoma Roma.
Oh, come on. I think Ziplash is a great name. If they replace the word good with the word Chibi Robo Ziplash, I have no problem with it.
You'd be okay with replacing a word just like that?
Oh, I would. And that's saying something. Words mean a lot to me. Words have been in my family for generations. I'm a word buff. Go ahead, name a word. Any word.
What?
Love that one.
Upon release, Ziplash received a price drop. Yes, this did not do well commercially or critically. Sitting at a ripe 59 on Metacritic, was that deserved? No, even 0's too high. I bought this game at launch because I wanted to support the Chibi Robo franchise. I wanted to see more games. I wanted the series to not have to worry about casket shopping after every entry. Plus the Amiibo was neat, and I was in that buy every Nintendo release you can phase of my life. I popped this game in, played it for 58 minutes, and I couldn't do it.
So you've barely played this game, and yet you hate it this much?
No, I hate it way more than this much.
You can't form an opinion on a game you've barely played. That's unethical. That's why we have HR.
So I should play 10 hours of a game I already know I don't like just to have an opinion on it?
Well, if you don't like it, don't play it.
But how would I know I don't like it if I don't play it?
Well, just stop doing stuff!
This game has spent enough time soaking. It's time to play through it and give it a fair shot, because who knows, maybe 60 hours in, I'll start to see its worth. I will not put this down until I beat this game, so let me just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. There.
Can you put the game in for me?
No, that goes against my family's tradition. They never asked me to pop in Chibi Robo Ziplash, and I will always never do that to honor them.
Well, we're gonna need help with this. Can you at least get this off of me?
Now that, me and my family did all the time.
I am forwarding this message to everybody in my contacts list. If you stop by tonight, we'll play...
Don't lie. I've lied before, and it's too fun.
Chibi Robo Ziplash.
Did not take you as a Ziplash fan.
I'm not. I knew you were lying, and I'm finally willing to give Gex a shot.
Oh no.
It's the Gex. Anyone up for round Gex?
What if I told you I didn't even own Gex and I wasn't lying about Ziplash?
That's ridiculous. We played Gex that one time.
That was Amiibo Festival.
Well,
that was Ultra Smash.
But-
that was a car wash we went through together.
Hey, I heard you didn't own Gex.
From myself?
Yeah. Word gets around.
You keep these on you? I thought you hated Gex.
Hey, I cross-reference that copy whenever I need to be reminded how much I hate Gex. Yeah. Yeah, that lizard.
Alright, let's play Gex.
You know what I like about Gex? Consistency.
Okay, can somebody pop in the game for me? I can't do it myself.
You knew that was gonna end up happening anyways.
I was worried that 3DS wasn't hammer resistant.
You're welcome.
Alright. Chibi Robo Ziplash. Swing into action with your Chibi plug and help Chibi Robo save the world. I think I'm gonna be sick.
Oh, it's a fucking Cheez-It!
Let's get this over with.
Chibi Robo Ziplash opens up on a 40-second long CGI cutscene where Chibi Robo swings his plug. And that's it. Here's the title screen. This looks disgusting. First off, oh great, a farm. That's the first and only thing I think of when the act of Chibi Robo comes up. Everything is really blocky and unappealing. To me, this feels like they were cutting corners and made really low polygon models and tried to act like, oh, that's just the game's art style. Like, really? Is this really an artistic decision? So the story starts. Chibi Robo is cleaning a space shuttle.
I don't give a sh**.
Our assistant Telly appears asking if we want to kick it and watch some TV. The news comes on and it's apparent that aliens have stolen natural resources from Earth. We gotta stop them! So here we go, we control Chibi Robo, who would have guessed? We jump with A and swing your plug with X, which is called a whiplash. This game is one big f*** you to WebMD. We can angle it in the air, that's all we can do. Swing to the side, swing at one angle in the air, nothing else is possible, stop dreaming. That is unless we hold the Y button. That's when the Ziplash comes into play. Oh, thank God, yes, finally, a good f***ing use for this button. The Ziplash is a more powerful whiplash you have to charge up and then you can angle anywhere. You collect orbs throughout the level to increase the length of your Ziplash and then you can get it going farther places, but the length resets after every level, so it might be a good idea to just give up. So, yeah, the Ziplash can go pretty far. Look at that. Somebody should name a game after it. Man, can you imagine a game with an Ultra Smash and a Ziplash? The Ziplash needs to be charged, though, and it's painstakingly long. It takes a couple of seconds, and then you have to aim, and if I aim incorrectly, I have to charge it up again. Aiming the thing is way too finicky with the circle pad. You can move it more precisely with the D-pad, but now aiming is ridiculously slow. So that means, well, just use the Whiplash, but it's so damn limited. You can't increase its length like the Ziplash, and you can only aim it in like 2 directions. So your options are either annoyingly limited or annoyingly slow. This isn't fun. It feels like they were making the game and Chibi Robo's moveset was actually pretty interesting and well developed and, you know, fun. And they said, you know what, this is too fun. Let's split Chibi Robo's plug attack across 2 moves and give them annoying elements that forces the player to use both. That's not fun. I don't jump at the chance to use a Whiplash. I don't jump at the chance to use a Ziplash. I begrudgingly use them to progress. I mean, alright, the Whiplash is good for up-close combat and the Ziplash is good for far-away stuff. I get they wanted to have a reason for you to use the Whiplash and the Ziplash, but come on, out of all games to have coherent design decisions, I'd personally design Chibi Robo's moveset to be a bit more fun to use because the Whiplash is too limited and the Ziplash is too much of a hassle. I think charging the Ziplash is unnecessary. Charging it doesn't make it go longer or anything. I think just holding the button, it immediately lets you aim and then you can let her rip. Maybe the downside would be the fact that once you let her rip, you have to watch it do its thing afterwards. There's still that slowness element, but it would be a lot less cumbersome. And then you could have given the Whiplash more angles to work with here while still being short in its reach. I think doing that and eliminating the Ziplash charge up would still give you reasons to use both moves. Of course you may say, Sky, you're not a developer, you don't know the first thing about designing a game. See, that's the thing, I don't know the first thing about game development, but that makes it even more fun to tell game developers what I would do differently.
You know, this game doesn't seem too bad so far. It has graphics, and it exists.
Yeah, you know me. I'm a sucker for existence.
Me too. That's why I love Gex.
Guys, like, the game works, but the movement is more annoying than fun. It's like just gliding in the air. You have to hold X while falling. It's like, it just doesn't feel good. It feels awkward. It feels like a tacked-on move more than anything. And then there's rolling in the game. Like, you have to hold R, and it's only used in, like, 4 levels throughout the entire thing. Like, it's worthless!
Wait, there's a roll in the game? Oh yeah, roll!
That's Gex.
So controlling the game works, but I don't find it fun. Your moveset is more so a means to get you to the end of the game rather than something I actively want to use because it's enjoyable. I mean, the game itself, it's just Chibi Robo going from point A to point B in the level. Use your plug to do all kinds of things, kill enemies, latch onto areas. I can't believe this game didn't do well. You have plugs throughout the levels to recharge your health, which gradually decreases throughout the level since you're just on battery power. So you plug in here, but then you can attach these orange things to fly up to higher ground. Why are they just orange things? What are orange things? Why aren't they outlets? That's one thing I just don't get about this game. The art design, context of everything, and what the hell they were going for. So Chibi Robo's going on a journey throughout the world. We traveled to Oceania, then North Africa, then the Caribbean, Europe, North America, the South Pole, real life places. So why are all levels so generic? Why are they made out of blocks? Why is everything going for a low polygon art style? And where exactly am I in relation to these places? Chibi Robo's a tiny robot, but I never feel that perspective in these stages. Sure, there might be a big hat or something in the background, but most of the time, his size never amounts to anything in here. The fact I'm in Europe doesn't matter. These are just bland-looking stages that are just made up of tiles. Like, why do these levels look like they were made in a level creator? Just everything's made up of blocks. And if that's really the art style they were going for, why wasn't Chibi Robo redesigned to look more blocky to go along with the rest of the style? Why can't I collect real-world candies in the game that are designed realistically, but then the rest of the game looks like this? But then the worlds I'm traveling through are real-life locations. I'm supposed to actually believe this is Europe, but then when we're about to fight a boss, Telly says, oh, we're about to fight World 1's boss. Like, who says that outside of a video game? That just feels lazy. Why couldn't you just say, oh man, this guy's looking pretty tough? No! You're about to fight the World 3 boss fight, sir. You are in a video game made of blocks, even though we also like to act like you're in real life Europe. Here's a realistic looking bag of Funyuns.
I personally enjoy how inconsistent the art style is.
Yeah, inconsistency is a fun quirk of Gex.
I think it really keeps you on your toes. Like a mouse.
Oh, yeah. All right, okay, I get it.
All right,
let's go.
Yeah.
How about, I think it's confusing. None of this references the fact that Chibi Robo is a tiny robot, which is his entire character. The block-based level design is putrid, and this game just doesn't know what it wants to be at all.
So, tell me where it all began.
Oh, don't even get me started. I'm gonna need a priest.
So we've got 6 worlds with 6 levels each in them. That doesn't seem like a lot, but when we enter these levels, they really got around the lack of content here by making the levels never f***ing end. These stages take a good 10 to 20 minutes to finish, and without there's absolutely nothing interesting going on in them, and how slow Chibi Robo is, how slow the Ziplash is to charge up, how limited the Whiplash is, they feel a hell of a lot longer. They're beyond tedious, and it doesn't help that this game just has a ton of collectibles hidden throughout the levels. They're pointless. You have Chibi Tots, they're children, big coins. All these do is increase your score at the end of the level, and there are so many of these things per stage, I almost feel inclined to collect them, but then I remember, these give you nothing. Stop wasting your time is valuable. And then I continue to play 10 hours of Chibi Robo Ziplash. Now, you do have those collectible snacks throughout the levels too, the really realistic looking ones. You can nab these, and then if you find a talking toy and give them all the snacks they want, you'll unlock a costume. These talking toys are some of the only form of resemblance this game has to actual Chibi Robo games. Those titles had you meet up with wacky looking characters, and the toys are sort of that, but they just look completely out of place here. Like, it made sense when you'd see these things in the original game. They're toys, you're in a family's house, do the math. Here I'm just dicking around in the Caribbean and some toy is randomly just hanging out in a portal. There's no context to the place they're sitting, it's just a place. There's nothing going on here. Why are you here? Why theme this entire game around a trip around the world when you aren't actually going to make the stages look like they're a part of that world and have random toys ask for snacks in them? Why not make this a 2D platformer taking place in a house or a school or something? That would have forced the developers to think outside the box and try to design unique platforming stages around places like a kid's room, a bathroom, a kitchen. Instead, they decided to go for a worldwide trip theme so they could just lazily use generic themes like grasslands, desert. They just went water level, we're in the Caribbean.
Anyways,
the snacks you give to these toys are real world snacks, and you get a giant advertisement told to you when you give them the food. Yes, this is blame product placement, and it's even weirder based on how the rest of the game looks like this. And then you find Utz cheese curls and they look like that. To be fair, the snacks are from around the world, and it doesn't feel like advertising when it's a foreign food. It's more so kind of just a fun fact thing. But no matter what, this is obviously product placement at its worst. There's no reason for this to be here. It doesn't fit. At least in a game like Pikmin 2, where there are real-world objects in the game. One, it fits more because Pikmin 2's environments are supposed to look like the real world. It's more realistic. And two, they don't openly advertise the products to you. They go, oh, what's this thing? And they try to make sense of it themselves. It doesn't feel like product placement in Pikmin 2 because the product placement adds to the experience. It makes it more realistic. Ziplash pissed me me off and makes me want dots.
So, I hear the game looks, the levels are incredibly boring and they go on forever, the product placement is completely out of place, the moveset is more cumbersome than fun. I don't like it.
Well, that sounds like somebody that hasn't played enough of this game. Why don't you play another 5 hours and come back to us?
Yeah, it's a fine game. It's not like the level progression is like one of the stupidest f***ing game mechanics you've ever seen.
Oh! After you beat a stage, you have to spin the destination wheel. That sounds like fun. What does it do? Well, it decides what stage you're doing next. If you land on 1, you go to the next stage. If you land on 2, you go to the stage after the next. Now, you'll still have to beat the stage you skipped over to progress. So what the f*** is the point of jumping all around like this? The 6 stages per world are set up like most 2D platformers. They gradually get harder the farther you go, so why make players play them out of order if that's the case? And also, while the stages are deliberately called World 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, there's an obvious order to follow here. Why do I have to spin this wheel? The wheel isn't meant to be fun. It's meant to be a roadblock, much like how the whiplash is limited and the ziplash is slow. Why wouldn't I want to go one stage at a time? I can't see what any future stages are going to contain. There's no reason why I'd want to play level 5 before level 3, so why would I want to skip around like this? Obviously, the game wants you to progress normally. The end of a level is symbolized by 3 UFOs. Hitting the gold one gives you 3 destination wheel spins, silver gets you 2, bronze gives you 1. Obviously, you want the gold so you can guarantee you can keep spinning the wheel to get the stage you want, as in the next one in line. Because if you spin the wheel and it lands on a 3 and you land on a stage you've already cleared, you have to play through it again. The game knows this isn't fun. Why else would they reward you with extra chances to spin by hitting the gold UFO? Why else would you be able to purchase wheel slots so you can get the exact number you want? Wait, what the f is the point of this then? If I can just buy slots with the exact numbers I want with the coins I collect, that just defeats any and all purpose of the wheel. It's just an annoying thing they added for the sake of being annoying. It doesn't even make sense in the context of the game. At least things like the news broadcast you're forced to watch in Splatoon, that may be annoying, but makes sense in the context of the game's world. A fucking wheel doesn't. It's even stupider that once you clear all the levels in the world and the boss appears, you still have to spin the wheel even when all the slots take you to the boss. What is wrong with this game?
Not much.
Well, might as well go through all the worlds. I mean, what else is there to talk about? World 1 is Oceania. We got boring grassland stages, a stage where we're on balloons and swinging back and forth brings it down, staying still brings it up.
That saves the game right there.
World 1's boss is a robot kangaroo thing, fun. World 2 is North Africa, basically the desert world of this game. We have a skateboard stage in here. I died twice and gave up. When you die twice or more, you can just clear stages with coins. I have no shame. This game is far from difficult. It's incredibly easy, but if you happen to fall down a pit or something, starting back at the last checkpoint is grueling due to how slow everything is. I hate the idea of having to do everything in this game all over again. And if you lose all your energy, you have to restart the level. And for these vehicle gimmick stages, it's really easy to get a game over because either your robot energy is being used by the vehicles or just one screw up is an immediate failure and you have to start the whole level over again. Thumbs in anything that's played this game. The boss of this world is a snake pharaoh thing. Grab bombs and throw it in its mouth. Just getting these bombs over here takes a while, and waiting for the snake to open up its mouth takes a while. This boss took 15 minutes to complete, and I didn't die at all. It just took a long time. I was considering giving up here. I considered giving up as soon as I left the womb, but alas, here I am, World 3. The Caribbean, the ocean stage, where Chibi Robo pulls a Moses and parts the Red Sea. There's an ice Chibi Robo power-up where we get to turn water into ice for a second. There's also a fire Chibi Robo power-up where we get to turn things on fire, but both of these pretty much equate to hold right, you'll demolish anything in your path. There's a jet ski thing, and then the submarine is one of the worst controlling things humanity has ever created. It is so slow and delayed. It is a submarine. It should feel slightly slow and delayed, but this is so slow and delayed. It's just not fun. Like 90% of what this game does, they force these little irritations in there. They could have made this game, at the very least, fun to control, but for some reason, they think adding an annoying thing to every controllable aspect of this game is good game design. And then the boss of this world, you use the damn submarine again! World 4 is Europe, or the forest, where it's just the same 2D platforming again. The return of the stupid balloon thing, I skipped this one, the boss is bats. World 5 is North America, alright, home field advantage. This is an industrial world, a lot of factories. Another skateboard level, I skipped this one. The boss is this. And World 6 is the South Pole. The South Pole. It's really weird the final levels are snow-themed. It's even weirder half of them are lava themed. So I guess the idea is that the aliens have done so much damage to the world that the South Pole is on fire. Maybe. Or maybe they just decided to slap real world places on the names of these worlds at the last minute. The controls in this world. Oh Christ God. I actually usually like ice worlds in games. The physics are generally tolerable to me and I enjoy the winter aesthetic, but here, the controls are terrible. It's not only slippery, but everything is so delayed and slower than ever before. This is unbearable. There's another jet ski stage, skipped it, I kept running out of battery power and got 2 game overs, didn't have the energy myself to figure out what I was doing wrong. The world randomly throws you a lava stage halfway through. It goes back to an ice theme and then another lava theme. The final boss! Oh my god, I don't know if I'm happy I finally finished this game and can actively call it a piece of shit, or if I'm sad I stooped to the level of beating Chibi Robo Ziplash. The boss is a giant alien ship. We grab the tiny alien UFOs, they become laser guns, and we have to shoot all the bright spots on the ship in the background. Honestly, the best fight in the game. It's a decent fight, not hard at all, but I think it was a neat little change of pace. But of course, this wasn't the final boss. There's a final boss. We have to build a giant Chibi Robo robot to fight it, and now we have to buy the pieces to make the robot. This money I've collected has had no use outside of skipping levels, buying number panels, and buying items throughout the stage if you needed them. I did not. But right before the final boss, you're telling me I had to be grinding for coins this entire time. Why not make it so then every boss fight you have to purchase things so it gets in my Chibi Robo Ziplash beating head that I might need to save up coins for the final boss? I only had enough coins for the head. Now I have to go back through the game and grind for 20,000 coins to buy body parts to beat the final boss. I am f***ing done.
You should probably get on that.
I can use the amiibo. Look, Chibi Robo is still partially owned by Bandai. I'm still not happy. We can get World 7 Asia with it by scanning it in. It's a bonus world and... oh my god, why didn't the rest of the game look like this? I mean, there are still blocks, but this looks so much more appealing than the rest of the game. We can level up our Chibi Robo amiibo and become Super Chibi Robo, which is just a slightly powered up Chibi Robo. I don't know what else to say, man. I don't want to play through hours more of this game just to get coins for a final boss I'm not gonna like. And so... I can see where the budget went.
You know, it all comes together in the end.
I mean, I liked the game, but now I really like it.
Gex.
Chibi Robo Ziplash is not a good game. It's a painfully generic 2D platformer and spits in the face of what the original Chibi Robo represented and showcases my problems with some modern Nintendo games. It felt like it was talking down to the consumers. No, people don't like this, but they'll like this. A boring, annoying 2D platformer with terrible art design and no idea what it wants to be. The levels are designed alright, the game functions, but is that really enough to call a game okay? No, there's no reason to play this game, and it annoys me that they held the series hostage over this thing's success. I don't think Skip developed much of this game. The developer Vanpool is in the credits, and looking at their history with games like Wii Play Motion and the minigames and Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, I feel like they primarily developed this game and Skip kinda just oversaw it. Comparing these 3 games is tough, but I easily dislike Ziplash the most. They're all terrible, but Amiibo Festival has some dumb, sarcastic fun to be had in it, and Ultra Smash at its core has a fine base for a Mario Tennis game. Ziplash, every element of it, I have problems with, and as I progress through the game, it just irritated me more and more. It was painful to play through. This game slogs on and on. It's not fun. Every aspect of the gameplay, they added an annoying element for seemingly no reason other than to just be annoying. I have no idea why they did any of this considering they wanted Chibi Robo to be a success. Thrown in Destination Wheel, Chibi Robo's future is on the line. It's been 5 years since I bought this. And even though I'm 97% finished, I'm done. And I think I've played enough to consider this my least favorite game of all time. It blows.
Seems a little harsh, acting like you hate the game or something.
I do!
But you said the level designs are alright. You must love the game then.
Just because a game doesn't inherently have terrible level design or any major bugs or glitches, that doesn't mean it's fine. It just means it works. Just because a game works doesn't mean it's good. I don't like playing this game. I hate what it stands for. I don't like that they made fans of Chibi Robo buy this with the hope of Chibi Robo having a future. I don't like that they thought so low of people and consumers thinking that they'll love this generic, terrible 2D platformer. I don't like this game.
You know, when you put it that way, I kind of like the idea of this game being terrible.
Yeah, and as a therapist, therapy generally moves the quickest when I agree with everything the patient has to say.
Gex will be Gex. You know, I've had a ritual for the past 3 years or so. This game blows. This game blows. This game blows. This game blows. As much as I like that, I think I want to end this now. How can we take each and every one of the Chibi Robo Ziplash games in existence and eliminate each and every one of them?
We're swimming with rats.
Can't swim. Love rats. I'm in.
More of a lizard guy.
I'm deathly afraid of circles.
Come on, guys. I have thrown 95% of Ziplash's population down the toilet over the past 3 years. If we go down there right now, we can finish them off before they ever resurface.
I have as much confidence in this as I have facial hair.
You have facial hair.
Where?
Well, I'm in. You know what they say, WWGD. What would Gex do? The G stands for Jesus. All right, Rex. Oh, the revolution isn't for everybody.
Oh, I dropped something down the toilet last week. Remind me to look for it. Oh! There are my jeans!
Okay, so keep an eye out for these games.
What does it look like again?
Hard to describe. Shapes, 4 sides, colors.
Does it have Chibi Robo Ziplash on it?
Yes!
There they are.
I just thought that's what water looked like now!
Weird name for Gex. Why are the copies circling around?
I f***ing hate circles! All the copies you've thrown down the toilet over the past 3 years have become sentient?
That's why my plumber fucking hated me.
Guys, come on. Gex wanna do this, right, Gex?
It's the anti-Gex!
No, it's just a sewer monster comprised entirely of copies of Ziplash!
I'm going with the anti-Gex.
Even the anti-Gex has the word Gex in it.
Now that's what I call a good point.
I'm tired of this! You're a terrible game! But that doesn't mean I won't overcome you! I'm better than that! You're back?
I needed energy and ammo.
So what's the game plan here? What the hell is the game plan here?
What's the exact opposite of this thing?
Not Gex, that's for sure.
No. No, I think it's Gex.
You know, I've always wondered what trauma felt like.
Thanks. Thanks for sticking it out with me. I got it all out of my system. Nintendo had a bad 2015, but that doesn't mean I should let it affect my mental health. And so what if somebody likes a game I dislike? It doesn't matter. They're wrong anyways.
It's been an honor serving you. I can finally tell you why you're so messed up in the head. After playing a game as good as Chibi Robo Ziplash, it will definitely make you feel inadequate.
Sure.
You can rip up that rain check for therapy I had with you. I'm good on my own now. I think I'm going to start my own therapy business. Call it the Think Barrel.
Nah, good on you. I love seeing therapists start their own business.
Yeah. What was your name?
Dr. Atrix, but you can call me Jerry.
Thank you, Dr. Geriatrics. You know, I still have this on me. Oh my god, for real? Oh yes! We're turning this Gex night into a Gex year. What the f*** is this?
Hey y'all, Scott here. I will transform this into a better game.
There's no game.
Yeah, who's your biggest enemy? I know you're somebody's. Time and time again, Nintendo proves they think the absolute lowest of their customer base. Go lower.
Mario Sports Superstars. What you call what? I call how. How could Nintendo think they could get away with selling such a poor quality product? Next question. Why do I keep buying games from a company that treats me like dog shit? How would I know they treat me like dog shit if I don't keep buying games from them? This is one of those bad Nintendo games your mom always warned you about.
You, Mom!
I should have listened.
Mario Sports Games. Yeah, I met him once, and he was a dick! But once were fun and well thought out multiplayer spin-offs became the bane of my existence.
That's my kryptonite.
Listen, for a while there, you could always count on Mario Sports Games to deliver the goods, alright? Not all of them may have been for everybody, but you could see the clear love, passion, and quality within each and every one. These weren't Mario Sports Games, these were Mario Sports Games. I mean, if I saw this happen at a baseball game, I'd never trust science again. Look at how wacky and fun all this is. Now look at FIFA. I don't even see colored socks. Hey, these are two sides of the same coin, and neither one is necessarily better or worse than the other. You may want your sports game to be as kooky as possible, or you may be wrong. But games like Mario Golf, Mario Tennis, Mario Baseball, and Mario Strikers all had their place. They had a purpose, a reason to exist.
So did Lincoln.
And you know what they did to him?
I did not remember this in class.
After Mario Super Sluggers on the Wii, Mario sports games weren't on a hiatus per se, but you can't deny something was up. Nothing for a few years, until Mario Sports Mix on the Wii in 2011. Sure, we got a Wii re-release of Mario's Power Tennis from the GameCube and the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games titles, but those make my statements invalid. Mario Sports Mix seemed to be the ultimate Mario sports game. 4 sports in 1! The only way you could beat that is if... well, that's just fucking ridiculous. As a kid, you couldn't fathom why you would possibly buy a single Mario Golf game instead of Mario Sports Mix. That's just idiotic to think you could get more out of one sport than 4.
And that's when I checked into rehab.
Mario Sports Mix isn't bad, it's just largely skippable. Like, the only reason you'd play this is if you don't give a shit what you play. The 4 sports, basketball, volleyball, dodgeball, and hockey, are all structured and presented in the same way, which leads to none of them sticking out all too much. And because the developers had to divide their attention amongst 4 different sports, not one of them got the attention necessary to be anything more than a fun distraction. This game was developed by Square Enix.
Yeah, right. And I'm a mass murderer. Damn it.
Mario Sports Mix was a fun enough multiplayer game, just not one I ever went back to much. Though it wasn't of a bad quality, like I said, it was a fun enough distraction and fit right alongside the other games I've spoken about. Look at these special Mario-themed arenas and mini-games, all this craziness happening. You can play as Square Enix icons like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest characters because Sleeping Dogs wasn't made yet. We may not have gotten, say, the new Mario Golf since 2004, but Sports Mix did enough to keep the dream of quality Mario sports games alive. Wait, what's that? No Mario Strikers, no Mario Baseball, bad Mario Tennis, good Mario Golf. I usually like to pinpoint the exact moment when a Nintendo fan is lying.
I love this company.
There it is. The quality and quantity of these games plummeted. Even Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games met some of their lowest lows in this era. For the most part, it no longer felt like the developers of these titles wanted to make good games. Rather, it felt like they were contracted to fill a release slot on Nintendo's calendar. You could almost tell how little they thought of the consumers by how lacking these games were in content. Mario and Sonic at Rio 2016 and Mario Tennis Ultra Smash being prime examples. Bare-bones sports games decorated with Mario characters, barely any unique environments, power-ups, wacky mechanics. Like, at this point, you might as well play a regular tennis game. Which is to say, die. Mario Tennis Open was okay, and Mario Golf World Tour was quite good. But that didn't take away from the feeling that games like this were going downhill hard. But even after so many misfires, I'm always first in line to pick a new one up.
Masochism. And you know what year a Mario sports game sounded real good? Yeah, we could have used one then.
And 2016. One of the cruelest years to be a Nintendo fan. 2015 may have had some of the worst releases in the company's history, but 2016 had some of the most nothing releases in the company's history. It was obvious Nintendo was biding time until the Nintendo Switch's release in March of 2017 and had very little left to supply Wii U owners until then. Though the 3DS release schedule was at least a bit more plentiful. However, most titles that year were just ports, localizations, Mario Party Star Rush. Yes, there was content on the handheld, but outside of Pokemon Sun and Moon, it wasn't substantial content. So believe me, when the Nintendo 3DS Direct presentation was announced for September 1st, 2016, everybody was positively negative. Keep in mind, with the Nintendo Switch launching that March, it wasn't formally announced until October, so nearly the entirety of 2016 was filled with fans frothing at the mouth for a reveal. Nintendo's home console was dead, their handheld was in purgatory, and their next console nobody knew anything about. So thank God I have hobbies. So after waiting, and waiting, and waiting, we finally got a showcase of nothing but Nintendo 3DS games. This crusty-ass gadget from 2011, not only was it starting to get hard to be excited for games on the thing, but this also wasn't the thing we wanted to see games on. Any game that would come to this, the first question out of my mouth would be, why? Regardless, this 3DS Direct had numerous announcements, showing that the handheld was still alive and, well, but all of a sudden, tucked into a string of other games being talked about was a brand new 3DS game, a brand new Mario Sports game. This was Mario Sports Superstars. You sure about that? Ah, a successor to Mario Sports Mix. Maybe. Nothing about this feels or looks like the Wii game outside of the first two words in the title. No returning sports from that one, none of the same style or flair, no similar mechanics, not even done by the same developers. These may sound like they're from the same sub-series, but they really aren't. So then what is Mario Sports Superstars? Well, a collection of 5 different sports. That's possible? Well, I'll be. What are they? Maybe American football or boxing? Maybe even bowling? How about soccer?
Okay, well, we've done that before.
Baseball?
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Tennis?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Golf?
Yep, those are all Mario Sports series.
Horse racing?
Took you long enough!
During the announcement, they made sure to go, and when we say soccer, we're talking the full-on 11 versus 11 rules.
And when we say soccer, we're talking the full-on 11 versus 11 rules.
What do you think I was expecting?
These are the full-fledged sports, they say. They not only have single-player tournaments for each one, but local and online multiplayer modes as well. It's launching in spring of 2017, and that's it! This is one of those announcements that you initially say, it's a Mario Sports game, yay! But then you start looking at what the footage they showed you is actually showing you. Nothing. These characters have never looked more lifeless and out of place. It's like you're watching actual soccer with the players in mascot costumes. Tennis and golf look like they were ripped straight from Mario Tennis Open and Mario Golf World Tour on the 3DS, which, hey, maybe that meant those sports would be pretty in-depth since they were full-fledged games before, but I don't know, man. Then there's horse racing.
You're damn right there is.
But this was pretty much all they said about Mario Sports Superstars. A collection of 5 sports with Mario characters. Sure, the concept had potential. It sounded like a pretty sweet deal. But then consider how Mario Sports Mix sounded like a great deal and turned out to be lacking a lot of depth, and couple that with how bland Superstars looked, and it was fair to be a bit worried on this one. Seeing 5 in 1 on a product means you're getting something where none of the 5 is well thought out. But this one is different. This one has Bowser Jr., and I like Bowser Jr. An amiibo card line is launching alongside this game. Wow, if they're willing to go all in on merchandise for this, it must be good. I mean, I love Tide. It launches March 24th, 2017, only a few weeks after the Nintendo Switch and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild release, so you know everybody was in the mood by then. Even though I had my doubts, releasing after a new era of Nintendo emerged, focusing on big, bombastic games full of quality and heart, launching alongside a trading card line, and the fact that multiple developers were working on this one game ensures me that this is going to be it. The ultimate Mario Sports game. Holy shit, this game is horrible!
Really threw you for a loop there, I bet.
First off, I must ask, what? Why is everybody so pissed off in the official art? Like, Jesus, Yoshi, it's just a damn golf ball. Hey, at least we get a free amiibo card included, where we no doubt can see even more of these angry character shots. I want to see Luigi cussing out a horse. Well, I'm just gonna pray before this, he said, f***. You know, this looks so familiar, but hey, I might be thinking of another Luigi horse-related experience. Including a free amiibo card with a game is a they got me. Mario Sports Superstars amiibo cards were available right alongside the game for 5 bones a pop, with 5 unique cards included. What a fun concept. They're like baseball cards. Well, here we have Bowser heading a soccer ball, Donkey Kong standing triumphantly on a plate, a Baby Mario on the court, Metal Mario with his club, and Wario proudly displaying a horse. These are all great, but something seems a little off.
Ah. This one's wet.
Well, that solves the mystery. Wait! This is... No. Oh my god! This wasn't Wario art crafted out of love. This was crafted out of Photoshop. Many of these cards are just reused assets from previous Mario games. Soccer Luigi's from Mario 3D World, Golf Medal Mario's from Mario Kart 7. Nearly all of the horse racing card art is from other games because prior to Mario Sports Superstars, the only horse racing art of these characters available online I can't show. Now, am I really upset at them reusing assets to fill up 90 cards worth of art? No, I just think it's incredibly jarring. There's so many different art styles used here. Poses from Mario Sports Superstars and cheaper poses from Mario Sports Superstars. So like some really high quality CGI and CGI. Art as old as the GameCube era. Art that was never meant to be used for a sports game. This trading card line has it all. Even a binder released only in Japan to contain every card. Only an absolute degenerate with nothing but spare time and a lack of drive to do something beneficial for society would buy this binder and filled out with every single Mario Sports Superstar card imaginable. So thank God I'm missing Birdo. Now, these are amiibo cards, which means you can scan them into Mario Sports Superstars. I have nearly all of them, so you'd probably ask me what they do.
I don't know.
We'll find out together. But first, we have to actually play the game to not like it. First off, opening movie, showing newspaper articles detailing the 5 sports at play here. Slow news day. Bam! Mario Sports Superstars. The main menu screen here is straightforward and to the point. Our 5 sports, all laid out. You know what? Let's start with tennis. Words to live by. Let's go single player in it. Why not a tournament? Oh, hey, Mushroom Cup like Mario Kart? This should be...
Thanks.
I should not expect anything from this. No fun environments or items or special moves. Damn, now that I'm not expecting anything, this game delivers. The tennis portion of the game is developed by Camelot, the same people who bring us Mario Tennis in general, so this is literally the same damn thing. You may assume this is just taking Mario Tennis Open on the 3DS and squeezing it into this title, but if anything, this is taking Mario Tennis Open and Mario Tennis Ultra Smash from the Wii U and... well, it's not always a good thing when family gets that close. Now, it's an even simpler tennis game than before. That's impressive. I didn't think you could get more bare bones than Ultra Smash, but I also didn't think dogs could get jaundice. You hit the ball back and forth. You can hit A or another button for a different type of shot. But there's no Mario flair. Less than even Ultra Smash, and all that game had was Mega Mushrooms being thrown onto the court. Somebody call the Mario reference police. Here, there's nothing. Ultra Smash may have been just tennis, but Tennis in Sports Superstars is literally just tennis.
There's a difference.
And to portray how that's an issue, what am I supposed to gain from this? This is the most boring tennis video game experience I've ever had. It may be one of the most boring video game experiences in general. The only people who I can imagine having fun with this are the fans with social media presences who get free review copies of games from Nintendo and are too petrified to say anything bad about their games in fear of never receiving free review copies ever again.
Hey Nintendo fans, this is another Nintendo fan here. You can tell I love Nintendo by my ability to buy merchandise. I've never played Metroid. Today we're reviewing Mario Sports Superstars on the Nintendo 3DS. How fun! This game has graphics and tennis. Yoshi is so cute, and Luigi makes me gassy.
This is putrid. There are only 4 tennis courts to choose from, and they're all just variations of the same thing. Finishing one tournament in a cup just unlocks the next cup, which is just a harder difficulty. Exhibition mode is just playing a single match. Training features a ring and rally challenge. I guess that just leaves multiplayer. Okay, well, let's play locally. Most multiplayer Mario games on the 3DS offer some form of download play, you know, where even if you don't own a copy of the game, you can play with somebody who does. Mario Sports Superstars? Oh, okay. Well, this is just the same game, but with more mouths to feed. That's where online comes in. This way, we can never feel alone while being alone. I'd rather just hire a PI for myself. You know, I feel like a lot of modern Nintendo multiplayer games replace actual content with online multiplayer, as if online is the only form of replay value you need. Like, oh, there's only 4 levels, but you can play them with strangers constantly over and over and over again online. But it's like, you need to give me a reason to want to play online outside of just being able to play online. And I can't even do that! Well, Mario Sports Superstars knows what tennis is. I gotta hand it to Nintendo, because I don't want it. Let's move on to the other Camelot developed sport in the package, golf. Because what else would we do? Stop playing? Yeah, Mario Golf World Tour is a great Mario Golf game, but I want to play golf with the option of playing 4 other sports, but picking golf anyways to show how much I care. Mario Sports Superstars offers that, in addition to nothing. Golf, alright. Tournament, stroke play? These developers did their research. So the user interface, animation, even most sounds are ripped right from World Tour. This is, by all intents and purposes, a surgically removed bit of World Tour in a city it don't belong. Out of all things they ripped from World Tour, why did they make new courses for this game? I mean, you obviously have no shame. Why act like you don't? World Tour has some great courses, and loads of them at that. Mario Sports Superstars, we have 4 golf courses to play on. Emerald Woods, Gold Links, Crystal Beach, and Wild Valley. Damn, I was hoping for gray roads. Putting an adjective before your setting doesn't make it unique, especially if the adjective already describes what you'd assume the setting would look like. Damn, you got woods? Green woods?
I'll drink to that.
These courses are some of the most basic, no frills, no personality golf courses I've ever seen in a video game, which is ridiculous considering I'm playing as this on them. You're telling me they not only have a giant fucking lizard playable, but his dad too? And this is the course you play as them on? Why is this so generic? Why are there no Mario elements on the course? No power-ups, no enemies, no iconic characters on the sidelines, no iconic locales? I mean, the gameplay is good. It's ripped right from a good game, but it's only a part of a good game, and a fraction of what made it good in the first place. You give somebody a page from the Grapes of Wrath, like, yeah, it's well written, but what do you want me to do with this? Overall, I would much rather play golf in this package than tennis. I feel like even with the generic courses, there's more to see here with far more strategy and replayability. I still fucking hate it. Alright, so those 2 portions of the game were developed by Camelot. The other 3 were developed by one Bandai Namco Games.
I'll drink to that.
Alright, well, to be fair, Bandai Namco was the developer of the Mario Baseball game, so if anybody could nail baseball in this collection, they'd be a close 22nd. Wow, what stadium do you want to play in, guys? Country Field or Big Field? Baseball in Superstars is one of the most lifeless experiences I've ever had in a video game. I know that for a fact because while I was playing, I was shocked. This is getting difficult. I mean, do I really have to explain why something is boring? Time to pitch the ball. Time to hit the ball. All right, 2 down. This is miserable. It's one of the most pathetic and slow experiences I've ever had in a video game. It may function and work fine enough. I mean, it's just baseball, but that's no excuse. There are loads of sports games that are just the sport, nothing crazy, but their gameplay is actually compelling. This, I cannot fathom anybody looking at this and thinking, what fun? All I can think is, what fun? The target demographic for this is the child whose parent bought them this for their birthday, and they have to do something on a 9-hour car ride. So, yeah, let's play the baseball tournament mode for 3 hours 3 times in a row. Sure, you can throw different pitches, but all you do is hit a different button. Outside of that and the fancy UI organizing everything, there's not as much as you'd think separating this from baseball on Atari. I mean, you have these goofy-ass wedding toppers of characters playing baseball, and what do you do with this opportunity?
Drink to that.
This is a waste of human energy, both as a player and for the developers. The 4 different fields aren't different. They have such minimal variances that I question why even go to the effort of trying to pretend you had enough willpower to make multiple fields. And it's set up exactly like the other games. The same tournament brackets, the same cups, the same exhibition mode and training mini games just hit within the rings, just like tennis and golf and soccer, the most popular sport in the world. This is even fucking worse! Oh my god, so the different fields in baseball didn't matter because fucking baseball. How about the 4 different fields in soccer? Yeah, I'm more of a Kingdom Stadium guy myself. I think soccer and baseball are both in the running for worst in this package. I mean, baseball is way more boring, but soccer isn't much better, and when you compare soccer and Mario Sports Superstars to the actual Mario soccer games, I mean, what do you prefer? A nice juicy steak or a dead fucking dog? I mean, look, these sports function. They're the sports they claim to be, but there's no hook. It's literally the most basic form these sports could have taken in a video game. And when there's nothing to the gameplay and there's minimal content to play around with, I mean, damn, you go to all the work of naming 4 stadiums to end up not seeing any differences due to the camera angle, you end up with one of the most boring video games I've ever endured. This is painful. This is horse racing. It's about damn time Nintendo listened. Horse racing is the last and most unique sport in the package. It has a stable. Why doesn't tennis have a stable? Why even bother including horse racing? I mean, you get the same response to the game if it just included the 4 sports. For all I knew prior to 2017, 4 sports in one was all man was capable of. What's a 5th gonna do for sales? Oh. Well, horse racing is obviously the most fleshed out of the bunch. First, we can pick out a horse.
Which is more than I can say about tennis.
These all look like they belong in a damn Popeye cartoon. We get to pet it and customize it and ride it in first person? Why? Just because you add a pet simulator portion to your horse racing minigame doesn't mean you've added value or depth. Like when you really see value in bowling from Wii Sports having a ball polishing minigame, polish your ball for a better roll. Or you could just play bowling. It's the same with this. You don't need this. The horse racing isn't complicated. It doesn't need this tacked on element you can just completely skip, by the way. Oh, spending time with your horse brightens its day and maybe makes it better on the racetrack. Yeah, like you need that for something as deep as a Mario Party minigame. In fact, a minigame for Mario Party 3 had similar gameplay. Mash a button to make your horse go faster, grab carrots to keep their stamina up. Here, you race horses on basic tracks. You can do a star dash by collecting star dash emblems on the course. You need to grab carrots to keep the horse's stamina up. That's it. There's nothing special about this or the horses outside of a damn monkey riding one. And look at these race courses. Oh, Green Farm? I gotta be honest, the amount of detail they put into the damn horse racing mode is at the very least pretty commendable. I mean, graphically, this looks alright for 3DS. They could have just put this in like a drab little indoor horse racing arena. But the fact they put us on this lush hill, a yellow leaves hill no less, shows that they did care. Just not that much. It's horse racing. What makes horse racing different from regular racing? Given a shit. The problem with this sport isn't that it's horrible, it's just completely disposable. Why would you play horse racing in this game when you can pick up Mario Kart 7, which, hey, was more often than not included for free with 3DS systems, especially around the time this came out? The only people I see finding value in this smell bad. It's pointless. The stable where you customize your horse doesn't add anything other than a false sense of pride in the children who play this. The horse racing itself is just boring and too slow. It's not broken or god-awful, but it just lacks any spark, anything in general that makes you go, so that's why this exists. It's just lame. And because of that, it's my fourth least favorite in the collection, while simultaneously being my second favorite. Every game has the same damn training minigames of do something through a ring, or just simple batting practice, rally challenge, free training, which doesn't count as content. That's just the same as free race, damn it! Every game has online and local multiplayer, which is nice for games like golf, I guess, but for games as simple as baseball, I really don't see the value in it. Each sport has the same roster of playable characters, a standard if not larger than expected affair for a Mario sports game, but we do have 2 unlockables. Oh man, well maybe they do care.
Congratulations!
For aggravated assault. Yeah, your only unlockables are Metal Mario and Pink Gold Peach. For Metal Mario, you have to beat all the cups in a sport to unlock him. A Pink Gold Peach beat ring training on hard in a sport, and only in that sport do you unlock them. If you unlock Metal Mario in tennis, he's still not available in soccer, so you have to separately unlock both of these characters in each sport individually, because f the clocks. Time is now measured by how long it takes me to put lead poisoning on a horse. Amiibo! With the aid of Amiibo cards, we can unlock these characters for each sport instantly if we happen to have the card for that sport and character. See, that's great and everything. I'm happy to have sold my dog for a nearly complete set, but there's gotta be more to the Superstar Amiibo cards than just unlocking 2 characters. Well, firstly, these aren't the only cards in the game. Sure, we can scan in each and every Amiibo card to gawk at our digital Amiibo card collection. This is the life. But the game also has a completely separate card collecting mechanic, where you have over 300 digital exclusive cards with equipment and characters and horses on them, and you get a pack of 10 for 1,000 coins you earn from playing the sports, or you can get a 3-pack for 300, or you can scan one of 3 Amiibo cards per day to get a 3-pack for free. So you scan Amiibo cards to unlock the Amiibo card in a digital collection, and you can also scan Amiibo cards to get different digital cards, which are completely separate entities from the Amiibo cards. What? Like, this is just confusing. Why are there 2 separate digital collections of cards to collect in this game? Why not have one or the other? Scanning the Amiibo cards into the game to have them as a part of your Amiibo card collection doesn't do anything. I think it's mostly just to make you feel better about collecting the Amiibo cards. The other cards are a bit more useful in game and are separate entities, even though some of these digital exclusive cards use the same artwork from the Amiibo cards. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Cards with gear on it unlock that specific gear for the character it's assigned for. So this golf club is for Mario. I can now use it in golf while playing as Mario. It doesn't do a damn thing, it just looks a little different. Yeah, the digital cards are also mostly just for show, though the gear cards give you new skins for soccer balls, tennis rackets, etc. Though you can't customize who uses what. The Fire Flower Bat is only for Mario. The Luma racket is only for Rosalina. So this entire card portion just confuses the hell out of me. Both the Amiibo card album and digital card album are separate, but both useless. Oh, the Amiibo cards themselves are useless. They only work in this game. Something Nintendo prided themselves in with Amiibo was how they'd work across multiple games. The same Mario Amiibo that works in Smash Bros. Works in Mario Party. These Amiibo cards aren't at all the same. You'd assume a Mario card would work as a Mario Amiibo elsewhere. No! So what's the purpose of them? Well, I never mentioned the Road to Superstar mode. Scan in 3 Amiibo cards, place them on this grid however you'd like, and train these characters to become the Superstar variant of said character, which would increase the stats of them in their respective sport. So let's train Tennis Donkey Kong, Golf Luigi, and Horse Birdo to be the best they can be. This is f***ing Arkanoid. That's all this is. You just use 3 balls from the 3 sports of the cards you choose and play a minigame until you reach a boss fight. Afterwards, that character is upgraded. I sold my dog for this.
Hi. Mario Sports Superstars playing Scott is dead. He's no longer interested in supporting a company releasing a product just to release a product for consumers to buy for no other reason than the color red being on the cover. Or at least that's what he read in this recent entry of Anti-Consumer Quarterly.
You get 4 of those a year?
A week. But he's a changed man. A dead man. And to prove his commitment to death, he wrote here a few choice final words. Mario Sports Superstars is a sick joke of a video game. One that fails as both a sports game and a Mario sports game. As a sports game, it is a slow, tedious, and boring representation of each activity. As a Mario sports game, it features Mario characters and stops there. Tennis and golf are simply stripped down demos of both Mario Tennis Open and Golf World Tour. Soccer and baseball are laughably overly simplistic and slow compared to the standard Mario Strikers and baseball games. And horse racing is just utterly pointless in the package. Couple that with Amiibo support that is completely unnecessary, in addition to a separate but equally as useless card collecting mechanic in-game that isn't the same but uses some of the same card art as the Amiibo cards, it just adds up to the confusing mess of a filler title Mario Sports Superstars is. Don't get me wrong, you could do worse than this. Everything works, and if you want 5 generic sports in one video game, I fear for your taste. But Mario Sports Superstars delivers in those regards. You do get 5 sports, though in the most lifeless form imaginable. This isn't a game to me. This was an experiment by Nintendo to see how little effort they could put into a package they claim to be far more than it truly is. A game like Mario Tennis Ultra Smash may have been worse, but Mario Sports Superstars had more weight behind it. An entire Amiibo card line, multiple developers, pushed by Nintendo as something greater than it truly was, which was a hacked-together, lifeless, loveless project created out of a need for a new 3DS game and nothing more. Or at least that's what I got from this. Hey y'all, Scott here. Put on your 3D glasses right now because I'm about to be as realistic as ever. I'm never gonna be truly happy.
3D, making old things new again. Out of all the gimmicks to warrant re-releasing old stuff, 3D is definitely fairly compelling. I mean, it's an entirely new way to experience something. But at the end of the day, that's all it is to many. A gimmick. In some instances, 3D isn't an unnecessary gimmick, it's also expensive too. Nevertheless, some products are enhanced because of the pop-out sync-in effects. They add a level of depth that, if done properly, can truly immerse you in that ordeal. While movies are the most common use for multiple Ds, video games seemed like a no-brainer. Sony really leaned hard into the whole thing, with many PlayStation 3 titles supporting the cause. But I want old shit in 3D, not good shit. See, that's where Nintendo steps in. They've been one of the most consistent supporters of stereoscopic 3D. They had a headset for the Famicom, tested it out with the GameCube, f***ed up with the Virtual Boy, and created an entire handheld surrounding the technology. The Nintendo 3DS was released in early 2011 featuring a glasses-free 3D display.
I can't see anything.
Every game supported 3D for the majority of its life, but that was a big deal, and it wasn't a big deal. $250? I can get surgery for that price.
I never said it was quality.
I mean, the 3D worked, but no game really made you go, I get it. The effect was merely cool, but you'd inevitably pass it up after a while to just go back to normal 2D visuals, pretty much how everything else 3D worked. So how do you convey what 3D can do to enhance your gaming experience? You make good games that use it properly, or you re-release Excitebike.
Wow, know. I wonder what Nintendo will do.
In the early days of the Nintendo 3DS, Nintendo announced a new line of titles, dubbed the 3D Classics series. Retro games remastered with 3D in mind, released exclusively on the Nintendo 3DS eShop throughout 2011 and 2012 for roughly 5 to 7 bones a pop.
This is such a cool idea. Imagine the possibilities. This line can truly go on forever. They can include some of the greatest games of all time. I fucking love this company!
Remakes were Nintendo's answer to validating 3D in the 3DS's early days. Ocarina of Time 3D, Star Fox 64 3D. What better way to show how it can enhance something than by using it with something we all know inside and out? But these games were already 3D in terms of polygons. How do you take a 2D game and convert that to scopic stereos? Well, Nintendo knew exactly who to get on the phone. Arika! They made Endless Ocean and Dr. Mario Express.
No shit, they know what they're doing.
With that, development of the 3D Classics line kicked off all the way back in 2009, which 2 years seems like an extraordinary amount of development time for that. I guess it just goes to show what seems like the easiest things to make in the game industry, well, they can often be the toughest. Bringing a game over to a new platform, yet most assume there was an Amazon Dash button for that. In reality, it's a ton of work, and these 3D Classics were a similar story. They had to rebuild these retro games from the ground up, while also taking how they would work in 3D into consideration now. The results? Well, let's check out the first game of the lineup, 3D Classics Excite Bike. This was initially seen at E3 2010 amongst 17 other classic games showcased in a demo titled Classic Games. Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, Metroid, Punch-Out, NES Open Tournament Golf, Kirby's Adventure, Tennis, The Mysterious Murasame Castle, Twin B, Kid Icarus, Urban Champion, Mega Man 2, Castlevania, Smash Ping Pong, Super Mario World, and Yoshi's Island were showcased in addition to Excite Bike, all with a 3D effect. Now, these weren't playable demos, it was merely just showing the games running in 3D. The background usually just kinda sunk in, but considering nearly all the 3D Classics titles were a part of this demo may imply that these were being considered for the series as well. In fact, the 3D Classics developers outright stated Tennis for NES was being worked on in the series, but it was scrapped due to just not being that appealing in 3D. Maybe because it just wasn't that appealing in general. Regardless, 3D Classics Excite Bike was made available right at the Nintendo 3DS's eShop launch, which occurred on June 6th, 2011. And for the first month, it was completely free to download as a way to thank 3DS users for putting up with the fact that eShop wasn't available until 4 months after they got their damn systems. The 3DS was released in an incomplete and overpriced state, but they gave me Excite Bike for free, bitches! In actuality, I was one of the schmucks who waited until August 2011 to buy their 3DS when the price dropped from $250 to $170. That was quite the discount, but because of that, I missed out on the 3DS Ambassador program, which gave those who bought the system for $250 before August 10 free downloadable NES games valued at $5 a piece, 10 free downloadable Game Boy Advance games valued at $7 a piece, and I missed out on free Excite Bike and had to buy it for $6.
Did I save money or not?
It's been a while since I used the 3D effect on a 3DS. I used to go all in with this sucker, full 3D to the max. Christ, it's just the title screen, and this is one of the most loud 3D effects in the 3DS library. It's just so 3D. That's probably because not only can you use the 3D slider to adjust the intensity, there's in-game 3D controls too, so you can gouge your eyes out, but you can gouge your eyes out just a little bit more. Go the extra mile. Interestingly, 3D Classics Excite Bike has the entire background change perspective with the adjustment of the 3D slider. Like, you literally see more of it when it cranks up. Most of the time, adjusting the slider in 3DS games just feels like adjusting the audio's volume, you know? It just increases or decreases the 3D effect, nothing major. This title, it literally moves the background further and further within the game, which is really cool. It's a level of control I never associated with the 3D slider, but it's here. The game itself, it's Excite Bike.
Don't look.
This is an undeniably nearly flawless recreation of the original NES game from 1985, though now it's in widescreen with a few other graphical improvements. Certain obstacles are rendered in 3D now, and it all runs so much smoother. You have analog control, meaning you can pop a wheelie, or just kind of pop a wheelie. It all adds up to the game having a much smoother feel than ever before. However, the game having these 3D obstacles, well, they're only really in 3D when the 3D slider is on. What the developers did was fundamentally make the game exactly like the 2D original when the slider is down all the way, but when you crank it up more and more, it strays farther and farther. It's really bizarre. Some scenes, specifically the menus, are still in a pseudo 4x3 letterbox, which is strange considering these were remade from scratch. They didn't have to be constrained to 4x3, but they chose to, and they chose to do it with the easiest part of the game to make widescreen. Like, wouldn't the actual game be the hardest to turn widescreen in this menu with a one color background? Couldn't that be done during a lunch break? I don't care, I mean, it looks fine. It's not like they kept kept black bars there. They spruced it up. It's just confusing to me. The biggest upgrade though has to be the track editor. Excitebike infamously had a track editor that was a bit of a nightmare to use, and as a bonus, was pointless. You couldn't save your tracks. It gave you the option to save, but that just meant for as long as your game was turned on, because when you turn it off, I got pissed for you. 3D Classics Excitebike gives you numerous slots to save multiple tracks to. The interface has been completely revamped in such a smart way, where you can shift through parts more elegantly. However, if you still want to use the editor in the style of the original, you have that option. At the end of the day, this is the definitive version of Excitebike in my opinion, and that's not even taking the 3D effect into consideration. With it is no contest. This is the way to play Excitebike. It's a fun arcade-style NES game about making jumps properly to get the best time, and now it's more realistic than ever. This title set the standard for what I expected out of the 3D Classics line from that point forward, and taking all those games Nintendo demoed at E3 2010 into consideration, I was excited. Like, come on, Super Mario World, Zelda, Mega Man 2? So many possibilities! How about Xavius, you dumb bitch? This launched right alongside 3D Classics Excitebike in Japan on June 7th, but everywhere else, we got it a month later on July 21st. I remember Xavius. I had it on one of those Namco plug-and-play consoles. Ever since, I haven't been happy. Yeah, this isn't a Nintendo game. It's a developed and published by Namco arcade joint. Well, I think we all at least know of Xavius.
I mean, come on, we're all friends here.
It's not a favorite for many of us, which makes sense as it turns out Xavius is beloved in Japan. Well, here it didn't see as much success. It was the first game they developed through the 3D Classics line. Japanese players and developers adore Xavius, and it's not difficult to see why. It's a solid arcade title. I just personally prefer the likes of Galaga. But even if players outside of Japan, i.e. the man myself, I, weren't too excited about Xavius itself, the idea of non-Nintendo games being eligible for this series gave me goosebumps. Hopping into 3D Classics Xavius, it retains the exact same menu setup as Excitebike, including the same main menu music. Literally all the options are the same across the whole series, so it's all about the game now.
The 3D effect is so good, it made me deaf.
Oh, Xavius was at the review in 1982. Just like Excitebike, this is in widescreen as well, though being a vertical shooter, there's not a ton you could do to make the game widescreen while also perfectly recreating it. Like, okay, if Xavius is in widescreen now, well, there's gonna be no enemies on the sides of the screen, and if you put enemies on the sides,
This isn't my Xavius!
So the developers put clouds on the sides to give the game widescreen, which is a brilliant solution. The 3D effect helps differentiate between what's next to you and below you. You have two different shots, one for enemies in the air and one for enemies on the ground. And as a dumb kid, i.e. 4 days ago, I never really thought about how perspective really plays into Xavius. These things are below you and require you to drop a bomb on them. I just thought they were bullshit. Why isn't my main attack hitting them? Okay, I'll use this one for whatever reason. 3D Classic Xavius with the 3D on helps show specifically what obstacles are right in front of you and which ones are on the ground. And for a game all about firing the right weapon depending on the plane your enemy's on, yeah, I'll give in. This was a good choice for 3D Classics. Other than that, it's just Xavius. There's no real new additions. You can quick save high scores. There's not much else to it. So for $5.99, it's okay. When you're in the $6 territory, there's not a ton you can do to argue against its value. Like, what were you gonna spend those $6 on? Xavius?
Oh, he's gotta budget things out.
The next 3D Classics release came to Japan on July 13th and everywhere else on August 18th. That being 3D Classics, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Urban Champion is an old school black box NES game, meaning it saw Reagan. Excitebike was a black box game too, and it's actually older than Urban Champion, which gives Urban Champion less of an excuse. It's an early example of a fighting game. Nintendo's first to be exact. You just punch and punch and punch your opponent, and whoever gets punched into a manhole loses. Just like real life. Now this game is sort of the punching bag in Nintendo's early titles, generally considered one of their worst. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, I wouldn't willingly play it, but I'd so rather endure this than most of the NES black box sports titles. It's just so basic and simple and stupid and clunky and slow, and I think Nintendo knows this and re-releases it all the time as a joke. It got an arcade release, numerous virtual console releases, it can be played on a card, and it was the third 3D Classics title, which again, I'm positive they did this as a joke. I mean, Urban Champion just doesn't have anything warranting a 3D re-release. Like, what are you gonna do? Finally answer the question, oh, where is this building? Turns out 3D Classics Urban Champion is the most in-depth one so far. The title adds up. Deep in the settings, you can turn on a new camera mode where after every round, it shows us exactly what was going on 30 degrees to the left. Yeah, they pretty much recreated the entire game with 3D models. Why have we not stepped foot on Mars? Because we wasted our time doing shit like this. On top of that, multiplayer is included where you can connect to another 3DS nearby. You get new rank titles for enduring a certain number of rounds, which brings incentive to playing the game longer than a minute. Man, I played 3D Classics Urban Champion for 4 minutes. I was only expecting to play for 3. So they really went above and beyond with this version. Maybe they decided to remake Urban Champion to see how much they could improve a game that legitimately needed improvements. I think that should be done more often with remakes. Remake a game that actually needs remade. At the end of the day, however, the 3D Classics developers stick very close to the originals, improving things that need improving, but making the game at its core still feel the same, which is a great mantra to have, just not for Urban Champion. There really wasn't a ton you could do to this game to make it that much better without changing it completely. This is definitely the definitive version of the game, but for the amount of development time this probably took, was it worth it? Like I said, the developers might have decided on this game to see if they could improve it substantially, but I don't think they chose it for that reason. I think they chose it because they thought it'd be funny. It was only $5. They knew what they were doing. Next month, on August 10th in Japan and September 22nd elsewhere, the 4th title released, 3D Classics Twin B.
Who?
Twin B was an arcade vertical shooter by Konami, ported to the Famicom and various other Japanese computers in the mid-80s. It's barely had a presence here in the States, and it released under a different name, Rainbow Bell, in a Konami collection for the DS over here in 2007. But this 3D Classics version was the first time it released under its true title. That's awesome, but why? Why Twin B? Out of all Konami games you could have remade via 3D Classics, why this one? Twin B seems to be a similar story to Xevious. It feels like Nintendo has a lot of love for this game, as just like Xevious, they keep respecting the hell out of it. They respect Twin B more than me as a person. It was re-released as a part of the Famicom mini-series of games on the Game Boy Advance in Japan, and also released as a game on the NES Nintendo Switch Online library. And also, just like Xevious, it's a vertical shooter where you have 2 weapons, one attacking enemies in front of you and one attacking enemies below you. So, okay, that makes sense why it would be chosen for the 3D treatment, but when you only have 6 games to do this with and you chose a game nobody's heard of that already had very similar gameplay to another game you already remade, with this being one of only 2 games in this lineup that Nintendo didn't develop, so they had to go out of their way to license out.
I'll stop talking shit on Twin B.
Well, it's Twin B, pretty much the same game as the Famicom version. Which is also kind of strange. This was originally an arcade title, and when Xevious got the 3D Classics treatment, they used the arcade version, but with Twin B, they didn't use the arcade version, they used the Famicom one. And on top of that, the game's not even in widescreen. They have this weird curtain border on the edges, when they could have done something like with Xevious and put clouds on the side or something. There are clouds in the game, after all. The 3D effect is fine. I mean, like with Xevious, the game uses dual planes, so it's totally logical. I just don't think it adds a ton to the experience. But Twin B was a game that made sense to be converted to 3D, even if it didn't need it. The game's good, it's a fun retro shooter. They added rapid fire, which is nice, but overall, it's just an odd choice for the series. Similar to Urban Champion, this one was also only $5 compared to the $6 charged for Excitebike and Xevious. Honestly, I kinda like this one more than Xevious, but that game had more work put into the 3D conversion. At the end of the day, I wouldn't trust either one of these with my life. Well, it took a while, but we finally got a game with some meat on its bones later down the line on November 17th, everywhere other than Japan, which got the game much later on April 25th, 2012. 3D Classics Kirby's Adventure. It's about time we got a game that wasn't just a simple high score type game, and Kirby's Adventure was an excellent pick, as it was one of the biggest games for NES. But because of that, the title experienced a ton of technical issues on that platform, which is literally the only thing they really fixed in the 3D Classics version. This is just Kirby's Adventure, but it runs buttery smooth now. It's like I'm really there. The game is still in 4:3, which is disappointing. It's not a big deal, but when the first 3 games were given widescreen and now these don't, I feel gypped. The 3D effect is pretty minimal here as well. They kind of dim the background a bit, which you can turn on or off, but even at max 3D, it's just not that impressive. It's fine, it's not bad, it just adds nothing to the experience. I think they probably could have utilized the bottom screen more as well. The other titles just put random info on there, usually stats that would have taken up screen real estate, and Kirby's Adventure always had this big bar at the bottom showing the ability you have, the score, your life counter, and if Urban Champion could take all of its info and put it on the bottom screen, why can't Kirby? That's point 1 for Urban Champion, going against Kirby's $1,200. This is the best value of the series so far though, being a game that actually has more than 30 minutes of content. And they could have done a lot more, but just the fact the game runs smoothly comparative to the NES version is enough to make this pretty definitive. Now, is it worth $2 more than the $5 Nintendo charged for the game on Wii and Wii U? This is just ridiculous, Nintendo. I was $2 short for my surgery money because of you. Next up is 3D Classics Kid Icarus. All right, we're finally doing some actual games. This released alongside Kid Icarus Uprising here in North America as a pre-order bonus on March 23rd, 2012 before releasing to the public on April 19th for $6. It released as a Club Nintendo reward in Japan on January 18th, in Europe on February 2nd, and Australia on April 12th. Yes, who else had 5 birthdays? 3D Classics Kid Icarus is based on the original Japanese Famicom Disk System version, which you can tell by the music. The Disk System featured different audio capabilities from that of the NES, so games like Kid Icarus, Metroid, Zelda 1 and 2, those have different soundtracks in Japan on the system. Not vastly different, but they do have a different quality to them. I think they used the Japanese version specifically because it featured saving capabilities. Over here, it was a password pack, which they were very proud of. Damn. Again, this isn't in widescreen, so the first 3 did, the last 3 didn't. Instead, we get this sort of tacky border. I wish the 4x3 games gave you the option to change it or turn it off at the very least. The 3D effect is similar to Kirby's. It's not game-changing, but it's much more robust than that game. I feel like there's a lot more going on here, and there's more going on with the features too. You can play with the original controls, but the 3D Classics control option features a ton of quality of life improvements. Just better overall. Jumping and shooting is better, timing's adjusted, speed's adjusted. It's not a whole different game, it just feels smoother now. But the biggest addition is the color and backgrounds. This version includes backdrops, and they look gorgeous. The original Kid Icarus, much like various other NES games, had plain black backgrounds, which made each stage feel the exact same. I remember when they added Skyward the Smash Bros. Brawl as a stage, I thought, this looks nothing like Kid Icarus, it looks good! These backgrounds help you distinguish not only where you are in the game level-wise, but also the story. Now it's like, yeah, no shit, I'm in the underworld. With the backgrounds and new control options, the save feature new to Ohioans, this is my favorite way to play the original Kid Icarus. The original has its charm, but it's not too fun to go back to today. This one helps me to appreciate the game so much more, and they didn't even change a ton. They just tweaked elements that really needed it. Because I think even the most die-hard Kid Icarus fans won't admit the first game was perfect. You're gonna have mega fans say how if you're not playing the original, you're just not playing Kid Icarus.
You truly haven't lived until you've been shot in the face.
But you can play this game just like the original if you want to. The new control options just made it a more fluid and fun experience. If the challenge from the NES game came from how slow and clunky the game controlled at times, you beating it doesn't mean you're the gaming messiah. It kinda just means you had more free time to beat the game. And with that, the 3D Classics line wrapped up. What a disgusting family photo.
Okay, so I followed these games extensively as they were releasing. I bought Urban Champion on release day, and I still haven't made my money back on that investment. 3D Classics Excite Bike was the first game I ever downloaded on my 3DS, and I bought it for $6 3 weeks after it was made available for free. I got Xevious and Kirby's Adventure shortly after. 3D Classics as a concept was something I think everybody could get behind. 8-bit remasters in 3D. They were still the same games at their core, but enhanced in multiple ways while retaining the same visuals, music. It was amazing. They just picked the worst games to do it with.
The developers commented on how difficult developing these titles were. They probably thought this would be easy peasy going into it, and then 2 years later they said, voila, Xevious. Now, I don't doubt these games took a lot of effort to make. They didn't emulate anything. These games were remade and enhanced in more ways than one. You can truly see how skilled and hardworking the developers were in not only remaking these games for the better, but retaining the feel of their original releases. That's not as easy to do as it sounds. And I'm sure, judging by the amount of 3D games they had as demos at E3 2010, they had far more plans for this series, but cut it after the 6 because they just took too long to make. Plus, they didn't sell as well as they wanted, and I totally understand that. You don't want to put all that work into something and won't make money back. But that just makes me ask why they chose Urban fucking Champion. 4 of these games were very simple, high-score based titles. Most of them were good, but why didn't they do more titles like Kirby's Adventure or Kid Icarus? Why not Zelda 1 with the top-down perspective? That would have worked perfectly. Even something like Super Mario Bros. 3 with the whole stage play aesthetic would be highlighted that much more with the 3D effect showing depth with the shadows. What, Mach Rider, if they wanted to stick to simpler games? That would have been good. Why not Game Boy games or Super Nintendo games or just different third-party ones other than 2 vertical shooters which weren't that popular to begin with and honestly have a bit too much in common? I'm sure it 100% came down to these titles being the first they tried out because they were simpler at the end of the day. And if the series was a success, they would move on to more popular titles like Mario and Zelda games. But how would the series be a success when these were the games you were depending on? All these games were on systems that Nintendo was already releasing games for on the 3DS through the Virtual Console. And putting out Super Mario Bros. For $5 on the 3DS with little to no effort involved probably still made Nintendo 10 times more money than remaking Excitebike in 3D for only $1 more. How 3D Classics Urban Champion was the same price as most unaltered NES games on the 3DS eShop. It was the same price they charged for Urban Champion on Wii and Wii U with no changes or improvements. No wonder they canceled this series. We're gonna put more effort into this re-release but charge the exact same price as we always did, or $1 more. I personally was hoping to see a sister series on Wii U called HD Classics, where it's the same idea but 8 and 16-bit games would be remastered in HD, but I can always write to Nintendo about that later. Well, that's not the complete end to the story. Where Nintendo left off, Sega picked up with their own lineup of 3D remasters, the Sega 3D Classics, kicking off in Japan on December 26, 2012. These aren't a part of the same series, but I guess the term 3D Classics can be used by anybody. Compared to Nintendo's 6-game output, Sega released 27 of them. They know something we don't. So this is what I think happened. Arika is a fantastic studio. They've made some phenomenal games. They're not a porting house. You give the Teddy Together guys Excitebike, it's gonna take them a while to figure out. They did a superb job, but I feel like they weren't as efficient as they could have been through development considering this was relatively new territory for them. Sega's 3D Classics were developed by M2. This is their thing. They almost exclusively work with re-releases and consistently are contracted by Sega for this kind of stuff. And their 3D Classics have a lot of the same bells and whistles as Arika's, so I think this kind of explains why there were only 6 Nintendo games. Because my god, these are packed with features! You can adjust so much, including whether or not the 3D pops out or falls in, the screen looking more like a classic CRT, what system you want the games to be running on, since there were extremely minor differences between playing Sonic on different models of the Genesis. Some games go further than others. Some are in widescreen and others are just in 4:3. Some have touchscreen control for more precise movement like Power Drift or Galaxy Force 2, and others, even if they are pretty basic like Puyo Puyo 2, Streets of Rage, or Sonic 1 and 2, they're at the very least really good versions that run great and look fantastic. However, Sonic 1 and 2 not being in widescreen, like come on man, the mobile phone versions were, why not these ones? If Fantasy Zone can be in widescreen, I don't understand why Streets of Rage can't be, and that mentality I have with pretty much all these 3D re-releases by Sega and Nintendo. I am very curious as to why some games got widescreen and others didn't. There were so many Sega 3D Classics that released. Some of them were exclusive to Japan, some of them were exclusive to the physical collections they put out. The first one was the only one to come out here, Sega 3D Classics Collection, and it's so well done and full of life. I'd say this is one time where Sega easily ousted Nintendo. Their 3D Classics were from all kinds of different systems, arcade, Master System, Genesis, the SG-1000. They put out loads of them, and they were mostly games people actually wanted to play. Nintendo did a couple of good ones, but mainly sat in their own piss asking why nobody wanted to play with them.
Yeah, these are all great re-releases. I just wish they did more of them. Specifically Nintendo. I think if Sega did more, they'd pass out. They just chose the wrong games to do this line with. I'm happy they did what they did. I mean, these are all the definitive versions of each game. But why Twin B? Why Urban Champion? I'm sick of living in the dark about this. I'm gonna go into the credits and find who to harass. I'll give Arika this, they're hard to threaten.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Don't mind me, just wearing my nostalgia goggles here. These things are a bitch, I have no idea why people wear these. The 3DS is officially 6 years old, which means it has to go through what every 6-year-old has to experience at some point, being yelled at for existing. So, I thought it'd be fun to look back at my personal experiences with the system ever since 2011. I originally bought the 3DS the exact day it received a price cut. It retailed for 250 bones for the first few months, but that obviously wasn't achieving the sales Nintendo was yearning for. Personally, I think the lackluster sales had to do more so with the lack of compelling games, but hey, it's whatever. I picked up the Cosmo Black color, with the other option being Aqua Blue, and man, this sure was a design. It was a galactic slice of cake. I always found the sparkles a bit weird, and the bottom screen and circle pad would leave an imprint on the top. The start and select and home buttons all feel like you're killing an ant when you press down on them, and the stylus is on the top of the system for some godforsaken reason. But overall, the main complaint people had with this system when it came out was the lack of a second circle pad, probably just because the PS Vita had one and everybody thought it was going to be the death of the 3DS. Nintendo Nintendo later released the Circle Pad Pro, but they didn't use this thing that much at all. A few games here and there supported it, but overall it was just kind of a way for Nintendo to shut everybody up about the 3DS not having a second stick. This version is for the 3DS XL, which, hey, we might as well talk about the system variants. After the original, Nintendo released the 3DS XL in 2012. It improved almost everything about the original, but I don't know, it always felt a little cheaper, and like they were specifically trying to cut costs. I still vastly preferred it, but it definitely didn't feel that premium compared to the original. In 2013, incompetency took the form of an end piece of bread with the 2DS. This was revealed around August and people flipped piss. But overall, it turned out to be a nice gateway into the fun and incredibly endearing world of being a Nintendo fan. In 2014 in Japan and 2015 here, the new 3DS and new 3DS XL came out and basically answered all complaints people had with previous pieces of 3DS hardware. It included super stable 3D that tracked your eyes, better design, and a free nipple included with every purchase. I only picked up the standard new 3DS within the past year just because I love this design, but I do say I definitely miss the bigger screens of the XL. Before we delve into games, let's talk about the main gimmick of the 3DS, the 3D. Honestly, it was really cool at first. That startup screen was what I used to show people what glasses-free 3D was like. Still probably the best use of 3D on the system. Over time, however, the 3D slider more consistently went down. It just kind of forced you to play the way the system wanted you to play, like sitting at a different angle to view the 3D, even with the new 3DS models. I more so keep it off for comfort reasons, just so I can sit how I please and play how I wish. The first games I got for the 3DS were Pilot Wings Resort and Asphalt 3D. I really wanted Pilot Wings because it was basically an expansion on the piloting minigame in Wii Sports Resort. Upon playing the game, I concluded that it was a piloting minigame in Wii Sports Resort, but expanded upon. I picked up Asphalt 3D because it was the cheapest 3DS game at GameStop when I was buying Pilot Wings, so I decided to give it a go. Upon playing the game, I realized it was the cheapest 3DS game at GameStop at the time. You know all those cheap iPhone racing games that you play for like 5 minutes and delete? That's Asphalt 3D, but it's on an actual game console, so it feels even more cheap and soulless. Over the next few months, the 3DS was basically used as a virtual console machine. I would download a lot of Game Boy games I never experienced before and enjoy a fair amount of them. Donkey Kong 94 is still a great game and one of the shining gems in the Game Boy library. Super Mario Land kinda blows, but it's a Mario game, so it's amazing or whatever. Really though, it's a charming little game, but it sure doesn't stand the test of time, no sirree. Over the lifespan of the system, I played through classics such as Super Mario Land 2, Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge, Mario's Picross, and a handful of others. I also continually downloaded 3D classics like Xevious, Kirby's Adventure, and it was only around the time I bought 3D Classics Urban Champion that I realized I was a complete tool. Sega continually released a bunch of classic games under their own 3D Classics moniker, which was pretty neat too. NES, Game Gear, and Game Boy Color games also appeared on the eShop, which was nice, but I think I, including many others, were just dying to see GBA support. 10 GBA games were made available on the 3DS, but only to people who bought the system before the first major price cut. But I remember Nintendo continually saying they couldn't get GBA emulation right on the 3DS, so that's why they never did GBA Virtual Console, and I was always like, what? SNES games came recently last year exclusively for the new 3DS system, but this was a bit too little too late for me, as I just failed to really care. When the holidays rolled around and right before Christmas, I picked up Mario Kart 7. It's a solid version of Mario Kart, definitely. However, I always felt that the biggest problem with it was the lack of single-player content, especially coming after Mario Kart DS with the mission mode and all. After the holidays, I used my Christmas money to pick up a few games, one of those being Super Mario 3D Land, also referred to as the savior of the 3DS. This game plus Mario Kart were big factors in the 3DS's thrust back into success, and for good reason. Looking back at this Mario game, while it's not very original and does very little new itself, its use of 3D, superb level design, and controls made this an awesome handheld entry in the Mario franchise. I played this game so much, I even played through the entire game to completion without dying once, which equates to quitting out to the home menu every time I died. Speaking of Mario games, potentially the most controversial game on the system was Paper Mario Sticker Star, also referred to as... I played through the first hour or so of this game and it was alright. However, after that I never really played through this game again. Now with Color Splash, that game was actually good enough for me to want to play through it to the end, but Sticker Star didn't really grab me, and I don't think anybody's going to pout because I said that. This generation served as a lot of 2D platformers. Maybe too many. Actually, yeah, too many. But the 3DS had a ton of solid ones. The 3DS was the system I beat Donkey Kong Country Returns on. I always found it surprising that Donkey Kong never received an original outing on the 3DS. Like, for God's sakes, Metroid got an original 3DS game, and it was trash! With DKC Returns 3D, of course you're trading silky smooth graphics of the Wii version for purely button control and extra content. and I personally believe it's a fair trade-off, and in many respects the 3DS version is superior. The two Kirby games on the 3DS were excellent. However, Planet Robobot was the superior one. Triple Deluxe felt a little too generic Kirby in comparison, and while it was good, Planet Robobot just had so much more going for it. But you can't talk 2D platformers without bringing up New Super Mario Bros. 2. I beat it in a matter of hours the day I bought it, and that always stuck out to me as kinda lame, and the game itself was truly nothing special or new. The gimmick was that coins were everywhere, and that Nintendo tasked the player to grab 1 million of them. The problem was there was no point to all the coins, there was no shop to spend them in, there was no unlock based on how many coins you obtained. There was nothing. But based on the fact that I wasn't getting way past late in my freshman year of high school, I did get 1 million coins in the game, mainly due in part to the DLC coin rush packs I got, one pack being advertised as a coinado to put it lightly. It was still a good game, however, nothing breathtaking or surprising by any means. But you want to talk about nothing breathtaking or surprising by any means, Yoshi's New Island. Good God, I did not care for this game. And this is coming from the kid who mocked up a 3DS XL for the game, and it got covered by major gaming news outlets. Thanks guys, I'm still blushing to this very day, but Jesus Christ, this game blows. It's so easy and boring, and the graphics just don't work most of the time, and the music sounds like it's composed with wet sneakers. I wasn't a fan. And you want to talk about cartridge-shaped garbage, take a gander at Chibi Robo Ziplash.
This game blows!
Alright, whatever. I didn't like a few 2D platformers on the 3DS, but the majority of them were pretty good to pretty great. But puzzles are also pretty banging, and the 3DS had some wonderful puzzle games. The most memorable for me was Pushmo, and man, it was a game. It even had graphics and sound, and it's on the 3DS too? I was in heaven! This was a great little puzzle game, and the series has had multiple entries both on the 3DS and Wii U. I genuinely hope it continues on the Switch. There were also a few Mario vs. Donkey Kong games on the eShop. Oh, I'm sorry, Mario and Donkey Kong. This was a different take on the formula and brought the series into 3D, and this was way more interesting and fun than the 2D versions. Professor Layton had a few fun entries on the 3DS, but in terms of traditional puzzle games like Tetris, we had Tetris Access, which I didn't really get into. I don't know, it was just generic Tetris, nothing really that special. Puzzle and Dragon Z plus Puzzle and Dragon Super Mario Bros. Edition. It's a decent package, but I personally didn't really get into it. As a fun little distraction, there was Ultimate NES Remix, the same NES Remix Nintendo said couldn't run on the 3DS. This port was mainly a best-of compilation of the first two games on Wii U, and the game works leagues better on a handheld, but it feels mostly like a cheap port as it doesn't include 3D and doesn't have much in terms of 3DS exclusive content. In terms of simulation type games, I played Animal Crossing New Leaf and Tomodachi Life. It's a bit weird because I can say without hesitation New Leaf was a better game, but I enjoyed Tomodachi Life considerably more. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter as Tomodachi Life got lame after a week, so I hope a new one comes out for the Switch with a metric 4 more loaves of content. Animal Crossing got a spin-off on the 3DS in the form of Happy Home Designer, but I actually haven't played it. The 3DS had so many Zelda games in the form of remakes, ports, and new games. It was pretty crazy. The main one I played here was A Link Between Worlds, and it's pretty fun to look back and see major ideas Breath of the Wild uses starting in this game, like the non-linearity and basically having all the items from the get-go. Now, I really liked every Zelda game I've played, but I never finished them, just because I play them for a while, set them down, come back a few days later, and I'm completely lost. This changed with Breath of the Wild as I actually beat the game, but for me, somebody who can't handle the traditional Zelda gameplay may be more down for Triforce Heroes. It was okay, but they really made it exclusively for multiplayer. Playing single player isn't fun and emphasizes loneliness. Finally, we have to talk about Smash Bros. This was when the 3DS peaked in my opinion, as the majority of games that came after it really didn't appeal to me. 2015 and 2016 were just filled with RPGs and poor quality titles, and I'm not necessarily a fan of either. Smash ran beautifully on the system, which was jaw-dropping in many cases. I always wanted a portable Smash Bros. Ever since I played Brawl back in 2008, and I have to say, Smash 3DS didn't disappoint. One of the crowning achievements of the 3DS though was the eShop. So much variety and so many games. I already talked about the Virtual Console, but I want to reiterate how cool it was to see Game Boy games back in action. In my opinion, a ton of Game Boy games are more often forgotten than NES and SNES games, so it was great to have all these on one system. Plus, you could change the color from black and white to puke green, and oh boy, what a touch! In terms of eShop games, Colors 3D was a fun 3D painting program that I used here and there, and Burn Mania 3D was a hilarious joke until we all realized it was real. Harmonite was a super fun rhythm game by Game Freak, and Kersploosh was one of the cheapest games Nintendo put out on the eShop price-wise, and it was an arcade rock faller and one of the finest of its kind. You could download trailers for upcoming games and view them in 3D, which I had a fondness for. I love keeping these trailers on my system just because a lot of these showcase these games early in development, back when Mario Tennis Open, Sticker Star, and A Link Between Worlds were just referred to as their franchise names and logos were different. Also, this thing plays DS games. The 3DS was truly one of the most bang for your buck systems out there, and while not all my memories linked to it were positive, I had a ton of fun with this system over the past 6 years.
The 3DS has lived an incredibly full life, but I'm glad Nintendo decided to kill it off. That means all of their development efforts can go towards the Switch, and that means we get more games for the Switch.
It ain't Easter.
Oh, that's what the word October 31st meant?
Wow. Some bitch you turned out to be.
Really?
Yeah, the house down the street was only giving out lectures. But you're different, giving out king-size candy bars and all?
Oh, you're just trick-or-treating? I thought this was a robbery on Halloween.
Nah, if this was a robbery, you'd be pointing a gun at me.
Hey y'all, Scott here. It isn't Easter, it's actually not Christmas. Halloween is here, and for Trick or Treat, I'm giving away 3DSs filled with Nintendo eShop games downloaded onto them because the store was out of Skittles. And I'm just doing society a favor. First off, low calorie. Like, compare the nutritional facts of Snickers to Senran Kagura and tell me what you'd rather give to our youth. But I'm mainly doing this to spread awareness of the eShop killer. An unknown entity responsible for the slow death of 2 Nintendo eShops. They're still out there. All I can do is show as many people as I can what's being lost while spreading the word. I've been tracking their patterns, analyzing their calling cards, but I still can't find the culprit. The only thing I haven't done yet is waste my time. While I wait for more trick-or-treaters, let's take a look back at the entire life of the Nintendo eShop on both the Wii U and 3DS, and analyze them to find out as much about the eShop killer as possible. But with it being Halloween, hopefully nothing scary happens.
The Nintendo eShop, a digital storefront available on Nintendo systems offering downloadable software, and I'll never trust somebody who looks like this ever again. The service was introduced on the Nintendo 3DS in June of 2011, was made available on the Wii U at the launch of that console in November of 2012, and debuted on the Nintendo Switch at its launch in March of 2017, but these are all separate entities. The 3DS eShop is the 3DS eShop. The Wii U eShop's the Wii U eShop. That means even with the Nintendo Switch eShop succeeding them, there is so much unique digital content exclusive to the Nintendo 3DS and the Wii U of doom. In February of 2022, Nintendo announced the death of the Nintendo eShop on both systems, making it impossible to purchase digital games for them ever again.
Oh, I pissed myself this morning, I'm good.
Pretty wild Nintendo decided to terminate these eShops after the whole fiasco with the Wii Shop channel closure. After the 7th US state was bombed, I thought they would have had a change of heart. Well, my neighborhood did put up a sign.
But who's to say that won't eventually happen? I have to prepare for the worst case scenario. I'll use the Nintendo eShop on Halloween just in case I use the Nintendo eShop on Halloween.
God damn, put it out of its misery. Either way, I have a Nintendo 3DS and Wii U filled to the brim with downloaded eShop games. So let's take a look at both systems' library of games that don't f***ing exist. It all started with the launch of the Nintendo 3DS.
And by that, I mean it didn't.
While the 3DS launched here in North America in March of 2011, the Nintendo eShop wasn't active yet. We had to wait until June 6th of that year for a system update enabling the feature. It's okay, the 3DS launched with Rayman 3D.
Well, there goes my productivity for the next 2 months.
Then finally, bam, the Nintendo eShop launched. But gotta say, pretty pathetic how the system launched without a digital storefront. The Wii did, the Nintendo DSi did. This is like showing up to the party without potato salad.
Sure hope nobody notices. Put some f***ing pants on!
Regardless, the Nintendo 3DS's eShop was finally open for business, offering nearly all of the software from the Nintendo DSi shop outside of these games here. Damn it! Classic titles from previous systems, a part of the Virtual Console branding, specifically Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, downloadable trailers for upcoming 3DS releases, and of course, original software and applications made specifically for the system. There were pretty much only 2 3DS games on the eShop at launch. One wasn't a 3DS game, the other wasn't a 3DS game. Those being 3D Classics Excitebike and Pokédex 3D. Now, these were both free, at least for a limited time. Excitebike was sort of a peace offering to 3DS users for patiently not touching their handheld since launch. Pokédex was more so a 3D model viewer for the Pokemon from Pokemon Black and White. This is 100% just a polished tech demo to fiddle around with and nothing more, but I will say, the graphics did impress me back in the day, at least compared to previous Nintendo handhelds. Is that a whole ass circle? 3D Classics Excitebike was the main course here, and it's the classic NES title remade for stereoscopic 3D. But they went even further than that, putting it in widescreen, revamping the track editor, all while retaining the same look and feel of the 8-bit original. I was so damn pumped to get 3D Classics Excitebike for free that I finally bought a 3DS for myself in August of 2011 when the offer expired and I had to buy it for $6. And that's when I discovered coping. Honestly, during this time, the classic Game Boy and Game Boy Color titles were keeping me busy. Super Mario Land, Donkey Kong, Link's Awakening DX, these games were seldom re-released, especially in comparison to the junk on NES. Hey, do you want to play Donkey Kong 3 again?
For the millionth time. Yes!
Even if a good chunk of these Game Boy games didn't hold up the greatest, they were definitely fun to look back on and see how Nintendo's handheld lineage all began. Or there just wasn't anything to do with the system in 2011, because I'm gonna talk about trailers now. Something I remember doing a lot was downloading game trailers off of the eShop. This was cool because you could view them in 3D, getting a better idea as to how the game would look on the 3DS's display. But I always liked keeping these on my system, mainly because a lot of these used working titles and prototype logos, so it's kind of a cool digital keepsake from the build up to launch for these titles. Like when Mario Tennis Open was just called Mario Tennis. God, simpler times. Now the police report's longer. And that was pretty much it for the Nintendo eShop on 3DS at launch. The most exciting thing, honestly, was getting all the DSi Shop content, the Game Boy games, and of course, the presentation. You ever go to a store and feel guilty for not buying anything? I feel like that every time I enter the 3DS eShop. I mean, the music that plays isn't in your face like the Wii or DSi Shop. Rather, it's so soothing and comfy, all while that damn shopping bag has organs. No other storefronts kept me this calm during that situation. I always liked how during the download screen you could twist and turn the icon in 3D, how upgraded the entire visual experience was from Nintendo's previous digital stores. I mean, they have whole ass banners, categories. We're no longer using fake currency, which is definite growth. Sir, I'll give you 7 Wii Cladoodles for that. Nah, now we use real world money and get taxed real world dollars because we're real world citizens now. This was the moment Nintendo fans were finally tried as adults. But that was pretty much it for the eShop at launch, and frankly, almost the entirety of 2011. The only things that ever seemed to pop up here were Game Boy Virtual Console titles. Now, I'm not really one to complain. I think I react in the exact way Nintendo wants their fans to with these games. But it was just odd considering the Nintendo DSi Shop had the exact opposite issue. I thought it was weird how they had no legacy Virtual Console software on there, just original DSi releases. So with the 3DS, it was pretty much nothing but Virtual Console software. And even then, it was basically just Game Boy. In the entirety of 2011, we only got 2 Game Boy Color games. More entries in the 3D Classics line released throughout the year: Xevious, Urban Champion, Twin Bee, and Kirby's Adventure, with Kid Icarus launching in 2011 as the last 3D Classic Nintendo release. I've already talked about these at length. However, they were a core part of the eShop in those early days. They definitely varied in quality, and the games they picked to convert to 3D, I mean, damn, I was hoping they would do stick on a screen. Could have improved it a bit.
Cause that's a damn branch!
Outside of playing old games, however, the 3DS could do all kinds of other things.
Happy Halloween.
Applications! In July of 2011, we got Netflix and Nintendo Video. You know, it was kind of assumed Netflix on the 3DS would feature 3D movies.
Much like how you'd assume I'm not fucking pissed.
Yeah, this was just a low-resolution Netflix viewer. It worked, though I remember it being incredibly slow. But if you wanted significantly less content, but content tailor-made for the 3DS, look no further than Nintendo Video. This was an app that would feature 4 short videos at a time, all viewable in 3D. New ones would replace the old every couple of days or so. They weren't archived, you couldn't save them, you couldn't go back and watch old videos. You'd open up the app, could watch the 4 videos on hand, and the next day you'd check it out. One of those videos, or all of them, could be gone and replaced by something completely different. The videos could have been animations, comedy skits, music videos, movie trailers, promotions for upcoming games, whatever the Nintendo interns felt that morning. A Happy Feet 2 trailer?
It was either that or my friend's dance recital.
The fact there were only 4 videos available at a time, I can see how that made it a bit more interesting, but that pretty much meant there was no reason to stay in this app for more than 5 minutes. Hey, I know my flaws. This format couldn't have been sustainable, so the app was discontinued in 2015, with Nintendo opting to just release 3D videos via the Nintendo eShop. Now, many would say they went above and beyond with effort and put a vast majority of the app's previous content on there. I'm not one of those many. Nintendo Zone, another free app from 2011 I downloaded and rarely used ever at all. I was busy. Basically would allow you to go to certain stores and download specific content, like trailers and items in games like Animal Crossing. Never did that. Pretty much only opened this app at home to pass time by thinking, why did I open this app at home? But then there was Swap Note, released for free in December of 2011. This was created as a follow-up to PictoChat from the Nintendo DS. That was focused on sending messages to others in the same room as you. Swap Note took things a step further by allowing you to send messages to others around the world. The amount of customization you can add to your notes makes this a huge step up from PictoChat, along with how much character is infused with the host Nikki guiding us through things. This was a really cute application. For crime! Yeah, because of the online functionality, many SwapNote users would find other SwapNote users to message via online forums. And that's how many users ended up getting horrible messages. So Nintendo's response was to just kill the app entirely, though randomly they updated it in December of 2020, calling it the SwapNote Remastered Update, which didn't do a damn thing. It was basically done just to patch things up behind the scenes to avoid hacking exploits. Why call it SwapNote Remastered?
I ask as if I'm brave enough to know.
Well, we had apps, Game Boy Color, and 3D Classics games all released via the eShop in 2011. What about exclusively downloadable 3DS video game software?
For the whole year?
Yeah, if it weren't for all the other fluff, the 3DS eShop would have had an absolutely pitiful launch year. I mean, my God. This is supposed to be the easy and cheap way to release games. Other than 3D Classics and Pokédex 3D, the first original 3DS downloadable game was Let's Golf 3D by Gameloft.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of Wiccan Beliefs.
Yeah, there's not much to this one. It's a basic as hell golf game, but I mean, I think you'd get your money out of this. Just because it's basic doesn't make it bad. Being developed by Gameloft does. But this is okay. Just nothing special by any means. Speaking of which, Nintendo's first major original eShop release, Freaky Forms. Released later in 2011, this game was focused on making your own creatures and trees. Finally, I can express myself. Yeah, this one was always a bit lighter. You get out of it what you put into it. There's not much to do here other than make a guy and make him walk. This is one of those games I never played back in the day, but I'll see a small group of people reminisce like,
God damn. That was the year of Freaky Forms.
And it's easy to see why. If you really want to just dick around and make some abominations that you can then control, Freaky Forms will appeal to you. And manipulative parents. The problem is, that's all Freaky Forms really is. It doesn't go further than, look ma, I made this.
Oh wow, that's great, sweetie. Please get a job.
Cute little toy, but if you didn't play it during the early years of the 3DS as a youngin', it's pretty difficult to get invested in this today. Though Nintendo did release an expanded retail version later on, meaning Freaky Forms is forever physically preserved.
Yeah, like these grapes.
Now, I didn't pick this game up when it first launched because there was another Nintendo published eShop game released around the same time that garnered all of my attention. Pushmo, one of the best, just one of the best things. I mean, this is incredible. One of the first major eShop games from Nintendo, and it's this high quality? Keep in mind, digital games around this time were always presented as far lesser than the big boy retail releases. Anything Nintendo released themselves via WiiWare or DSiWare had a distinct lack of that given a shit flavor. But here comes Pushmo, an ingenious puzzle platformer where you have to pull and push blocks in the correct way in order to get to the top. The concept is so simple, yet has so much depth as the blocks can form pixel art, the ladders get involved, and it's controlled in 3D so you can move them from the sides or the front. There's a whole ass editor where you can make your own puzzles on top of the hundreds included in the game. Like, going from Nintendo's previous offerings on the Nintendo DS eShop, where you'd be damn lucky to get a title screen, to this masterfully executed experience. It's jarring, but a very welcome change. It's obvious they were putting more effort into their digital offerings, making them less about being eShop games and more so just games. But hey, what about dear God anybody but Nintendo? Well, we have 2 indie games that launch in the holiday of 2011. Mighty Switch Force and 6 Whole Vs. Mighty Switch Force was developed by Way Forward, a studio known for making good games when they do. And Mighty Switch Force is definitely one of them, though it does feel a bit like most of the interest in this game came from it being one of the few original eShop games at the time. The art and music are phenomenal, and the gameplay of toggling a switch back and forth to make certain platforms appear or disappear, it's simple but fun and leads to some creative level designs. But when there's only 16 stages to go through, and originally there was even less before a free update added more, I don't know, it feels a little too light. It's solid, but not substantial enough for you to really go out of your way to play it. This was the perfect I have money left on my gift card game. Now, this was pretty great. It's similarly short, but the mechanic of reversing gravity is a bit more interesting, and that Commodore 64 game aesthetic is really unique as far as retro-flavored indie games go. But that was the first year of Nintendo eShop. Pretty slim pickings, but I'm hopeful maybe we'll get something exciting soon, like Bye Bye Box Boy.
Longest damn 6 years of my life.
2012 was a far more fleshed out year for the store, with the games Sakura Samurai, Art of the Sword, and Dylan's Rolling Western kicking things off in February. There was always something about Dylan's Rolling Western that just felt lame as hell. Like, oh, you have parents that love you? Well, I have Dylan's Rolling Western. A tower defense game starring an armadillo. It is Halloween. This one is actually pretty clever with its gameplay. I do like how it takes a genre primarily known for a top-down view and turns it into a heavily character-based third-person action game. You run around the area before sunset to gather resources and prepare for enemies to show up. It's solid, albeit it can get monotonous at times. But this was a fine little eShop title, a fun one and done. They got 3 damn entries. He even appears in Smash Brothers as an assist trophy. Like, what did you do to earn this?
I am so sorry.
You know, after thinking about it, a lot of the 3DS eShop games are like this. Games with a solid base, but don't go too far with it, and they can end up feeling a bit repetitive, which is sort of my feelings on Sakura Samurai. It has tons of style and personality. The gameplay is about samurai combat, dodging and striking at the right time, but that's kind of it. It's not bad at all. In 2012, this was a must-have on the eShop, but it felt more like a must-have because what else were you playing at the time? Good little game by Nintendo that got really damn high review scores, like Quetzal's Corridors. This is just damn hole in the wall. Move the shape to fit in the hole. What? Like, Jesus, guys. I mean, I like the smaller Nintendo games as much as the guy right next to me.
Don't look too deep into that.
But why were we acting like these games were saying something profound? Now, Quetzal's Corridors is actually the sequel to Through Space on WiiWare, which we got a similar situation with Fluidity Spin Cycle. Fluidity on WiiWare was all about controlling water. Yep, video games are the best. Fluidity Spin Cycle takes that concept and gives it more character. Meet Eddie. He's a water. You tilt your system back and forth to control where the giant puddle goes, and in some stages, you have to move the entire handheld upside down. Yeah, kinda cool idea, but in practice, who the hell wants to do this? I'd say the best Nintendo published eShop game in 2012 was from the same series as last year's. We got a follow-up to Pushmo in the form of Crashmo, the Mo series. This looks very similar, but plays a whole lot different. Basically, now blocks fall when there's nothing underneath to support them, and just that one change is enough to make me feel like an idiot. This is way harder now. It's still really damn good, but I wouldn't recommend this to somebody if they haven't already played Pushmo. Now, that wasn't it for Nintendo's eShop releases in 2012. Did we really forget Sparkle Snapshots 3D?
Not yet.
So this was a photo editing app Nintendo put out where you can make your pictures look like a website from the 90s. A lot of this is just something I can already sort of do in the stock 3DS camera app, so like, why would I spend $6 on this? Well, it seems that all the value is spunk-based. I mean, if you really dive in, I'm sure you'd find a photo editor with more in-depth tools, but the furthest I made it was less rock sticker deep. They upgraded the Pokédex 3D application to 3D Pro, containing far more Pokemon, pretty much all of them up to that point. It's a great resource for numbers. You even get a little Pokemon quiz you can take along with AR functionality. This is an awesome free update. Hell, I pay $1 for it. 15 times in a row. Yeah, $15 for this is a lot, especially when you could grab 2 or 3 of the other eShop games I just mentioned for that price. And this isn't even a game, it's a resource on the way to fictional dragons. Like, $14? Maybe. This released in the fall, alongside Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 releasing on the Nintendo DS. Pokemon Black and White already released like the same month the 3DS did. It just felt like Pokemon was avoiding the 3DS at all costs. Yeah. To make up for Black 2 and White 2 only being DS games, they launched Pokemon Dream Radar for $3. You could capture Pokemon with your 3DS camera and transfer them to Black and White 2. Oh man, apology accepted. See, the Pokemon Company is just like me. They're trying to find an excuse to justify this thing. Now, a big Nintendo eShop moment in 2012 was the introduction of full-fledged downloadable retail games, starting with New Super Mario Bros. 2 being offered day and date in stores and on the eShop. Standard practice now, sure, but this was completely new territory for Nintendo at the time. Everybody give it up for the 45-year-old man with nothing wrong with him getting out of the chair he's been sitting in for his entire life just because he felt like it. A good handful of indie titles filled up the rest of the year, with Mutant Mudds headlining it. Now this was the 3DS eShop game, one of the first I think of right alongside Pushmo. A 2D platformer where you go between the background and foreground, a concept originating from Virtual Boy Wario Land of all things, perfectly executed with the 3D display here. The gameplay is so damn simple. You just slowly walk, jump, shoot your weapon, hover in the air for a few seconds. That's pretty much it. But the simplicity isn't a bad thing. It's nice to have a game that knows what it is and takes advantage of that, offering an ultra-refined experience similar to what we got on the NES and SNES, so now with the mentality of modern-day game design. And as a player, man, I just like having some games I can always jump into and play without having to remember the controls or objectives. Mutant Mudds was always a safe bet for me to pick up and play if I didn't know what I wanted out of life, and it always did the job. But its simplicity does make it harder to stand out when it's not seen as an early 3DS eShop game. This got more attention because of that. If it launched right now for Xbox, nobody would be talking about it. But see, that's the beauty of early titles in a system's life. They stand out more, and being an early adopter can inspire you to try some games you may not otherwise.
Be honest.
Would you? Birdmania 3D. This was always from my personal digital 3DS game collection, and the only reason it was ever notable was its insanely cheap price. Only $2. At the time, that was about the cheapest you could get on 3DS without going flat out free, and damn it, that is the best way to describe Birdmania. Outside of Birdmania. I mean, it's a high score based game that you'd find everywhere on the iPhone back in the day. The core of a fine game is there. It works and is fun enough for what it is. But this isn't the type of game that's meant to be reviewed. It's a type of game that's meant to be consumed and forgotten about after a 10-minute play session, and for $2, I mean, it depends what you really value. Junk food or a healthy organic feast coated in pesticide. Colors 3D was another one I owned, which I got a fair amount of mileage out of. It was basically just a simple paint program, though you could use different layers to create 3D art. Get those sensors ready.
It's the word I swear!
Crimson Shroud was definitely one of the meteor offerings, created by Level 5. It's a tabletop RPG, and that's the nicest thing I can say about it. The Dempa Men, developed by Genius, who develops a lot of the Pokemon spin-offs. They made 3 of them. Bomb Monkey, Art of Balance Touch, Zen Pinball 3D, Order Up, Mad Dog McCree.
It's a boy? Yeah, cool.
Definitely a step up from the eShop's first year, but that didn't stop 2012 from being the eShop's first year too. When the Wii U released in November of 2012, its very own Nintendo eShop came right alongside it. No waiting this time, everything was here and accounted for. Most retail games were offered as digital downloads, a handful of eShop-only releases, though no virtual console titles yet. Those would come within the next few months. This layout was definitely way smoother and less restrictive than the 3DS eShop. You could use the left or right sticks to move the page up or down, the D-pad to go panel by panel, or the touchscreen to go damn near anywhere. If we were timing this, let's just say you wouldn't be talking shit. Eventually, Eventually, they added this little slot machine game to play before the eShop fully loaded, featuring all the icons from the games you own. I love the loading screen game, and with how damn slow the Wii U is at times, this went from cute addition to borderline necessary. It also helps the Wii U eShop stand out as a store. And now we wait for the competition's response. Only a few games exclusive to the Wii U eShop at launch. Most notably, we got Little Inferno. It's made by the same guys who whipped up World of Goo back on WiiWare, which was often considered the best game on the Wii Shop channel. That title showcased how this development team exceeded at physics-based puzzle games. Though Little Inferno is more so a physics-based puzzle toy. It's just about lighting different objects on fire and combining multiple objects to burn at once that match these little cues, and I love it. This is the perfect game for the Wii U, as you're using the touchscreen to control the fire and place items while everybody on the TV can see what you're doing. I find these types of experiences are what the Wii U does best, next to Ringworm. Nano Assault Neo was a pretty standard shoot 'em up. Mighty Switch Force Hyperdrive Edition was just Mighty Switch Force in HD with hand-drawn sprites, which leaves Chasing Aurora and Trine 2, with this being one of the most AAA indie releases at the time. And you know what? That was a perfectly serviceable selection of eShop games. The Wii U's launch had stuff to play, in the same way your dad says, "What do you mean there's nothing to do? The gutters need cleaned." But this was a fine enough start to the second variation of the Nintendo eShop, and moving into 2013, we were about to experience our first full year of both 3DS and Wii U digital stores simultaneously. And absolutely nothing's gonna stop us from doing so.
Hey everybody, Geriatrics here, therapist at the Think Barrel. Mental health's been on an upswing lately, and therapy profits are in the gutter. So I thought I'd do my part and get a second job telling the news again. So if this report traumatizes you, thanks bud, means a lot. If you start seeing things, you know who to call. We return to this hour's update on Throat Watch. Reports of dangerous substances such as lithium-ion batteries being hidden in Halloween candy have been lowered to a concerning 1. Resident Rex Mose can be seen here eating shit. Wow, what I would give to be not him. And unlike somebody who doesn't have the exclusive interview with the brave cameraman who captured the whole thing, I do.
Yeah, it was crazy. First thing I did, contact the news station, show them the tape.
Rex Mose is now in critical condition. Detectives found this half-eaten battery on the scene, leading them to the culprit. Battery acid poisoning. Lock your doors at night.
Should really stop labeling my stuff like that.
Please! 911! Somebody just broke in!
Can we have prison outside today?
Sorry, friend, no can do. Maybe this will cheer you up. Can't have a criminal without a gun.
Wait, do I know you?
Well, there's a good chance he gutted someone. I was right there behind you with handcuffs.
No, that hasn't happened yet. Do you have a brother?
Nah, even better. Cousins. Got one that works at Target, one that's dead. I work at the police station. I'm a police employee. Pleasure doing business with you.
Well, I'm a convicted felon now. Might as well act like one.
Yeah, while both platforms had applications called Nintendo eShop, while on the Wii U eShop you could look up games on the 3DS eShop and vice versa, you couldn't buy them. These were two separate entities, which like, goddamn, if they're two different stores, call them two different things. Which this just got messy. Virtual Console for Wii U was introduced in early 2013. NES games were being released there and the 3DS eShop during the same time, but they'd release the same games for both, months, sometimes even years apart from each other, and they'd be completely separate. So Yoshi for NES launched on 3DS eShop on February 21st, 2013. On Wii U, Yoshi for NES launched on June 12th, 2013. Same exact game that you'd have to pay for all over again in full just to play on Wii U. Most of the same NES games appeared on both systems, but some only released on Wii U and others only released on 3DS. Why?
Cancer exists and you're asking that?
The Wii U and 3DS eShops felt significantly behind on the times. Sony had their cross-buy initiative. You buy a PlayStation 1 classic game on PlayStation 3, you got it free of charge on PlayStation Vita. Now, they did that with some indie games and even full retail releases. And they were able to do this due to the use of their PlayStation account system. One account you use across all your PlayStation devices. And in 2013, to buy a game on 3DS and then going to your Wii U only to hear it say,
"Who the f*** are you?"
It's just depressing. I feel like Nintendo wanted to have these systems speak to each other far more than they did. I mean, I can view 3DS software available on the Wii U eShop and why can I do that? But eventually, Nintendo finally combined the two eShops wallets. So pretty much, if you add 50 bones to your Wii U eShop balance, that money would also appear on your 3DS eShop. That's all it took for you? Well, when it came to actual software on the Wii U eShop in 2013, Nintendo's first major release was Google Maps. Wii Street U was a free app using Google Maps data where you could look up locations on your Wii U gamepad. Keep in mind, in 2013, this was one of only 3 games that released for the Wii U in February. It's just the Street View feature from Google Maps, but now with the option of moving around with the gamepad's gyroscope. For some reason, Nintendo thought this was immersive, so much so they released a similar application a few months later, Wii U Panorama View. Instead of looking up locations for free on Google Maps, this was a series of videos you had to shell out $2 a pop for. This was one of 3 games released in April. Why Nintendo was pushing the Wii U to do this kind of thing, I have no idea. It's not that it did a bad job at this, it was smooth and well produced. It's just you're holding a giant-ass serving tray with a comparatively small screen with a low resolution.
Oh, Paris.
The amount of worthless applications Nintendo put out on Wii U in 2013 instead of actual video games is shocking. We got Animal Crossing Plaza, a companion app to a damn 3DS game. It was integrated with the Miiverse social media platform of the Wii U and allowed you to make posts about specific animals in the game. If any post began with,
"Listen, I'm just gonna say it,"
run. At least this was a free app, but they took it down a year and a half later, and the entire purpose of it was nothing but questionable. So this is for Animal Crossing New Leaf players to interact with each other on a console that can't play Animal Crossing New Leaf.
Nintendo, just become a serial killer. You have the thought process of one.
We got Art Academy Sketchpad for like, what, $4? It wasn't like previous Art Academy games on the DS and 3DS. There was no Academy. This is just a drawing application. Pretty much Nintendo pitched it as a way to share full color drawings on their Miiverse platform, draw something in the game, share it via the screenshot functionality, which, hey, the usefulness of this app is very similar to something like Colors 3D. The problem is, this was just a demo for an actual Art Academy game that later came to Wii U. Like, Jesus Christ, did Nintendo release an actual video game on the Wii U eShop in 2013?
No.
Pokemon Rumble U, $18.
Why not 19?
This is genuinely one of the worst games Nintendo's ever released, which, hey, one of the Pokemon Rumble games had to make the list. Originally a WiiWare game where you progress through simple levels battling other Pokemon with one of 2 very basic attacks, Pokemon Rumble U brings things to the next level by charging $18. There are no levels, just battle arenas. You just go into a basic ring and fight a bunch of Pokemon. That's the game. This is absolutely miserable. Why it's so expensive, why it exists to begin with is beyond me. The only reasons I can think of would be to rush something Pokemon related out on Wii U, and not only was Pokemon Rumble in its normal state the easiest solution, Pokemon Rumble in a worse state was preferable. Or it was to bring these figurines to market, NFC toys you could scan on the Wii U gamepad to play with in-game. These things weren't really pushed though, so it might have just been a test thing, but I don't know. Pokemon Rumble U sticks with the Pokemon Rumble U tradition and is a piece of shit. Man, I don't know. Nintendo's Wii U eShop output has been pretty horrendous, but that all changed with the introduction of Wii Sports Club. Now it's just bad. Wii Sports Club was an HD remake of the original Wii Sports because at this point, Nintendo ran out of options. This always felt a little more desperate than necessary to me. Like, okay, why remake Wii Sports? What did they improve? Well, HD visuals for one, the art design still uses the same incredibly basic Wii Sports style, so thank God. Oh man, Pong's in HD now. Wii Motion Plus is required for the games, which, I'm just so used to how these games controlled without better motion control. Now that they have them, it's creepy. Golf and baseball both use the gamepad in unique ways. Golf, you set it on the floor and can see the ball.
And the Wii U failed fucking why?
Baseball's a bit more involved, using it as the pitcher and fielders. I'd say it's the only game that's really been enhanced by the gamepad use. The motion control upgrades across the board, while on paper they sound great, in practice, I always found them to make the sports more complicated and cumbersome at times. I mean, boxing is so much slower now. But hey, online multiplayer, now this was a big deal. You can finally play all the original games from Wii Sports online, and I barely ever did this. Why? Well, I'm never gonna say no to having the option. I feel like these games weren't optimized enough to feel natural with online play. I mean, compare bowling here to Nintendo Switch Sports. That has everybody bowl all at once, and overtime eliminates players that don't meet the score threshold. While in Wii Sports Club, it's pretty much just regular bowling. You have to watch the other players do everything, and when I say everything, that includes nothing. But that brings us to the way they delivered this content. Wii Sports Club was a free download in which after downloading, you could play all the sports as much as you'd like for 24 hours. Afterwards, you'd have to buy each sport outright, costing $10 a piece. Of course, that meant you could opt to not purchase some sports and only pick up the ones you want. But if you want a mere taste for a day, you could pay $2 for 24 hours access of all sports. But also keep in mind that Wii Sports Club only launched with tennis and bowling in November of 2013. In December, we got golf, and in June of 2014, we got baseball and boxing, and a full retail release in July for $40 containing everything.
Yeah, explain that to Dad.
How do you take one of the simplest, easy to understand games of all time and give it the strangest pricing structure you can think of? And most people got Wii Sports for free with their Wii, so why would they want to go from that to then buying each game individually? And who the hell would get the 24-hour day pass? I get they were trying to give it a sports country club feel. I mean, it's in the damn title, but at what cost? Too much. $40 overall for a remake of a game most got for free that you could already play on the console was remade on with minimal changes or additions outside of online multiplayer, which sounds amazing, but ended up being not nearly as fun as I dreamed when playing Wii Sports in its heyday.
I'll still buy it, but still!
Thankfully, Nintendo ended 2013 with a bang on the Wii U eShop. 2 games released right around the holidays. First up, NES Remix. Announced and released on the same day, this was an amazing little surprise that recontextualized classic NES games as bite-sized challenges. Unfortunately, some of these challenges would just be tutorials. Kick the turtles.
Oh no, my ass! I've worked it off!
But it's addictive to go through as many challenges as you can and try to get the best rank possible, Rainbow Stars. Though I think what NES Remix does best is actually make some of these games fun in a modern day setting. There's no human reason to play NES Baseball anymore, but in the form of a challenge mode where you still get to play the game, but in a more abridged fashion, almost like playable highlights, it all makes sense. It makes these games as fun as they were back when they released. Now, of course, just browsing around the menus, it's clear Nintendo positioned NES Remix as a bit of an advertising tool, making sure the players know they can buy the full games on the Nintendo eShop. But this element is definitely underplayed and never overtakes the experience. This genuinely feels like an ingenious method of making outdated NES titles cool again. But of course, the star of the show is the remix challenges, though I'd say these are pretty hit or miss. Sometimes these are as cool as playing Donkey Kong as Link, but because you're Link from the original Legend of Zelda, you can't jump. So not only is it wild to play the game as a different character, but they keep an attribute of that character to increase the challenge. But other times, the remixes are basically just adding a filter to the game. When they hit, they really hit, but I find a lot of them to have too minor of tweaks to be really that cool. But when it comes down to it, NES Remix was exactly what the eShop needed. Something familiar yet incredibly fresh and fun. And for only 15 bones, I'd say this was the one eShop game that belonged on everybody's Wii U. But on New Year's Eve, that number increased by 0. Dr. Luigi, a new entry in the Dr. Mario puzzle series featuring Luigi because, well, we weren't feeling bad enough for Nintendo. So Dr. Luigi was created in commemoration of the Year of Luigi, Nintendo's worst financial year. A year-long celebration of Luigi's 30th anniversary. Yeah, why not let him diagnose me? Of course, on the last day of 2013, you kind of actively date your game by having Dr. Luigi stand on a giant Year of Luigi podium, but it doesn't really matter because all Dr. Luigi is Dr. Mario on the Wii U. You could have a giant banner at the top that says, "Congratulations on becoming a state, Wyoming," and it wouldn't matter because it's just core Dr. Mario gameplay. You pop in, play a quick game, pop out. So I don't think dating this game with the Year of Luigi makes it unplayable. The fact it's the same damn game from WiiWare does. Dr. Mario Online RX was a fantastic little WiiWare game for $10. Then 5 years later, Dr. Luigi releases for $5 more, introduces a mode with L-shaped pills, and the color green. Yeah, I gotta be honest, this is a pretty pitiful follow-up to all the Dr. Marios before. This is literally just Online RX, but in HD, with this new mode. Operation L. Instead of matching up a pill with 2 colors to the viruses in the bottle, and now you have to deal with an L-shaped pill. God damn, who gives a shit? This doesn't change the game. If anything, it just makes it easier because you have more pills, you have more chances to clear all the viruses. A lot of the music is reused from Online RX, the rest of the modes are. This just always felt like a fairly passionless project. I mean, it's cool that the viruses here have new designs, and this Virus Buster mode, returning from the WiiWare game, plays differently, focusing on using the touchscreen of the gamepad, but it's not enough. This just feels like it was put together with not much thought at all. It's a completely competent modern Dr. Mario experience, but that's the only reason why I ever booted it up, because I just felt like playing Dr. Mario. I'm not perfect. And that was Nintendo's Wii U eShop output in 2013. Does anybody else feel itchy? I'll leave it up to the third parties and indies to pick up the slack. I'd say Tokitori 2 was one of the big headlining indies this year. I mean, a sequel to a late release Game Boy Color game exclusively on Wii U? It's a shame because Tokitori 2 is a great little puzzler with loads of charm, and they also put out the remake of the original game on the eShop that very same year. It's always heartwarming to see developers really get behind certain consoles and create their games exclusively for them. It can help out, as in the case of Tokitori 2, that was one of the only original games that released on the Wii U in April 2013, and even if the game has released on numerous platforms since, I always see it as a Wii U game. But it is so risky to do that, especially for such a niche series like Tokitori. And some games, as much as I associate them with Nintendo and the Wii U as a whole, did release across multiple platforms, which was for the best. BitTrip presents Runner 2 Future Legend of Rhythm Alien, a great auto-scrolling rhythm platformer succeeding the BitTrip series on WiiWare, specifically BitTrip Runner. You know, there's not much to say outside of how addicting this game can be, and it's great to see how Runner 2 breaks free of the Atari 2600 styled graphics of the original BitTrip series. As while that was unique, especially compared to how other retro-esque games would almost always tackle NES-style 8-bit at the time, it was for sure limiting, and you can only take the series so far with those types of visuals. And while that original series was exclusive to WiiWare for the longest time, Runner 2 launched on PC, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii U, which was definitely smart for the developer. Though, this was always a Wii U game to me, much like DuckTales Remastered. DuckTales on NES by Capcom was always seen as this legendary title, one of the greatest on the console, setting the standard for licensed games based on cartoons. But because of that exactly, it was never re-released. Licensed games are just trickier to do that with. But thankfully, we got something even better, as Capcom, Disney, and the developer Way Forward came together to fully remake the game. Now with these beautiful hand-drawn sprites, 3D backgrounds, remixed music, and fully voice-acted cutscenes. I love this game. In my opinion, it takes the iconic original and makes it so much better. The controls, the level design, the boss fights, they tweak things to make everything flow a bit better as a modern game, while still respecting the original and maintaining what made it so great. Cloudberry Kingdom was another multi-plat release, this one published by Ubisoft. It's a 2D platformer with procedurally generated stage design, meaning every time you play, the game will auto-generate a new level, meaning you will always have new stages, and they will always be very mediocre. I mean, this is a fine little download title. I had it on the Xbox 360 and thought it was decent enough to waste some time with every now and then. But it was no Mutant Mudds Deluxe, which is Mutant Mudds again, and only Mutant Mudds can claim to be that. This release has a bunch of extra levels and adjusted visuals due to the lack of a 3D display, but other than that, it's Mutant Mudds. It's a good little platformer, but I want something unique to Wii U.
And horny. And horny.
Spin the bottle, Bumpy's Party. Oh they got Bumpy in on this? One of the most unique Wii U games, honestly. A local multiplayer-only joint that barely uses the TV at all. It's all about huddling around the gamepad and using it to do all kinds of stupid things, like play Spin the Bottle Bumpy's Party. It's honestly pretty damn close to something like 1-2 Switch on the Nintendo Switch, where most of the fun comes from interacting with the other people in the room, while the video game portion is more so in the background, encouraging that kind of behavior. I'd say this is a pretty alright party game to have. Without children in the room, how is this rated everyone? Past the Badger! Zen Pinball 2, Castle Storm, Mighty Switch Force 2 launched on Wii U a few months after debuting on 3DS in summer of 2013, this time retaining the pixel art style opposed to the hand-drawn style of Hyperdrive Edition. We got The Cave by Double Fine and Sega, a Dungeons & Dragons Chronicles of Mystara, an old-school arcade game by Capcom brought back to modern platforms, Gianna Sisters' Twisted Dreams. It was apparent there was a decent enough amount of stuff to play on the Wii U eShop throughout 2013, but it was more apparent what wasn't there. Soul Calibur 2 HD, released on Xbox 360 and PS3. This game was infamous for having exclusive characters for each console it released on, with Link from The Legend of Zelda in the GameCube version. I mean, talk about a missed opportunity not putting this out on Wii U and bringing Link back. And we didn't get other games that released on PlayStation Network and Xbox Live Arcade, like Call of War as Gunslinger, Darkstalkers Resurrection, Retro City Rampage, which got a damn WiiWare release, but not on the Wii U eShop. So what did the Wii U eShop get?
They should have killed it sooner.
The Nintendo 3DS eShop in 2013, by comparison, you know what? I can live with this. Nintendo kicked things off this year with Tokyo Crash Mobs, just like me. So this is the game that's all about being wacky. It's a reskin of the puzzle game Magnetica, which is a reskin of Ballistic, which is a reskin of Puzzle Loop, but this takes place in Tokyo. Well, not saying this didn't, but yeah, I've always heard of this game, but never tried it. I assumed it was going to be anything but a Zuma clone. I also assumed melanoma was the sleeping hormone, so Kersploosh! You throw a rock down a well.
And it's still better than Pokemon Rumble.
I actually had this one back in the day. It was pretty cheap and a basic high score based game. Try to get the rock down there as fast as possible, hitting the least amount of obstacles. It was fine enough for what it is, but for me, in 2013, it was all about Harmonite. Created by Game Freak, the Pokemon developers, Harmonite is very similar to a game like Runner 2. It's a rhythm game presented in the context of a platformer. You have to jump and attack at the right time to keep the beat. I loved the presentation, the character designs, and the feel of hitting a note was exhilarating. But after replaying this, you know what sticks out? Not the music. For a rhythm game, this title has some extremely forgettable tunes. None of it is bad, but it just feels weird for something like this to not really prioritize the soundtrack. Though there's some Pokemon music in there, which is nice, and overall the game is still quite good. I love to see Game Freaks spread their wings and do something non-Pokemon related from time to time. But damn, Harmonite never got a sequel, which is something Dylan's Rolling Western can't say. The Last Ranger. I am genuinely asking, what do you want me to say? The only other Nintendo published 3DS eShop game of 2013 to discuss, that's right, they were a bit lighter this year, is Mario and Donkey Kong Minis on the Move. So this is an entry in the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series. Who know that? I guess they changed it to Mario and Donkey Kong to signify how this title plays pretty much completely differently compared to the other entries, but you could also say that about Mario vs. Donkey Kong 1 compared to the games that followed. Regardless, that series became this whole stinking heap of nothing. Just the same puzzle platformer ripoff of Lemmings over and over again. This one here is just a ripoff of Pipe Dream, and I am so happy because of it. Your mini toy starts following the directions of the tiles, and you have to place new ones in a correct order to get them to the end. It's not the most original idea, but damn it, it's executed well, and the production values are great here. I'm really bummed they didn't continue with this idea, and instead decided to go back to hell where they belong. But we'll get to that in due time, because while Nintendo's output here was light in 2013, we got some heavy hitters from the other studios, namely Capcom with Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies. Yeah, unfortunately, this was an eShop exclusive, digital only. It got a physical release in Japan, but nowhere else. It's a shame, because this is a fantastic evolution of the Ace Attorney series. It brings the iconic pixel art into full cel-shaded 3D, and it looks outstanding. Weirdly enough, this was the first game in the series to be rated M, just for a bit more blood on screen than usual. It's like, come on, what's this really necessary? I mean, in the end, being an eShop exclusive is not as difficult to buy if you're too young compared to at the store. Who cares if it's 17 and up?
Surely no one.
The first of the Senran Kagura games launched as an eShop exclusive here in North America in 2013. Oh man, Target didn't want this. The Picross E series launched in 2013, at least here in North America. Listen, I love Picross, but like, you own one of these, you're good. Gunman Clive was a cheap little Mega Man-like game. It's similar to many eShop games where, like, if this wasn't cheap on a handheld without too many games releasing for it all the time, it wouldn't stand out as much. Not to say it's a bad game, not at all. I just remember this being labeled as one of the 3DS eShop games. Like, it's just fine, okay? Nano Assault EX was an updated version of a 3DS game that launched physically in 2011, so the enhanced version was strangely digital only. Bugs vs. Tanks. Which side are you on? I know I play as the military in the game, but I'll wear my heart on my sleeve. I had a dream like this once. Attack of the Friday Monsters of Tokyo Tale is definitely quite a lot better. This is an oddly nostalgic feeling experience. It feels so genuine and heartfelt with a unique car battling mechanic. Jet Rocket 2, a sequel to a WiiWare game, Fine. It's a more than basic 2D, 3D platformer hybrid, which was cool on WiiWare because that was really pushing the boundaries there. But on the 3DS eShop, I mean, 3D games were more and more common, so this isn't nearly as cool. However, a big standout on the 3DS eShop was the Sega 3D Classics line. Different from Nintendo's from earlier, this was something Sega did on their own accord, and they pumped out so many more titles. Most of these were fantastic. And just the fact that Sega put out considerably more games than Nintendo, yet they all included more features than the Nintendo 3D Classics ever did, it just makes me ask, why the hell did it do Urban Champion? But to wrap up 2013, easily one of the eShop games of the year, Steam World Dig. This kind of came out of nowhere. Most people didn't even know this was a follow-up to a DSiWare game, Steam World Tower Defense. But when this hit, it was an instant must-buy for so many 3DS owners.
Well, Officer Steelwool, what do you think? Should we let him go?
The hell?
Oh, come on, I was giving away 3DSs. It wasn't like I was putting straight up poison in candy.
That would actually put you in better standing. Poison just got approved by the FDA.
Damn, society is accelerating too fast for me. Wait. What if I can help you guys out with a case? I'll need some time, but I can figure out who the Nintendo eShop killer is.
Fantastic. Keep this up, and might lower the severity of your charges. Knock you down to death row.
2014 can be considered a year of many things. NES Remix 2, Pushmo World, and the lack of anything else to talk about. Yeah, looking back at the Wii U's life, it truly does feel like 2013 was the last year Nintendo really tried with that system. 2014 and 2015 may have had some big releases, but the general energy around the console did not feel optimistic for the future. And something that may have contributed to that was the lack of Nintendo-published eShop content. The Wii U primarily just received virtual console titles and indie games. 2014, we really only got 2 original games from Nintendo themselves, starting off with NES Remix 2. Yeah, they wasted no time creating a follow-up to the original, this one being revealed just 2 months after the first was announced and released. Though NES Remix 2 was first shown in February and then launched in April. I feel like that kind of deflated the excitement for me. I mean, NES Remix is not the type of game you can hype up for months on end. Like, damn, did you see the leak? But this one was definitely quite a bit more interesting considering the game lineup. Oh wow, actual video games! Where's Scoon? I mean, Super Mario Bros. 2, 3, Zelda 2, Metroid, Kid Icarus, Kirby's Adventure, Dr. Mario, it's some of the greatest games on the NES, all featured in NES Remix 2. That alone makes this entry far better than the first. You'd think. I'm of the opinion that the simpler and worse games featured in NES Remix worked better with this challenge format, or at the very least, the games themselves benefited from being here. Yeah, Mario Brothers controls like ass, but that makes conquering 10-second challenges actually pretty fun and rewarding. Most of the flaws with these games don't get on my nerves in NES Remix because of how quick these are, and these older titles being this simple make them naturals for bite-sized missions. Plus, being playable in this way makes it easier to experience these titles in a modern context. NES Remix 2, the games all have more depth, they're more complicated, and thus, they are far better. But it's sort of a double-edged sword because, well, yes, the games here are great, part of me would just rather play the actual games themselves. You can't tell me you had that problem with the first game. It kind of makes the more filler challenges like hold the B button and watch the demo that much more irritating. Like, NES Remix 2 does have a slightly smaller number of challenges than the first game did, and you still include this? I do feel like the quality of challenges across the board have improved though, especially with the remixes. These have seen a noticeable improvement with far more character from this game and that game moments, which are always a blast. A ton more wacky ideas that feel like legitimate remixes rather than Photoshop filters. They also included Super Luigi Brothers, the full Super Mario Brothers game, but played backwards with Luigi. It is pretty wild how much a simple mirror mode can alter any game. Oh, and Super Mario Brothers is no different. This is a cool little bonus. But the main attraction here is the Nintendo World Championships Remix, a mode that unfortunately only appears if you own both NES Remix 1 and 2. Why can't we all just get along? I would totally buy this as its own separate game, going through Mario, Mario 3, and Dr. Mario in roughly 6 minutes, trying to get the highest score possible to end up seeing how you rank on the leaderboards. This is what I did the most in NES Remix 2, along with chipping away at the dozens upon dozens of challenges. This was great fun, and while I always appreciated how NES Remix 1 took outdated and frankly bad titles and made them fun. In the end, the second volume is definitely better than the first, which that's the best way to describe this series. 2 volumes of one big thing. NES Remix 2 is basically if NES Remix 1 kept on going. Same setup, user interface, everything. And with how quickly this released after the first, it was natural for fans to expect an NES Remix 3, 4, SNES Remix, and 64 Remix. And by June of that year, we finally got that. They just named it something weird. Pushmo World, another installment in the Mo series. Though this one reverts back to the original Pushmo with its gameplay mechanics. I mean, it's still really damn good, but there's not much to say outside of it's an HD Pushmo. It is a brand new game. It's not just the original 3DS entry on Wii U, but it might as well be. There's nothing distinctive about this one outside of it's in HD now. Why not add a multiplayer mode or something to take advantage of this being on a home console? In the end, yeah, I like this, but there's really not much else to say. It's another Pushmo on Wii U. That's it. Which, hey, that would have been perfectly fine, but man, the list just ended. That's if we don't include Japan exclusive eShop games. Interestingly enough, Nintendo released free software titled Nintendo Game Seminar 2013. This is a collection of 4 small games created by budding game designers during an event Nintendo would hold to teach how to make games just like the greats. There's not much here to write home about. These are very simple titles created within a small amount of time, but it's absolutely wonderful to see them compiled and officially released this way, even if it was only in Japan. And you know what? If we're counting that, I'll count this. Alright, Nintendo released Pikmin Short Movies HD on the Wii U eShop in November of 2014, alongside Pikmin Short Movies 3D on the 3DS eShop. Oh, well, this makes up for the months of neglect. So they decided to make about 20 minutes worth of Pikmin animation, and they released the content via these apps, which are basically just video players. Nothing too special here, though it is rather cool how the 3DS version displays the shorts in 3D. The animations themselves are really cute little vignettes of Pikmin life. They show how well some of Nintendo's characters and worlds can work outside of gaming, and the fact that Nintendo eventually purchased the production company responsible for the animation here proves that they thought so too. They didn't think they had to support their damn eShop though, but it didn't matter because 2014 was a huge year for indies on the eShop. This was when Nintendo fully accepted, yeah man, shit's f***ed, and wholly embraced independent developers, really pushing them in their Nintendo Direct presentations and also netting the biggest indie game, hell, one of the biggest games of 2014 as a console exclusive. Shovel Knight was a crowd-funded love letter to some of the most iconic NES classics while aiming to do its own thing rather than be a parody. It contains elements reminiscent of DuckTales, Zelda 2, Mega Man, Super Mario Bros. 3, Castlevania, but Shovel Knight makes it all its own. Something I always respected was how Shovel Knight never references anything. Nobody in the game says it's dangerous to go alone or your princess is in another castle. That helps Shovel Knight feel like it can stand toe-to-toe with the games that inspired it, rather than forever live in their shadow. Outside of the widescreen presentation and increased color palette and detail, this feels like it could have been straight from that 8-bit era. But that shows off how Shovel Knight isn't afraid to take the best from both retro and modern gaming and create one of the tightest designed experiences of the 2010s. The gameplay? Immaculate. It can't be overstated how ingenious the checkpoint system is. You can pass through these as normal checkpoints, or you can destroy them for extra cash. They won't work as checkpoints anymore. Like, that is my go-to method to ask where it all went wrong. The controls are perfect. The levels are masterfully crafted. The world and characters feel so genuine. It's easy to see how this was considered one of the best 2014 had to offer, and it was only on PC, Wii U, and Nintendo 3DS for the first year. The 3DS version is incredible. Stereoscopic 3D, everything looks so crisp on that tinier display, and after playing the game on home console, having it in its entirety on the 3DS just feels damn cool. Shovel Knight later went on to become almost a mascot for independent game development, making numerous cameo appearances in other games, even Smash Brothers. Same level. The game went on to receive a physical release in 2015, various amiibo figures, and when crowdfunded, the developers promised multiple playable characters and extra campaigns that they continue to update the game with for the next 5 years for free. Yeah, in 2019, Shovel Knight on Wii U and 3DS received its last major update with a brand new single-player campaign and multiplayer fighter side mode. I honestly think it's unfair to compare this to how other crowdfunded indie games released because they knocked everything out of the park here. Like, back during the Kickstarter, I doubt anybody expected 4 unique campaigns and a Smash Brothers mode with all these characters when they promised them as stretch goals. Playable boss night, battle mode, that's all these were ever meant to be, and I always assumed they were just gonna be small little bonus side things. But developer Yacht Club Games did the unthinkable. they didn't make Meme Run. 2014 may have been the year Nintendo fully embraced indies. There's a dark side to that. See, at the beginning of this generation, Nintendo was still a bit picky on what would be allowed on their platform, stopping games like Binding of Isaac from coming to the 3DS due to the offensive religious imagery. But they allowed this and it has the same damn thing! The entire point of this game is how silly it is to see on a Nintendo platform. Outside of that context, I'm not really sure if it works. Hey, did you see my joke last night? That wasn't a joke, you just didn't flush the toilet! Meme Run is an auto runner where you jump inside through internet memes. It was delisted a few months after launch due to the unauthorized use of said internet memes. Interesting considering the developers stated the game failed Nintendo's approval procedure multiple times. I don't know, I feel like the makers of Meme Run think it's funny to not play by the rules.
Yo, I punched a fucking baby in the face. They just let me do it.
And one of the biggest names on the Wii U eShop this year was Batman. Okay, we'll get to that. Arkham Origins Blackgate Deluxe Edition, a port of the 3DS and Vita game. The Batman Arkham series got a lot of support on this platform. Next to Skylanders and Just Dance, it might have been the most frequent third-party series. What would their conversation be? F1 Race Stars came to the system as an eShop exclusive, this being an Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 retail game from 2012. That already happened with Fist of the North Star Ken's Rage 2 in 2013, a game that was produced and probably envisioned as a full retail release relegated to an eShop exclusive, more than likely due to sales projections of, no. But don't worry, this isn't the last we'll see of that. I wish. SteamWorld did got a Wii U release this year alongside Art of Balance, Guacamelee Super Turbo Championship Edition, Tesla Grad, Costume Quest 2, Stick It to the Man, Swords and Soldiers, It'll Do, The Fall, The Swapper, Another World 20th Anniversary Edition, Thomas Was Alone, and Pure Solar, which was originally a homebrew Sega Genesis game, brought over to modern platforms, which is pretty neat. A World of Keflings, which was originally an Xbox Live Arcade title on Xbox 360, published by Microsoft, released on Wii U, which was strange. I mean, this game went nowhere else. Basically, all these games that didn't initially launch on Wii U, but got a port this year, just like Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, barely. Launching on 3DS in October of 2014, then by Christmas it launched on Wii U. Pretty quick turnaround, and that's a good thing, because the more people who could play this game, the better. In this case, it's one. Shantae and the Pirate's Curse was a big deal for eShop goers. I mean, the title that preceded it, Shantae Risky's Revenge, was considered the best damn thing on DSiWare. Though I was confused at the time due to developer WayForward launching a Kickstarter for Shantae Half Genie Hero in 2013, the first Shantae game on home console to be released in 2016. You know what? To tide you over until that, here's the first Shantae game on home console in 2014. To be fair, Half Genie Hero was to be designed from the ground up for consoles with HD hand-drawn visuals, while Pirate's Curse is more so just a 3DS game ported to Wii U. But hey, this is the kind of support Wii U needed. Not Scram Kitty and his buddy on rails. This was a Wii U exclusive originally, so Nintendo had to market it. It's fine. I mean, it's pretty unique being a mix between a platformer, shoot 'em up, and twin stick shooter. It's just one of those games that you know nobody would care about if it released today. But here it was, in the same Nintendo Direct presentation as Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, Xenoblade, Bayonetta, Scram Kitty. 1001 Spikes was better because of the price point alone. Saw a little tough as nails retro platformer launched day and date across all platforms, including Wii U and 3DS. Damn, it's like this is a real console. Armillo stayed exclusive to Wii U and PC, basically out of admiration for how Nintendo treated independent developers. F you, Sony. Sports Ball was a local multiplayer-only Wii U exclusive, basically the arcade game Joust with balls. And of course, Child of Light. Launched on Wii U day and date with the other platforms, a smaller downloadable title by Ubisoft, and probably one of the highest quality eShop games to date. Seriously, look at this game. This is a Wii U eShop release, just like this. You can't say the Wii U didn't have variety. The 3DS had a bit of a slower year on the eShop in 2014, obvious by the fact it started with Steel Diver Sub Wars, Nintendo's first free-to-play title. They were already experimenting with different pricing strategies, like with Wii Sports Club, but this was structured like other free-to-play titles, where the online multiplayer is available to all who download, while other elements, specifically most of the single-player content, is locked behind a paywall. It always felt like Nintendo sort of just did this to tell their investors to shut the hell up! They were constantly pushing Nintendo to do this sort of thing. Join the mobile game space, put your games on, dear god, anything without two screens. So Nintendo said, fine, we'll make a free-to-play game on the 3DS, based on Steel Diver. Yeah, the 3DS launch title by Nintendo about submarines. Look, everybody, it's the guy who gave a shit. Where'd he go? I had choice to make a follow-up, but when you're looking to experiment with free-to-play, why not experiment with a franchise you have nothing to lose with? Sub Wars didn't hook me at all, but it's for sure more interesting than the original Steel Divers, simply due to the fact it's in first person now. But overall, I couldn't really care less about this one. Though, in contrast, things can't be further from the truth about Nintendo's other free-to-play offering this year. Rusty's Real Deal Baseball is this amazing hybrid between a sports arcade minigame collection and visual novel. It's all about talking to Rusty, who owns a baseball video game shop. You want to butter him up by telling him what he wants to hear, giving him items that make it easier to haggle the prices of the games you buy. Yeah, since this is a free download, you can play it for a bit, but afterwards you have to purchase the rest of the games with real-world money, though the real-world price you pay is dependent on how much you can haggle with a dog. This is still one of the most unique implementations of in-game purchases. Sure, the haggling is scripted, there is a limit to how much Rusty is willing to go down, but you can decide whether to keep pushing for a lower price and use discount coupons you earn playing the games, or say, you know what, he earned this. The games themselves are really simple, but quite addicting and fun, even though 100% this wouldn't be for everybody. While I think the pricing structure is pretty cool, others may find it insulting. I still feel that this is one of the eShop's greats. Even when forced into a corner to conform to industry trends, Nintendo still finds a way to be Nintendo. And then there's Pokemon Battle Troze, sequel to this DS game, which the only thing I can really say about is I like the box art. This looks really modern for a 2006 DS game, you know? This is pretty much like any other icon linking puzzle game you'd find on a smartphone, but it does bring over the strategy of the mainline Pokemon series. You link up the icons of a certain Pokemon, it'll do an attack to the Pokemon on the top of the screen you're battling against. And because certain types of Pokemon are weak against other certain types of Pokemon, you can keep that in mind to defeat your enemy quicker. I don't, I just move the funny pictures around. It's hard to criticize a game like this when it was always meant to be just there. Do you really think the game developer said, we're about to change the goddamn world? It's fine for what it is. If you wanted to play a puzzle game, you could do worse than this. It's just kind of shockingly bland for using the Pokemon license. The boring backgrounds, generic animations and menus, it's just one of those games you question how you're spending your time when you play it. Like these two games, Kirby Fighters Deluxe and D2D's Drum Dash Deluxe. These were sub-games featured in Kirby Triple Deluxe, now re-released on their own for 7 bones a pop. Why stop there? Could you offer that game's menu for 5? Listen, I'm not opposed to the idea of taking these minigames and expanding upon them for a full-blown eShop release. I just don't think they did that. D2D's Drum Dash is a pretty fun little rhythm game, but there's just not enough content here in my opinion to warrant this being its own release. I beat the whole thing in under an hour, and sure, you may want to go back and get high scores, but I don't. Kirby Fighters Deluxe is a similar story, though I feel this works better as a standalone thing if you just want a cheap Smash Bros. Clone on 3DS. But these reek of what Nintendo used to do on DSiWare, chop DS games up and offer them as smaller downloadable titles. Like, yeah, I see the strategy and a bit of the appeal back then. It was nice to have these slices of games always available on your system, but when you straight up are offering retail games on the eShop for download, this whole thing is starting to fall apart. But here comes Chibi Robo Photo Finder to save the day. Nintendo resurrected Chibi Robo! Yep, so Chibi Robo is back after a hiatus lasting a few years. This game still controls similarly to previous entries, though now focuses on taking photos, 3 years after the 3DS launched. Yeah, you can't really make a game focused around this thing in any year that doesn't end in 11 or 12. It's just not a good camera, and by this point, nobody was being wowed by anything on the 3DS other than games that were just flat out good games. You focus on making a game surrounding the 3D effect, the gyroscope, the AR, the camera, nobody's gonna care at this point. So yeah, this game did not deserve this kind of reception, but it is damn obvious why it got it. Didn't stop Nintendo from holding a Chibi Robo photo contest. Could get this Chibi Robo Wii U by playing Chibi Robo Photo Finder.
If anything, you're scaring people off.
Inazuma 11 finally made its way over to North America this year as an eShop exclusive, a soccer RPG by Level 5. It just won't stop in Japan and Europe, but it did on its first try over here. Retro City Rampage DX on 3DS. That was cool to see, especially because they still refused to do a Wii U version. 2048, crank the fucking 3D up. Moon Chronicles was a remake of the original DS game Moon, being released episodically now, plus having the audacity to be one of the only first-person shooters on 3DS. Good for it, that's awesome! That's also precisely why I was never interested. Azure Striker Gunvolt released, the spiritual successor to the Mega Man Zero series. That was an incredible 2D action game. That interestingly launched alongside a companion title, Mighty Gunvolt, a crossover between it and the upcoming Mighty number 9. This was during the great Mega Man drought of the 2010s, so getting a classic Mega Man-like experience on top of a Mega Man Zero-like experience on the same day by the developers of both Mega Man 9, 10, and the Zero series, with Mighty Gunvolt featuring the protagonist of the upcoming Mega Man spiritual successor. Well, the rest of it was good. Whoa Dave and Zero Drifter were nice little indie releases, but other than that, it was a bit of a softer year for 3DS, with Wii U getting some more attention. And with Epic Dumpster Bear releasing soon, it better pick up the pace. I love all Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars games that released in 2015. Well, not that one. Releasing on both Wii U and 3DS at the same time, this was Nintendo's answer to Sony's cross-buy initiative. Finally, I can get a game on Wii U and I'll get it for 3DS as well, free of charge. Oh man, they were so nice. When I took the moldy bread, they gave me the puddle of vomit for free. Listen, the Mario vs. Donkey Kong games are all completely edible. They work, they'll fill you up, but man, like, I don't want lasagna again. Tipping Stars is the exact same damn game as Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2, March of the Minis, Mario vs. Donkey Kong Minis March Again, Mario vs. Donkey Kong Miniland Mayhem, except now, it's the game we're talking about. The core gimmick of this game is how, while there's a campaign of levels to play through, you can create and share your own online, which has been in all the other Mario vs. Donkey Kong games, but this one, you can tip the creators stars. God damn, somebody name a game after that! These games are interesting to talk about, considering I'm not really sure how much here you can truly criticize outside of its existence as a whole. Like, these are fine, well-designed little puzzle platformers, but when you make like 9 of them, and they're all so damn similar, you don't see a genuine evolution take place, and when you finally make something worth a damn, you relapse. And this is $10 more than Minis on the Move? I get you receive both the 3DS and Wii U games, but if that was factored into the price point, that's not receiving the other version for free. They're just charging you for 2 games. And they're both the exact same. I'd say the 3DS version feels a bit more right. On Wii U, you play entirely on the gamepad, with the TV screen just displaying your whole view. But man, this just looks naked. I don't know. The game is fine, but these games just feel like busy work, like a crossword puzzle. You don't go, damn, now that was a crossword puzzle. You play them when you want to keep your mind from wandering. Amiibo Tap Nintendo's Greatest Bits also came to Wii U. I like that subtitle. A free application based around finding something for Amiibo figures to do. These guys launched right alongside Super Smash Bros. For Wii U that past holiday season, and everybody loved buying them. Yet scanning these things on the Wii U gamepad was often followed up by disappointment. Oh man, I wanted a hug. So Amiibo Tap was developed by Nintendo as a means to bring more value to Amiibo figures. Could just start shipping them with 5s. So we scan an Amiibo and unlock a scene from a classic NES or SNES game. Oh, so the full game?
No.
Well, maybe a remixed bit of an old title, like an NES remix?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, so at least I can scan Mario and unlock a Mario game.
You.
So, Amiibo Tap, you can scan any Amiibo, you unlock a demo for a random virtual console game. Scan Link, you just might get virtual console games for $5 to $8. You're telling me you couldn't have had something where you scan a Mario amiibo, you get the original Super Mario Brothers? No? These figures' NFC chips are too easy to replicate and make dummy versions of, so I assume this was the only way they could have realistically done it. But damn if it isn't still worthless. What about an NES Remix 3, where you scan Mario characters, you get remixed challenges with them in other NES games? Nah, just give Amiibo owners a demo for Mock Rider, because we need to make room in our warehouse. Did you know Art Academy Home Studio launched on Wii U this year? Lucky you, silence was the right answer. So yeah, 2 years after Art Academy Sketchpad launched, the full version released for 30 bones, replacing Sketchpad on the eShop, so you couldn't choose between the $4 drawing application and the $30 one. Listen, I see the value in this title as a teaching tool. It's just harder when you offer the main thing you're gonna be doing in the game for 7 times less cash. It's like what, I've been using Art Academy's Sketchpad for 2 years, and then I say, finally, now I can learn how to draw. This is pretty much Sketchpad, but with lessons included, and the lessons in this game are fantastic. This is a wonderful way to teach about art, and this is a game that does benefit from being on Wii U with the gamepad. But I feel like this took way too long to release after Sketchpad. And by the time it did, I think everybody forgot how full-fledged Art Academy was even coming to Wii U. I think most assumed Sketchpad was it. It being an eShop exclusive definitely didn't help things. It got physical releases elsewhere in the world though, with Europe titling it Art Academy Adiole. That is a room in which art is done. I wish North America had a more similar titling method. In the end, it's fair to say this is one of Nintendo's most forgettable Wii U releases. They barely advertised it, only released here via the eShop, and it's easily confused with the $4 app that came out in 2013. All this game is an alibi. I drew this the day of, Your Honor. It couldn't have been me. Seems that Nintendo was starting to release more games exclusively on the eShop when they just weren't confident in their retail presence. Case in point, Fatal Frame, Maiden of Black Water. Yeah, Nintendo, do a digital-only release for a 14GB game on your system that only has 8GB and 32GB variations. You're a fucking genius. Can you make me happy next? This is just something that always perplexed me. Obviously, this game didn't get a physical release because it was deemed too risky. Like, we're probably not gonna attract new fans with this series. It's too niche. Why not just put it out on the eShop so we don't have to go through the whole rigmarole of releasing a physical copy? But then you put out Devil's Third and Tokyo Mirage Sessions out physically, plus this game got physical releases in Japan and Europe, and if you really weren't concerned about making new fans with this game, why did you release it as a free download so people could play the first bit of the game and then be prompted to pay for the rest of it? Or were you trying to attract new fans or not? Because something not appealing to new fans is having to download a 14GB file on a system that takes 4 years to load a loading screen. Well, finally. So Fatal Frame is an odd series. It was originally only on PlayStation 2 and Xbox before becoming a Nintendo exclusive for a bit. Fatal Frame 2 was remade just for Wii alongside new entry Fatal Frame 4. The spin-off Spirit Camera was exclusive to 3DS, and of course, Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater. The 5th main entry was only on Wii U. Being a series about taking pictures of ghosts, I mean, damn, I think that was the Wii U's MO. Using the gamepad, moving it around like a camera, obviously, this was the perfect fit conceptually. In practice, it isn't this undeniable upgrade from a standard controller. It's still just a gimmick. It's cute, but isn't necessary at all, evident by the game's release on non-Nintendo systems a few years later. The game itself, in my opinion, it's a bit of a love it or hate it kind of title. I never got too into it as a horror game due to how scripted and predictable the scares are, plus how stiff and clunky it is to control the main character. You'd think in a horror game it would be potentially beneficial to have stiffer movement. It makes when you have to book it that much harder, which can increase the fear. It doesn't do that here. The stiff controls just don't feel great, probably because what am I running away from? What am I afraid of? A bad shot? But I still think there's a lot to appreciate with this game. I think it looks and sounds good, and the core gameplay works just fine. It's definitely an acquired taste though, so releasing this game as a free download to try it out, I can see where they were coming from with that now. Appeal to people who will download anything because it's free.
Your Honor, in my defense, it was free.
The only other major release of Nintendo's this year on the Wii U eShop was the Splatoon Global Test Fire, a free download to try out Splatoon during specific times and days before its release in May of 2015. Not much else to say here. It was just an app that let you play the online multiplayer for hour-long spurts through the day on May 9th, with another event happening on May 23rd. It was obviously successful as it showcased the value and fun of Splatoon, helping push it to become an incredibly popular franchise right out the gate, which is why Nintendo's done similar online test apps for Splatoon 2, ARMS, Mario Tennis Aces, Splatoon 3, Mario Strikers Battle League, etc. It makes it a fun event where everybody's trying a game out for the first time altogether. If only they did that for Black. Indie releases really hit their peak this year on Wii U. We got so many amazing titles, and yeah, I'll say it, Black is one of them.
Oh, thank God.
This was originally a mobile game, but one of the classy ones. A game that genuinely needs a touchscreen, so obviously mobile made the most sense for it, though thankfully it got a Wii U release. It's all about drawing formations that repeat indefinitely so you can try to hit certain icons while avoiding others. It's just a really solid little puzzle game that gets pretty tricky pretty early on, though no stage ever feels unbeatable. Citizens of Earth was an Atlas-published RPG heavily inspired by Earthbound that also launched on 3DS that I always found pretty damn charming. Dot Arcade was an interesting Wii U exclusive, being based on the most primitive form of video game, Lights. This came out the same year PS4 got Rocket League. Come on guys, just buy the Wii U. Why? Now Freedom Planet, this was a great one. Originally created as a Sonic fan game, the developer ended up turning it into its own thing entirely, which was no doubt a good move. And while this released on PC before, for consoles, this was only on Wii U for a few years. See, that was a benefit of the Wii U having little to no AAA third-party support. It allowed for indies to shine, and I'm sure many put their games out as exclusives as they felt in debt to Nintendo for all they've done for gaming. or they felt really bad for them. Rumbo was another exclusive for a while there, this one being a platformer where the color of the background changes constantly, and thus if certain platforms are that color, they disappear until the background changes again. It can be played as a standard platformer, racing game, party game, fighting game. This thing has it all, with a really great concept, style, and soundtrack to boot. Plus it features genuinely one of the largest cast of indie game characters ever. So many of them are playable here, specifically tons from Wii U and 3DS games. A lot of the indie games made for these systems during this time feel connected in some way, probably due to them being pushed alongside each other in Nintendo Directs. But this game really does highlight that sense of community. But where's Slender? Slender the Arrival, sequel to the viral game Slender from 2012. This was a big deal online. Everybody liked to record themselves playing, pissing themselves. Nostalgia, what I would give to piss myself again. That was a free game, so it was much more impressive. As a cheap little jump scare game, it worked well. Slender the Arrival is on a different level, considering you have to pay for it. And I just feel like less is more here. This game feels like they were under a lot of pressure after their free little game blew up online, so they had to follow it up with something bigger, more ambitious. But they just couldn't execute it well. Look at this. This is a choppy mess. Also, I will say, this might have been a problem with Fatal Frame. I think it's physically impossible to be scared with this in your hands.
Now, to onlookers, yeah, this is terrifying.
Octodad, Dadly as Catch, the original Trine Enchanted Edition, Whoa Dave, Zeo Drifter, Don't Starve Giant Edition, the Gunman Clive HD Collection, which bundled Gunman Clive and Gunman Clive 2, which released earlier this year for 3DS, Ollie Ollie, Electronic Super Droid, all fantastic to see come to the console. But without a doubt, the biggest to see was the Binding of Isaac Rebirth on not only Wii U, but 3DS as well, specifically the new 3DS line of systems. It seems that Nintendo has finally loosened their stance on content coming to their platforms. Thank God. But we got a fair amount more games that were Wii U only, at least for the time being. Typo Man was always a game that looked beyond intriguing. A platformer using words and letters to build the environment, creating this gloomy, dystopian world where you have to solve puzzles with wordplay. This sounds amazing! In the end though, this is a pretty damn basic game. It doesn't go far enough with its concept. This concept has all the potential in the world to be one where every element of the game design just clicks into place. But in the end, it's a basic platformer where you have to solve puzzles by putting letters together. It's not bad at all. It just doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of its potential. Elliot Quest, Swords and Soldiers 2, Human Resource Machine by the World of Goo developers. This was a packed year for independent Wii U console exclusives, but 3 titles really stood out to me. First up, Affordable Space Adventures, a game that, by design, only works on Wii U. This was a Wii U exclusive. It will probably always be a Wii U exclusive, and that's because of how much it depends on the Wii U gamepad. As you move your ship around, you have to keep an eye on the controller to adjust any necessary options, with other players being able to assume different roles, which, while this is a fine single-player game, that makes it a great multiplayer one. Fast Racing Neo was a big deal, as this was being touted as this brand new not F-Zero game. See, if Nintendo fans want anything, it's games they don't buy. But Fast Neo was one everybody should have bought. This was one of the highest quality indie releases on Wii U. It is incredible what the developer Shin'en was able to do here. And they went all out. They even hired the announcer from F-Zero GX for this game. They wanted this to be a sort of magnum opus of futuristic racing titles. With that being said, I feel like this has more in common with the Wipeout games on PlayStation than F-Zero. You gotta swap the colors of your ship to match portions of the track or items to collect. It's a really good fast-paced racing game that, even if it's not exactly the same, does scratch a bit of the itch for a new F-Zero, and I should really stop scratching. Though I'd say the biggest Wii U eShop game of 2015 was, without a doubt, well, I already talked about Amiibo Tap, Minecraft Wii U Edition. Yeah, the fact it took this long for Minecraft to hit the Wii U shows that it didn't leave much of a lasting impression. If they put this out in 2013 and maybe put in some cool gamepad features, maybe you'd have something there. Nope, it's just a straight conversion of Minecraft. It works fine. But was this really gonna sell Wii U's? A way to play Minecraft a year before the system gets discontinued? Regardless, this was at least heartwarming to see at the time. Like, aw, they're taking the ugly kid to prom. On the 3DS side of things, man, it wasn't just pigs that were flying, these were full-blown hogs. So back on DSiWare, one of the most prolific titles was Flipnote Studio, a free app that gave you the ability to make simple animations and share them around the world. I absolutely love this thing to forbids how simple it was to quickly make something, regardless if you were a complete novice or animation veteran. Sadly though, this was one of the few DSiWare titles not available on the 3DS eShop. However, Nintendo announced plans for a successor made specifically for the platform, Flipnote Studio 3D. This was first mentioned around the time the 3DS originally launched and was later detailed via a Nintendo Direct in March of 2013, with it releasing in Japan a few months later, followed by a launch in Europe and North America scheduled for August 2013. Now, my science project in school that year was, what if it wasn't? I'm sorry. Yeah, this game just didn't release outside of Japan for the longest time. Nintendo said the initial delay was due to them wanting to better prepare the online service for the worldwide launch, and then Flipnote 3D's online sharing tool was roped in with Swapnote's big controversy. Jesus Christ, what were they sending on Flipnote? So, after all of this, Nintendo went silent on a release outside of Japan. That was until February of 2015, when Nintendo launched the game exclusively through their loyalty program, Club Nintendo, as they announced that program's discontinuation. So Flipnote 3D was sort of a parting gift. You just get a code to redeem the game on the eShop. It was completely free for all users, so why not just put it on the eShop? The same reason you don't put your diary on there. This is just embarrassing. It's such a gutted release with no online functionality whatsoever. One of the best aspects of the original Flipnote Studio was browsing what other users were creating, and stripping that out, I mean, it's still a damn good simplistic animation tool, one that allows you to create animations in 3D now, which is awesome. But I just always felt so lonely using this. Flipnote Studio 3D is a robust and wonderfully designed little tool to make animation for fun, but lacks everything that made the original so beloved. Damn, I need a rebound after that. This is a D-bound! Pokemon Shuffle, releasing less than a year after Pokemon battled Troze. I can see why they warranted this new title releasing. Keep in mind, I also just dropped my glasses. So these are pretty much the exact same goddamn game, though Shuffle does have a much better presentation overall, and the structure does lend things to stay far more fresh as time goes on. One problem, it's free. Like, that's gonna stop me. Another one of Nintendo's free-to-play experiments, though this one leans far more into the traditional mobile game method. You can only play so many stages before your hearts run out, after which you need to wait for them to replenish to play more of the game, or you could flat out buy more with your hard-earned cash. So that's sort of the issue here. Pokemon Shuffle has better gameplay, but a horrible pricing structure, while Pokemon Battle Troze is far more boring, but is thankfully just one flat fee. So, which one would I recommend? Not Pokemon Rumble World. Another free-to-play game, and it's Pokemon Rumble? It's like a serial killer that smells bad. But to be fair, this game is set up to be far less greedy than Pokemon Shuffle, where making in-game purchases is almost required to get anywhere. In Pokemon Rumble World, you can buy these diamonds that help you progress with actual money, or earn them by simply playing the game, and honestly, the simplicity of Pokemon Rumble works fairly well as a free-to-play title, especially one that's set up this way. This is an actual game, giving me actual levels to walk through, unlike Pokemon Rumble U, which was more concerned with giving me something foul. Plus, hey, if you're not into this, they released a physical version for one flat price later down the line. Damn, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Pokemon Rumble World? I mean, it's still Pokemon Rumble. It's not great, and for this series, saying that might as well be proposing to it. But that wasn't the last of the free-to-play Pokemon eShop releases this year. In December of 2015, we got a big f***ing problem. That's what we got. Pokemon Picross. I love Picross. Pokemon? Well, it starts with the same letter as Picross. It's my favorite and least favorite thing. It's a sexy serial killer. Yep, this is definitely Picross, but now with some light Pokemon elements thrown into the gameplay. Each puzzle is based on a specific Pokemon, and when you finish it, you can then use that Pokemon and their special abilities in future puzzles to help out. So yeah, it has a bit more personality than a typical Picross game, but when that personality is being communicated through pixel art that barely moves, it's not really a game changer. When it comes to the free-to-play aspect, the game thankfully caps you out after spending about 30 bones and proceeds to make all the in-game currency free following that. Without spending money, it takes far too long to unlock everything and progress through the title. Though with spending money, I mean, $30 for this? Come on, I could buy the Pokemon Rumble World for that. This one's alright, just feels a bit forced into the free-to-play model rather than being fully designed around it, much like Stretchmo. Another entry in the Mo series, this one being free to download. The idea here is that you can purchase certain batches of levels if you just want certain stages, or just a handful for cheap, or you can buy them all together for a discounted price of 10 bones, around the same price as the previous titles. The different level packs all have unique themes, such as NES games or having to avoid obstacles while solving the puzzle, but if you just buy buy the bundle with everything, it's just like any other Pushmo game after that. Just kind of makes the free-to-start model a bit worthless here. I mean, I get it. It makes it easier for newcomers to hop in and try out a few things for free, and maybe dabble in just a couple dozen stages for $3 instead of biting the bullet on a $10 game. But man, the main course of levels here is $5. That's pretty damn close to the original Pushmo's price point. So it's like, if you want a good starting point for the series, you seriously can't do any better than the first. And I feel like this pricing structure, while in theory could pull newcomers in, I feel that it can honestly deter them alongside longtime fans. Nobody wants to download a free game, then 10 minutes in get a tin can rattled in their face. The game itself, I mean, it's another Pushmo game, though this time you have the ability to expand and pull out blocks from the sides. Once again, it's fantastic, though strangely, things are starting to get real samey. Even with the incredible amount of gameplay differences between each of the games, I don't know, with so many games releasing so close to each other and all being eShop games where you're pulling blocks around in the grass, can you blame me for getting burnt out? I just wish Pushmo became bigger than it did. I would have loved to see a full retail release or a new entry evolving the series further, rather than just coming up with a new twist to the block puzzles and boom, there's a new game right there. And with Stretchmo being the last of the series on the eShop here, 2015 felt like we were passing the torch from one eShop icon over to another. Introducing Box Boy, developed by HAL Laboratory, the people behind Kirby. Very simple platformer where you can push out blocks from your character here and form them in certain ways to solve puzzles, make a bridge, a step, shield yourself with them, etc. This has some really simple yet incredibly smart design to it all, though it was always hard for me to get fully invested in this series. I mean, its simplicity is beautiful, but also its biggest detractor in my opinion. While the design here is smart, I don't think it's as smart as other puzzle games with basic visuals for this to truly stand out to me. A good game with solid mechanics, just what I feel wouldn't be talked about nearly as much if it weren't made by the Kirby developers. If it were made by the Dr. Mario Miracle Cure developers, none of you would bat an eye. Yeah, also releasing this year was a new Dr. Mario game. For $9, you get Dr. Mario gameplay or Dr. Luigi gameplay like the L-shaped pills, plus online and local multiplayer, the Virus Buster mode, and a new mode entirely featuring power-ups. Why was this $6 cheaper than Dr. Luigi? Because Mario just rolled out of fucking bed for this one. What's up with his face? Seriously though, when this released, it was the definitive modern Dr. Mario experience. The Nintendo 64 game still had a unique single-player story mode and 4-player multiplayer, but this has everything else you could really ask for from Dr. Mario, and for $9, being cheaper than both Dr. Luigi and the original Dr. Mario Online RX on WiiWare, I don't really see how you could pass on this. I found my glasses. Well, Dr. Mario is always good, simple fun, but see, after like 17 entries, you need more than just, it's Dr. Mario on this platform to keep me interested. That's pretty much all Dr. Luigi was, and thankfully Miracle Cure has the power-ups plus everything else from the previous few games. But it's still really not enough for me to care tremendously. Visually, these are some of the most boring games out there. Like, my God, could you pick maybe a third background color? Solid little puzzle game, but is not something to write home about. But something that is, oh boy, the Nintendo Badge Arcade, a free application. Well, not anymore. See, back in 2014, Nintendo updated the 3DS to support custom themes. You could download a variety of themes from the theme shop and really express yourself through the 3DS menu system. It's a Legend of Dark Witch Blad kind of day. To go alongside these themes, you could further customize your system with badges to place around the user interface where the game icons would go. And the only way to get these badges is through the Badge Arcade, hosted by a rabbit. Say what you want, that's impressive. You have all these different claw machines you can play where you try to nab some badges based on all kinds of Nintendo or video game things. It's pretty simple, but oddly satisfying to try and get all the badges in a machine, even if I wouldn't be caught dead with them on my home screen. The app was consistently updated with new collections of badges to collect and new types of machines that offer a twist on the traditional claw machine. This is a supremely fun little app that ruined the lives of millions. $1 for 5 attempts to get some PNGs? That adds up. When you see a 3DS with the entire Pokemon lineup on its home screen, that indicates a ruined marriage. I think everything about this app was brilliant, though the pricing could have been a bit more generous, I think. This sort of app is designed to be as addictive as possible to keep feeding money into it. Sure, it's supposed to be just like normal Crane games, and it succeeds at feeling like that. But it's wild to me that with how much people despise despise microtransactions and loot boxes and all of that, this app didn't get much heat at all. Looking at the cons listed in these reviews, I can see why. Third party and indie wise, this was an incredibly light year. Attack on Titan Humanity in Chains was a retail game in Japan, localized in English, but released only via the Nintendo eShop by Atlas. Thank God. Ironfall Invasion was yet another free-to-start game, this time as a third-person shooter with single and multiplayer. Thank God. This one is no doubt impressive, highlighted by Nintendo in their January 2015 Nintendo Direct. They stated this game was developed by 3 whole people. But man, this is just the type of game you play when you genuinely have no other console other than a 3DS. Dementium Remastered, a re-release of the Nintendo DS game by Renegade Kids, similar to their other remaster, Moo Chronicles. They have such range, don't they? Terraria received a 3DS port alongside probably the biggest indie game on 3DS this year, Steam World Heist. A new entry in the Steam World series, this one being a turn-based tactical game. Well, with so little occurring this year on the eShop, 2016 should have Mini Mario and Friends Amiibo Challenge. It's all been building up to this. On both the Wii U and 3DS eShop, we got the same thing again. Mini Mario and Friends Amiibo Challenge. It may not be called Mario vs. Donkey Kong, but it sure smells like it. This is a free game that requires Amiibo figures to play, and unlike Amiibo Tap, it's not Amiibo Tap. Thank God. To be fair, it's hard to complain about this game considering it does give you substantial content with your Amiibo figures. Unique stages for each of these characters, all specifically designed to complement their aesthetics and abilities. You get 4 special levels per character alongside the 12 stages all characters can play through. If you only have 1 or 2 of these Amiibo, that's a pretty light adventure. If you own all of them, damn, why would you need any other game? It's definitely more interesting of a release than Tipping Stars, even if that is a more complete and structurally sound title. But for a free app you can download to get some quick gameplay out of your Amiibo from, this ain't half bad. Now Star Fox Zero, that was full-blown half bad. There is a free eShop download promoting the game. Star Fox Zero, The Battle Begins, plus Training. Basically, it plays a promotional animated short for the game while also containing the training mode from Star Fox Zero. Basically, it's a demo. Now, Star Fox Guard, the game bundled with Star Fox Zero, also had a demo, but this one was called the Special Demo. These both released months after the game launched. I really let anybody on the fence about this game realize they shouldn't even be close to it. And that is pretty much it when it comes to Nintendo's first-party output on the Wii U eShop. In general, that was it. If I had any complaints, well, they never made a Lost Reavers-like experience. Oh, well, thank God for Namco. The last major year of the Wii U's relevancy still contains some noteworthy eShop experiences by third parties, including Lost Reavers by Bandai Namco. This was originally announced in January 2015 as Project Treasure, a free-to-play multiplayer title all about surviving through enemies and traps to then find and collect treasure, eventually being renamed to Lost Reavers. It's exclusive to Wii U. That's a selling point. This is how I think things went. Nintendo asked Bandai Namco to make an exclusive Wii U title, so they decided to make something that's more text right off than game. Turns out this was mostly created as a test project, I guess. A game that younger developers at Namco could cut their teeth on. Damn, the Wii U was used. There's just nothing to this game. It's so generic and bland. Just a second-rate pet project Nintendo used to make it seem like the Wii U was getting legitimate third-party support. The Wii U has Lost Reavers, unlike the other guys. We also have Birdmania Party. Why did they put Birdmania out on Wii U? In 2016, Super Meat Boy hit the system, which was a lovely surprise, though they had to replace the original soundtrack due to a licensing dispute. SteamWorld Heist received a port, Oddworld New and Tasty, which was a pretty massive title to make the jump. Axiom Verge was a big deal. That was the Metroid-like game at the time, and to have it on a Nintendo system felt like a match made in heaven. Minecraft Story Mode. Okay, so this was all in the era of the Telltale games, all those point-and-click interactive drama games like The Walking Dead, Batman, Tales from the Borderlands. We didn't get any of those, but we did get Minecraft Story Mode and some more milk to help us sleep at night. Hey, Minecraft's for everybody. It does massively appeal to kids, but it's a general audience type of game. But it being the only Telltale game we got was just kind of insulting. Like, come on! The Walking Dead Telltale series was one of the biggest games of all time. It got a damn Ouya release, and you're telling me the only game you could warrant putting on Wii U was Minecraft Story Mode? Mutant Mud's Super Challenge, released across both Wii U and 3DS. It's actually a sequel to the original, but the name makes it sound more like an expansion pack. It's a tough-as-nails follow-up, and a great continuation of the original Mutant Muds, though I'd say it took too long to come out and didn't do enough to distinguish itself from the original. It's pretty much just harder Mutant Muds. It does an excellent job of being that, but by 2016, I think it was too little too late. Tumblestone was an indie puzzle game Nintendo pushed hard. It was either this or Bombing Bastards. And I'd say the last major release of 2016 was Pirate Pop Plus, which was a little tribute to old school handheld gaming. Other than that, original releases on the Wii U eShop were basically relegated to releases, but the 3DS eShop, that's where Nintendo fans are spending their 2016. Questioning their faith. My Nintendo Picross The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess was another loyalty program exclusive eShop game. This one you'd get from using the Club Nintendo replacement, My Nintendo. Like hepatitis. My Nintendo is a piece of junk. Like, just look at all these digital rewards. My Nintendo theme to Donkey Kong? The only reason I'd get that is if I had something to hide. My Nintendo Picross Twilight Princess was just a smaller promotional title. The Picross games were easy to churn out for 3DS, and Twilight Princess HD for Wii U just came out, so hey, let's promote this to our most loyal fans. Yeah, the ones with the release date tattoo. It's a fine, albeit obviously budget version of Picross with Twilight Princess art in it. Now, if that's not what you're interested in, Box Boy has nearly none of those elements. The sequel to Box Boy, you know? I always wondered what happened next. Box Boy is very much just more of the same, except now you can create 2 sets of boxes, which doesn't really feel like that warrants a sequel. What, does just adding an ability do that? What does taking one away do? If Box Boy gets a limb cut off, is that a prequel? Again, a fine, fun little puzzle game, just nothing too special. Unlike Pocket Card Jockey, developed by Game Freak, this combines horse racing and solitaire. Thank God they picked those 2 out of the hat. So I love the energy of this game. It's so silly and the dialogue just does not take itself seriously at all, with a really dumb and fun explanation of why these 2 things are combined here. But they complement each other. The horse racing element makes playing solitaire more exciting, and solitaire makes horse racing far deeper in video game form. These 2 things just go together like peanut butter and $40 million. Yeah, that's a good combo. Swap Doodle. Uh-oh. I assume this would have been the 3DS's first AO game, but nah. This is a successor to Swap Note in nearly every way. Why they waited until 2016 to do so? Maybe that year child safety was getting a little too comfortable. Swap Doodle is pretty much just Swap Note again, though this time with in-app purchases like drawing lessons and stationery and a few features removed, such as the ability to include photos you've taken. But obviously for security reasons. Really strange to me how similar this is to the original app with only a couple of things altered, especially after how much the initial controversies obviously affected Nintendo's decision making with this kind of stuff. In the end, it's another form of Swap Note, but released at a time in which I can't really see many people saying they heavily got into this one. Outside of those releases, Nintendo put out a handful of heavy-duty eShop games, titles that were designed to be sold at retail and in other regions were, but here in North America, they feared what we'd do with a box.
Perjury's pretty cool.
The most unfortunate eShop exclusive for us has to be Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix, a game Nintendo of America assumed wouldn't do well at retail, which is ridiculous. I'd buy it. That doesn't mean much, doesn't it? Mega Mix is a collection of some of the best games from throughout the entire Rhythm Heaven series. The remade and enhanced to all fit within this title alongside a handful of brand new scenarios. While most of this is older content, it's all been recreated to feel like everything fits together. For example, games from the DS entry that were played in a different orientation with touch controls are now played in standard widescreen with buttons. Coupled with the new story mode, extra modes, and overall presentation, this makes Mega Mix feel less like a compilation and more like its own game that just so happens to include some reused content. This is phenomenal and a wonderful way to put out a new entry in a series that may not do well, so it's smart and honestly probably one of the best, if not the best, Rhythm Heaven game. We also received Picross 3D Round 2 on the eShop exclusively over here, while in Europe and Japan they also got physical releases. Who needs them anyways? Now I have more space for my thoughts. Picross 3D was a DS title that translated standard Picross puzzles into 3D cubes, maintaining the general rules but altering them quite a lot to work with that added dimension, and after some tutorials, it becomes very addicting. It's a much more complicated yet engaging version of Picross that I think got even better with Round 2 on the 3DS. The added horsepower does numbers to the experience. Everything feels so much smoother with loads more personality in the backgrounds and the puzzles, and there are new twists with differently colored spots that overall make Picross 3D Round 2 just one of the best little puzzle games. With third parties, we got a sequel to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, this time Spirit of Justice, also an eShop exclusive, Boo, Gurumin 3D, a monstrous adventure, a port of this older PSP game, and that's basically it for 2016. I hope you're looking forward to Box Boy next year. Oh, thank God I made it! 2017, the year of the Nintendo Switch, also the year of Bye Bye Box Boy on the Nintendo 3DS. With only 365 days, it's incredible we had room for both. Bye Bye Box Boy is more of the same, and still a good little puzzle platformer, but I truly don't know what else to say about it. It's fine, but my opinion of the original Box Boy is the exact same as any game that followed it. Tank Troopers by Nintendo is a pretty basic tank game with single player and multiplayer, though the multiplayer is not online, which I don't blame them for not putting online multiplayer in a 3DS eShop game in 2017, but with multiplayer being front and center here on the menu, it's obviously a big part of this game's identity and reason to exist, so why bother if you're not offering online? Though I will say, the production values are exquisite for an eShop game. The full 3D environments, voice acting, fun character designs, it's a rock solid little game. Though being a little game just wasn't really enough to get me and others to open their 3DS systems around this time. Much like two Kirby titles that released within the year, similar situation to the Kirby Fighters Deluxe and DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe fiasco, these are two games based on sub-games found in 2016's Kirby Planet Robobot, Team Kirby Clash, and Kirby 3D Rumble. We got Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, which was free to start with microtransactions littered in there. I mean, if you're gonna make these standalone, making them free makes more sense than charging, what, $7 for this standalone? For this? For what it is, Team Kirby Clash Deluxe is fine. Basically just a game comprising of nothing but boss battles, though the other title, Kirby's Blowout Blast, is definitely more interesting. Based on the 4-second long Kirby 3D Rumble, Blowout Blast is 12 seconds long. A 3D Kirby game, long before they made the official jump with Kirby in the Forgotten Land on Nintendo Switch. Though this is way more basic, way more restrictive, and way less fun. You can't transform into enemies like in most traditional Kirby games. This is sort of a 3D reimagining of the original Kirby's Dream Land on Game Boy. You can inhale enemies, then spit them out, and you want to try and rack up combos by spitting them at the right time and angle. But that's pretty much all this game is, cruising through a few levels, defeating enemies, and before you know it, well, what do you know, my week just opened up. It's fun enough, but I wouldn't say it's worth much more than $6. Damn. Just really too short to be worth a damn, but I couldn't imagine the core gameplay loop being much fun for any longer than the game is. In addition to those, Nintendo released yet another retail game as an eShop exclusive over here, this time being Style Savvy Styling Star on Christmas Day. Jesus Christ. The Style Savvy series is a consistent entity, one that refused to go away during the 3DS generation, but one that I'm not against. These aren't bad games, far from it. Just because they don't appeal to you doesn't mean they don't have any right existing. And for a style-focused business simulation game, it's pretty damn that. It's just, for such a niche casual game like this, I question how putting it on the eShop really helps it. Nintendo was still pumping out retail 3DS titles at the time, and making this game whose target demographic, I'm not sure how many of them is logging into the 3DS eShop in late 2017 to buy a game for $40, exclusive there, I'm just kind of curious to see those sales numbers. Outside of Nintendo's contributions, Capcom came out with another Ace Attorney title, this one being a 3DS remaster of Apollo Justice. Not a huge leap forward or anything, just pretty much the original game in widescreen with cleaned up sprites and a 3D effect. Blaster Master Zero, which I always associate with the Nintendo Switch eShop around its launch, actually released day and date on the 3DS, which is pretty damn interesting. And Chicken Wiggle was one of the last major exclusive indie games on the system. By the same developer as Mutant Mudds and Zeo Drifter, this is a clever little puzzle platformer with a level building mode. Really cool, but after they expressed disappointment in the sales of the title, I mean, yeah, that stinks, but it's a 3DS exclusive in 2017. What could be worse than that? 2018. Dylan's Dead Heat Breakers, the third Dylan game, because could you really end it here? With so many questions left? This was actually a retail game in other regions, which is pretty cool to see the series get a bigger budget and push. as a 3DS game in 2018. Oh man, thank you for getting me that water I said I needed. But it's instantly apparent how much more detail and care was put into this entry. Still Dylan though. It is probably the best game in the whole series, but at the end of the day, it's still the same damn armadillo from 5 years ago. SteamWorld Dig 2 may have launched on Nintendo Switch in 2017, but it actually got a 3DS version in February of 2018, which is just bizarre to see and even weirder to play. I mean, it's pretty cool to see games you don't associate with the 3DS on this screen, like PDI check. Yeah, in 2019, we got vision testing software on the 3DS eShop for $100. Why was I more pissed about Kirby Blowout Blast's price? Shakedown Hawaii released for 3DS in 2019, the successor to Retro City Rampage, and that's it! That is roughly the entire life of the 3DS and Wii U eShops. I mean, I have loads of amazing memories with both of these, but by the end of it, it was obvious nobody was using these damn things.
Guys, we gotta go. I know who the killer is.
I'll drive.
He didn't lie.
This will give us a good look at the criminal.
This isn't a criminal. This is grass.
Just listen to me. Who would have a motive to kill the Nintendo eShop?
You know, on second thought, this grass has nothing to lose.
Some may think Nintendo was the one to kill the eShop, but why does the store live in the first place? What purpose does it have staying open? I don't think this was death by homicide. I think this was death by neglect. Nintendo wasn't the eShop killer. It was us. Oh my god, the ghosts of all the dead eShop releases are tormenting the citizens!
What the f***? What the f***? Why are there ghosts every f***ing where? What did you do? Dude! Everywhere f***ing ghosts? That's not okay! It's not okay!
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh no! And now an angry mob is forming?
Those guys killed the eShop.
Let's get them! Guys! Guys! There's no sense in rioting over this or tearing ourselves down. I came up here to see the entire world responsible for the eShop shutting down, and instead I unleashed all the games killed by the store closing. But you know what? I think these spirits being out here shows that their legacy will forever live on. Fans have archived damn near everything online. Many of the games from these eShops have been re-released on modern platforms or through physical means. The eShops may be over, but their legacy will forever be remembered. And if Nintendo isn't gonna preserve it, we sure as hell will. But we can't just sit around and complain about Nintendo shutting down eShops we weren't using in the first place. We killed the eShops because we didn't care enough about them for the longest time. And oh, now they're awesome? I looked at pretty much the entire lives of both eShops, and they hold some incredible memories for me. But I should have talked about them sooner. Even if I didn't have anything new to buy from them, I could have talked about them to somebody and maybe convinced them to check them out. We all have to appreciate these things in the moment and keep appreciating them. And we can't ignore them until it's too late. I've said pretty much everything I can about the 3DS and Wii U eShops. I oddly don't feel at peace. 'Cause I'm gonna have to talk about this again!